I know I usually let the music go on a little bit longer than this. I hope nobody's sad about, like, missing out on, on the Persona 2 song that apparently is not copyrighted, somehow. Who knew? Who knew? Uplifting house? Is that the genre? Can anybody check me? Is this genre? Oh my god. Gotta check myself on my green screen is what I gotta do. Anybody check me? Is this genre actually... Okay, wait. There's so many things that need to be changed here. So much not right. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm like getting on at the last minute because this kind of happened unexpectedly. I didn't think that Lonerbox would go back for another bite of the poison apple, but apparently that's what's on Lonerbox's mind today, so we gotta cover that. Because it's Polly's day off, right? I don't know if Lonerbox did that on purpose. I think I hinted at that on Twitter, but regardless, let's take a look at this manifesto. And as somebody who's been manifestoed, I think first by Zonia, and then she took it down. She didn't want her fingerprints on it, and she nuked her Twitter timeline. Then she had somebody else come out with a manifesto, right? And then that didn't work because it was too long. And then she had somebody else come out, the person that tried to get me 5150'd, and make all kinds of wild claims, like, right? Like, I'm a predator and stuff. That's fucked. But, anyway, I've dealt with this before, okay? Not from Lonerbox, but from, what, Eris? Shark? Jesus Christ. I'm trying to remember all the names. Sansol, Stardust. Sanderhall, yes, Sanderhall. Wait, how is my... Okay, so let me... I'm like trying to check 8 things at once. First of all, need a little backlighting, yes. Everything is better with some backlighting. You like my backlighting? I like my backlighting. I'm a fan of my own backlighting. Wow, that sounds kind of ridiculous. Not like that, maybe. Yeah? Are we good? Oh my god, are we good? I need to shave my armpit hair. That's... I don't know if we're good or not. Okay, so anyway, yeah, we're here to cover this Lonerbox thing while the VOD is still active. Yeah, Lonerbox said something about leaving the VOD up for a certain time and then taking it down. So I guess we should probably get to this sooner rather than later. Good morning, another day, another manifesto, right? This is the day in the life of a trans streamer. They try to poison your reputation, especially if you speak up for yourself, especially if you speak up for the community, especially if you tell people that these jackasses are not the best spokesmen and women, and you regard like spokes any gender for the trans community, right? And that's what really my whole project here is all about, is taking back the discourse, taking back our discourse, and putting trans people at the forefront. That's what needs to happen. I've been characterized in all kinds of ways. She hates debate bros. She's obsessive. No, I mean, I'm obsessive about giving trans people back their discourse, but, like, I mean, that's really my issue. If Bosch only talked about, like, what market socialism or whatever, I don't think I'd have as much of a problem with him. But instead, he wants to hijack our issues. Lonerbox wants to hijack our issues. President Sunday wants to hijack our issues. Everybody wants to take this this fight from us, and that's not the right way to do it. I think I went over that a lot on my last stream, so I won't go back into that. But yeah, I'm a strong proponent of people, you know, marginalized groups taking control of their own discourse, right? And not getting used. Yeah, we should go right into this, because I need to drink some coffee, too. So give me a chance. Alright, Lonerbox, what do you got for us today? What do you have? And why are my Discord noises actually noises?
What? What is this? Smug bug?
Oh, I didn't realize
I don't understand it.
Not realize that Smugbug and Lonerbox were friends.
Is it real? Should I take this seriously? What the fuck? Cry laugh emoji, meme, cry laugh emoji, cry laugh.
So we saw Smugbug last week when I covered that panel, that Wick panel with President Sunday. Smugbug was actually one of the more sensible voices on that panel, but it looks like we're seeing a little bit more about Smugbug than I was really trying to.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Is cry laugh emoji? I thought that was like a boomer thing.
Nice to know what side people are on.
I thought boomers were known for their cry laugh emojis. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. God.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Does anybody get the meme? Hey, Paul and
Hi,
Cakes.
Ellen Degenerate. How's it going?
Oh, yeah, I'm glad we started so early. Okay. So, I mean, all I've heard about this so far is that Ellen Degenerate comes in, disagrees with Lonerbox, and gets banned from chat. Oh wait, are we still in politics?
Okay, that's yeah, that's a strong poll. 5 voters. Okay, sick. I don't really know how to start this. Okay, shit. So
I feel like we should be just chatting, maybe? I don't know. Unrecognized command. Well, that's nice. Yeah, can you change me to... I think we should be in just chatting?
are you sitting comfortably? I'm always comfortable.
Smugbug says he's Lonerbox's son. Literally banned both of... Oh, you got banned too. Wait, how many times have you been banned from Lonerbox's channel, Shaxba? Or called out from chat? Jeez. He banned and kicked Ellen as he was asking him a question on Discord VC. Wow. Well, hey, Comrade Rose. I'm too boomer wish emojis.
Yeah. I'm pretty chill. Okay.
I just do heart emojis.
So, my dudes, I know we're breaking one rule that I'd set a little while ago. I don't know if you guys remember me saying that, like, I didn't want to keep this topic on my YouTube channels. Didn't really want to make a huge deal out of it just because it's, like, not really the kind of discussion that I think is the most important thing in the real world, or, like, at least this very specific topic, and especially the drama surrounding it. But
should we take a look at what's
kind of
on that
decided
manifesto?
that I think since that little old debate we had about
Ooh, you got a
6,
job.
7
Nice,
weeks
Spark.
ago, and the things that have transpired ever since, the way people have behaved, the way a lot of people have tried to gaslight me and my audience
listen,
about
those trans women are always misbehaving. You gotta keep an eye on those trans women, Lonerbox.
what happened in that debate and the events that followed, all the insane stuff that's happened following. Yeah, I just thought it'd be good to put everything into one place. So
Everything into one place. So that's the
We all good with that?
justification for a
Are we all
DGG style manifesto.
this is 30 pages, so we're gonna have to be
30
strapped in
fucking
for a while.
pages. Mine was 50.
Here, we'll sitting comfortably.
Mine was 50. Yeah. At least one of them was.
Okay.
Like, what if you add all the pages together? I think we got over 100.
Don't worry though, guys. There's a lot of there are some things in here that you've probably all heard before. There are some that you definitely haven't. Okay, so there's going to be quite a few things. Also, just as a prelude, if any of you are offended by me leaking DMs from 1 or 2 people,
We're gonna leak DMs.
as far as
We're gonna leak DMs. Okay, so yeah, this is like, okay, so let me give you a little background. What is a manifesto? Why are they calling it a manifesto, right? So I mean, there's like the Communist Manifesto, which is pretty cool but pretty basic, right? You can't be Jordan Peterson and try to read the Communist Manifesto and say that you understand communism. You can have a debate with Slavoj Žižek. It doesn't work like that. There's a lot of important stuff that's not in that manifesto. So it's a little preview. It's a little, you know, it's a brochure for communism, right? And then you've got manifestos of, like, you know, people doing violent acts and stuff. Those aren't very good. And then you've got the Destiny kind of manifesto. This is a tradition on DGG, on Destiny subreddit, and on all Destiny adjacent places. This is a tradition of dropping the manifesto, just like Dylan Burns drops the manifesto on Irene, you know, Sonya, like everybody's dropping manifestos. They're dropping, and it's supposed to be this big heavy thing that you can't get out from under. Oh my god, it crushed me. I got crushed by you know what they are? Manifestos is like Dio Brando going up in the sky with a road roller and going, road roller da, and throwing the road roller down at Jotaro, and then it looks like Jotaro gets, you know, smashed, and you're like, oh shit, Jotaro just got, you know, unalived. But then you hear this ora 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 from below. So yeah, we're gonna ora this manifesto. You think it's a road roller, but it's gonna be flat by the time I'm finished with it. So let's go.
anyone who's ever DM'd me in the past, I will never,
Everybody got your stands summoned?
never
Summon
leak
your
anyone's
stands.
DMs unless they either lie
Summon my
about
stands too.
or misrepresent the contents of those DMs in public. So
This Communist Manifesto is actually, oh wow, that same size, 50 pages.
just a warning. Okay.
Yeah, there's
Let's
not
begin.
a lot there, honestly. It's not the major part of Marx's work.
Addressing the allegations. Demon Mama, President Sunday, and Doe.
Now that's a weird way to do a manifesto, right? You're dropping the manifesto, you're trying to... It's President Sunday. Did we have to... Wait a minute. Why is Polly not listed? My understanding is this is mostly about Polly. I mean, I guess we'll have to see, right? But, like, yeah, addressing the allegations. So I guess that's a way to make this look like this is just you being defensive. You're not coming after people. You're not aggressive. You are, you know, you're pushing away these spurious allegations against you by this cancel culture. We got cancel culture, and you got to push back and address the allegations. So address away, Lonerbox.
They don't care about the truth. They just make shit up. The more ridiculous the claim, the better.
Anonymous Twitter user 2022? What the fuck?
From an anonymous
chat
Twitter
is frozen?
user in the year of our Lord 2022.
Oh, good point. Thank you.
It began with an egg. On October 20th, I was reacting to a video featuring the content creators DJ Mule and Kira Chats, aka Bad Bunny. In the
Oh,
video,
yeah.
they described the state of trans rights in the US and the UK
are we
as,
good?
quote, an ongoing
We're good,
genocide,
I think.
to which
It'll
I
update
disagree.
in a second. Come on, update.
This is ground zero, where it all started.
Update. There you go. See, I got magic powers. Woo. All trans women.
Of course, this is a good time for
All trans women have magic powers.
Twitch to be slow.
For making it clear to people that I want to make sure we can discuss this.
I
Just
forgot. DJ Mule's like involved in all kinds of stuff, right?
how genocidal TERFs are. Because when we say TERFs are genocidal, I know we've been using that word a lot to describe what's happening in various parts of the world.
Yeah.
I'm talking right now specifically about the UK and the US, but it's not exclusive to these two parts of the world. Of what people are doing to, like trans folks are doing to trans people, including trans children. And I know we've been calling that genocide, and it's true, but
Yeah,
it doesn't change the fact that this is
definitely
absolutely
true, and I disagreed with that. Okay. This sparked an argument between me and my audience. About 40 minutes into me
This is a very Destiny-style manifesto so far. This really does feel like... It reminds me of Destiny's manifesto against Keffels. Which manifesto do I mean? I feel like I only watched one of them. I don't know if that was the first manifesto or the second manifesto. Wait, which... Did I pause? There you go. Let's get you unpaused. Whoa.
soying out at my viewers, a streamer named
Can we
Polly
speed him up?
People
Good
appeared in
call.
my chat to join in the debate. I offered to have a conversation with her, and she accepted. Today, a month and a half later, I am now in a position where enough people have misrepresented this debate and the events that have transpired since that I feel like a response is necessary. This is not intended for the other people involved, as I don't believe they have shown any willingness to honestly engage with my views on this issue. I'm only doing this for my own peace of mind and so my audience has something to refer to in the likely event that this is ever brought up in the future. On top of that, the behavior of some of the people involved in this has been a little bit too interesting for me not to comment on. As for you guys right there, I've seen you all taking to the Twitter front lines to defend my honor. Well, might be a bit easier now, who knows. Because I feel like my views have been so grossly mischaracterized, I'll start by laying out my positions so they are all easily accessible and in one place. Are we okay so far? We have a good start? My position on trans rights in the US. As I understand it, the last 2 decades have seen an explosion in trans acceptance and visibility. The number of trans children getting access to affirming care has been rising steadily over the last few years. Trans people are increasingly represented in the entertainment industry as equal human beings, whilst the insensitive tropes of the mid-2000s and before have aged out of fashion. Meanwhile, polling numbers in Europe and North America show a consistently increasing level of support for trans rights. Unfortunately, this
okay.
progress has also been part of a double-edged sword.
Nailed it, Shakespeare. What did Shakespeare say? The only manifesto that matters is the Communist Manifesto. These manifestos are weird. I'm not sure what the objective is. And then Shakespeare says, to defame people who dissent from his views. Yeah, this is the thing. The debate bros, right? They want to be at the forefront of every political issue, right? They are trying to monopolize the discourse, and that includes the trans discourse. They need to be seen as heroes, and they need to have leadership and rulership, hegemony, if you will, over every discourse. And it's okay, it's not like they're going for every single trans person out there. You'll see here, there's probably some trans people in Lonerbox's chat. There's definitely like some trans people that maybe even agree with Lonerbox, right? So they're okay with those people. As long as trans people do not get in the way and reinforce their hegemony over our issues and yield to them and don't put them in a bad light, fine, right? But when we speak up against them, when I speak up against Dylan, when Polly speaks up against Lonerbox, you have this reaction, right? This fragile reaction. Bisexual Manifesto is also a banger of a manifesto. I haven't read that, have I?
The progression of trans rights has recently been coupled with an unprecedented level of scrutiny and disgust from the right wing. Trans people are now, perhaps more than ever, living under a magnifying glass and being cynically used as a political wedge issue by conservative lawmakers and pundits who seem incapable of winning support by any means other than culture wars and fearmongering.
Can you even read that?
Where Republicans may otherwise worry about alienating potential voters by attacking migrants and African Americans, they don't have this issue when it comes to trans people. The result has been an onslaught of dehumanization, bunk science, and nearly 400 anti-trans bills filed in the last 4 years.
Is that even legible?
Though only 39 bills of these have become law, their impact shouldn't be understated. In Texas, Greg Abbott's insane directive has allowed the state to open child abuse investigations into parents who provide gender-affirming care to their trans children. These investigations have been repeatedly blocked thanks to the works of organizations like PFLAG and the ACLU, but it shouldn't be surprising that several families have already fled the state. These are just 2 articles about the bills. The recent groomer panic has become the latest edition in the right's playbook of stochastic terrorism, and the wave of attacks against trans people is no coincidence.
So it feels like he's establishing that he is on the side of trans rights. He's not a chud. I don't feel like anybody was accusing him of being a chud. I think what we were accusing him of was downplaying the danger to trans people that all this attention, as he mentioned, poses, right? When you say it's not a genocide, you're ignoring history, you're ignoring facts, and you're basically telling us to calm the fuck down. You're telling us unironically to calm our tits. And listen, Lonerbox, these tits will not be calm, okay? Not on your account.
I don't think there's any hyperbole in saying that every single hack commentator who thought it was a good idea to spend the last 2 years smearing trans people as child abusers and predators,
and Shakespeare wrote an awesome thread on Twitter about this. We're going to get into that when we get a chance.
Deserve their share of the blame for events such as the recent
Don't think I forgot about you.
shooting in Colorado. Unfortunately, this whole saga has almost nothing to do with any disagreements about the empirical facts of what is happening. If you oppose every single one of these bills and you believe the best thing to do now is support the trans advocacy groups and legal organizations that have been working tirelessly to keep more of these laws from passing, or to mutual aid orgs that have been extremely effective in protecting trans people from laws that have been passed, we agree. Or, if you are from the more vocious wing of the internet, you might also think it's a good idea for LGBTQ people and—
Good point, V. Trans people are living under a magnifying glass, which this manifesto is partaking in, Lonerbox.
and allies to arm themselves in case things take a turn from the worst. To that, I also agree. I've been to the US a couple of times. It's a strange place with a very unpredictable future, and if I lived there—
I mean, agreed. The US is a strange place with a very unpredictable future. I completely agree. That's the first thing I've agreed with. I think he's trying to put it in context, quote unquote, meaning he was attacked by people who disagree with him.
I'd probably want to be armed too. If you are in the States and you're interested in helping, I've linked a few charities, advocacy groups, mutual aid orgs, and legal groups in the description, which will be in the YouTube video. These were recommended to me by trans people in my community. They all accept donations, and most of them are looking for volunteers, so go wild. I've tried to keep the rest of the story as educational as possible, but for the most part, the rest is internet bullshit. I'm going to get to the internet bullshit in a minute, but we'll start with it.
Let's use this as a jumping off point and take a look at Shakespeare's thread. So we're going to go into the right spot here, and boom. What do we got on the screen? Oh, good, nice. This actually works out pretty well. So Lonerbox, aka Denialbox, has proven himself not to be only a genocide denier, but also a minimizer of violence against trans people. His manifesto is just him complaining that people dissent from his supposedly perfect definition. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, is they're trying to claim ownership over the discourse. And if we get in the way of that, they will absolutely do us in. They will absolutely silence us. They will character assassinate us, reputation poison us, etc. They'll try to make us, they'll try to push us out of our own discourse, right? So here, let's get back to the thread. In doing so, points the finger at victims of genocidal actions and rhetorics and blames them for their oppression, even bringing up suggestions to harass people by couching it in, I would never want my community to do X, but leaving it quite clear that his community is being winked and nudged at to do just that. He then begins to describe the only thing he has done is proven that his is not an ally. His position is not an ally. That he is not an ally on any level, nor is he a good faith actor. Something liberals can care a lot about being. He is another transphobic fucking a trans person. Oh my god, damn! Doesn't make you an ally. Okay, I don't know what that's about. A fascist aiding and abetting liberal who thinks he is the gatekeeper of the left. I mean, yeah, it's a very familiar presentation here, when all he does is spout right-wing bullshit in liberal dress. I want nothing to do with him. Not now, not ever. I've tried to speak with him personally as my research deals with genocides, and he just ignored it after replying a single time. I didn't want to talk on stream. I wanted to talk to him, see if he actually could engage with scholarship. Instead, he did what is literally academic dishonesty by just finding random sources that he can be made to agree with him, to deny the extent of a Holocaust. Then use that to deny victims of genocide the ability to use words to describe their current condition. At first, I had thought he claiming to be about ideas and arguments, etc. Yeah, I made that mistake too. Would want to discuss things. Instead, he wanted general affirmations that his preconceived view was correct, and that he did not have to consider those who dissented from it. As if history. Oh my god, I'm pronouncing things weird. As if history was a static thing. He was never in it for ideas or to hear good arguments. He's just another liberal that thinks fascism with healthcare is preferable so he can continue drama farming. I never want to interact with him or his community, who have done nothing but surveil me. Yeah, God, there's a lot of that, right? I guess people have been surveilling me too. Literally taking screenshots of me in other people's chat and collecting them for denial box and holding something against me that I had noted was a simple error. This is textbook bad faith actor behavior. Yeah, and sadly, it's what we've come to expect from denial box. Okay, let's get back. Actually, I'm gonna put that manifesto in chat, and you can all go interact with it. Right? You wanna give it some likes, give it some retweets.
Are we all okay, chat? Are we handling it?
I feel like we need to boost the.
It's going to be a little bit semi-scripted here as well, so what's on the screen might not make complete sense.
Oh no, that's not the right one.
My position on genocide. To be clear, the one thing I'm contesting here is that there is currently an ongoing genocide in the United States.
Here you go, Twitter.
However unlikely I think it is, I do not disagree that the current situation, in particular the rhetoric and political ambitions of various pundits and legislators, could lead to a genocide in the future.
Sorry, if somebody can copy that from Twitch and put it into YouTube.
I said as much in my very first stream on this topic.
Yeah, it's a good thread.
I think we're at the beginning.
Well said, Shakespeare. Well said.
Stages of a potential genocide. Okay, that's a bit more acceptable. That's me reading a chat. Because you can look at the stages of genocide and be like, stage 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of dehumanization, of otherization, of...
It sounded like a J cut, but it's actually just him reacting to himself.
Mistreatment, like legal mistreatment and all that. Yeah, you can see all of that. Problem is, like every ethnic minority in every country in the fucking world is at some stage of genocide. Okay. The problem is, like, that's not what makes it a genocide. Okay. That just means that we have like systemic discrimination and like unequal rights.
But doesn't it mean that we should take this stuff a little bit more seriously? Like, I mean, I disagree with Lonerbox on terminology, but I'd be a little bit more happy if, regardless of the terminology he accepts or doesn't accept, he came to the same conclusion as me in that, this is a all hands on deck situation, right? And not just for trans people, for black people, for so many, we've got a rising tide of Christian nationalism in the US that threatens a lot of groups, right? I just want you to take this more seriously, Lonerbox.
Not genocide, though. Okay?
More than
The same
anything.
position I hold now.
More than anything.
My disagreements are with the following. One, that there is currently an ongoing genocide against trans people in the United States.
Thank you, Stacks BA, Trucking Melissa, F-Bombs for you, Leah, HCIC, haven't seen you in a long time. Paladin Lost, Baron Kraken. You just got gift subbed by Shax BA.
And two, that Republican lawmakers are currently legislating with the specific intent, covert or otherwise, to kill trans people. First, I will try to make as clear as possible my opinion on what is and isn't a genocide. I'll give two of the most well-known definitions and then my own thoughts, which rest somewhere in between them.
And if you're actually here, Leah, sorry for banning you way back. Probably an overreaction on my part.
So, what is a genocide? Genocide is,
I hope you can understand I was under a lot of pressure at the time.
first and foremost, an international crime. International crime being a collective term for the most extreme violations of international law, the others being war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggression. Of these four core crimes, genocide is widely understood to be the gravest. The term was first coined in 1944 by...
Yeah, after the Q shooting, half of the Republican base have come out saying the victims had it... Yeah, they made the victims responsible for that. They blamed the victims.
By the Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin, primarily in response to the Holocaust, but also to other instances in history such as the Armenian genocide under the Ottoman Empire. After outlining his thoughts in a book called Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, Lemkin led the campaign to have genocide recognized under international law. His definition was then negotiated and narrowed by the United Nations.
Dragon. Yeah, if he acknowledges that there are multiple phases to genocide, then at what phase does he believe we should take action against it? How many people have to die? That's what I was saying. Yeah, how high do the bodies need to stack before you're going to take this seriously?
And was finally codified as an independent crime in 1948. Today, the Genocide Convention is part of general customary international law, meaning every state on Earth is bound by the principle that genocide is a crime and the international community has a right to intervene in order to stop ongoing genocides, or, more crucially, to prevent them before they happen. So even if a state is not party to the Genocide Convention, they're still bound by it. Like, you can't commit genocide, like if you're a state. Yeah. All right. So, the UN definition of genocide. I'll just read this and then we'll talk about it. So, Article 2. In the present convention...
Sorry, I was laughing about something somebody said in chat.
Genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction.
I mean, so far, what aren't you getting, Lonerbox? What aren't you getting here?
In whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
So we kind of have to go to two continents to get this all right. And it's a little bit different because, you know, these words were written in response to ethnic, religious, and other types of genocide. There is some language that refers to other groups, right? That this is not the only lines along which it can take place. But in terms of preventing members from, you know, because you know what I mean, if you're trans and you have a kid, that doesn't mean your kid's, you know, going to be trans. Just statistically speaking, that's unlikely, right? So it's not quite the same. But at the same time, yeah, there are countries in Europe, I believe, which still require proof of you know, not being fertile, not being able to reproduce in order to you know, get certain interventions medically.
So, the first thing we can...
So, I mean, like, it's like, this is, you know, instead of looking at this stuff and saying, you didn't tick every single box 100% completely, you should be looking at this and saying, this is spooky, this is creepy, this has happened before.
Talk about here is the way that when people say the UN definition of genocide, they don't just mean the words in here. That's not really how you would approach any law or even just any concept. The words here are like half of the definition or less than half.
There are still countries that require that, yeah.
The bigger half is precedent. The way that each of these terms are understood, the way that the law is practiced and used either by historians or by lawyers or in international law, yeah. So, for example, that word destroy there, destroy specifically means physical or biological. That's so killing people or forcibly sterilizing them. That's like the main thing there. Intent, where's intent? Intent means, I think the Latin term they use is dolus specialis, which means special intent, which means it has to be like premeditated, calculated, planned in advance, like that kind of thing as well. And it has to be shown that the people were intending to physically or biologically destroy. So,
and again, intent, like, that's part of the UN language. But we've seen so many times where impact is the part which really hurts marginalized groups, not intent.
and killing here means like directly killing, as in the state or an army directly killing.
Yeah, the international law argument. Yeah, the international law argument is about punishing people who have enacted things like this after the fact, right? And historically speaking, after a major world war. This is not something that it's not a diagnostic for like a a genocide, an ongoing genocide, right?
And was it Red Cross from going into Mariupol? So yeah.
Oh yeah, Mexico is more progressive on the issue. Literally, the law of gender identity makes it so you can change your documents by just applying to have them changed to match your gender identity. Also, when has the U.S. ever been subject to international law? Good point. Yeah, and like the U.S. was involved in writing this. Like the U.S. is like got a major thumb to place on the scale as far as what the language that the UN adopts. And U.S., Canada, other countries like this have a vested interest in acts that they've taken against marginalized people within their borders, that they not be considered genocides. So
yeah, these all have like much more specific meanings than just randomly interpreting it. Of course, there are a few contentions. One very big one.
It says, okay, so it says something about the state thing comes up when they're talking about the intent is the hardest thing to prove. And I think they list like things like laws, state actions, right? Planning laws, things that are written down by the state as examples of things that have held up before in case law. But again, you're talking about prosecuting a genocide, not stopping one.
But if you think something like, when it comes to intent to destroy, and you think,
good point, Sarah.
Something like, what if they were allowing a destructive course to continue with intent to destroy? If you believe that, well, the UN wouldn't agree with you, but historians would. Historians are a lot less generous to the perpetrators when it comes to intent. So where international law might not say like events like the Holodomor or the Irish famine or the Great Indian Famine were genocidal because they weren't intentionally caused, a historian might say that...
Adam Panada actually did a good video about this that also recognized the legal definition of genocide was informed by lobbying from colonial countries that didn't want to be held liable, for what they did to settler colonial governments and the British Crown to indigenous people. Yeah.
There's enough evidence.
And actually, President Sunday's, like as much as I have a lot of problems with him right now, he did speak to that as well, I believe.
Surrounding those three events that the...
but I guess that's why he's getting lit up on this manifesto.
Legislators and people in power at the time used those events and allowed them to carry on deliberately as a way of getting rid of the undesirables. So
this is the thing about these clout networks. They never let a good act go unpunished.
That's where the intent bit is a bit more loose in history.
Even if it's from President Sunday.
Destroy, this is probably the biggest bit. The original definition proposed by Raphael Lemkin, destroy included cultural genocide. So that's probably the main thing there, intent to destroy. Because according to Lemkin, you can have a genocide without anyone dying. No, without anyone being killed by the state, technically. He outlines that quite a bit. I'll maybe elaborate on that in a moment. But today, I think in international law, they call that ethnocide. But yeah, cultural genocide is kind of a thing as well. And I think going in common parlance, because I'm not like a lawyer, I think if like a Ukrainian or like an indigenous person told me like they were like that there was a genocide at the hands of colonizers or like the Soviet Union and all that, like, yeah, I'm probably not going to split hairs over that. Like cultural genocide is definitely like a valid term, I think. Another thing, political groups, that was another one. Political affiliation was a category here from Lemkin, but it got taken out of the UN Convention mostly because Stalin didn't want it there. So there's been a few shifts, and I actually don't disagree with a lot of what Lemkin wanted to put in there in the beginning. So there you go. We'll get to Lemkin in a moment, though. Have I mentioned everything there? Yeah. Though Lemkin's definition is more broad, and I don't disagree with a lot of what he included, the acts he does describe as genocide without killing, which we understand today as cultural genocide, were always in the context of colonialism. They included the residential school systems in the United States and Canada, the destruction of Irish culture under British rule. The
U.S. refused to ratify the convention into law for decades, specifically because of the definition was hit too close to home. So obviously his argument is rooted in a definition and precedent that ignores genocides like indigenous people in Canada, the United States, transatlantic slave trade, chattel slavery, etc. Yeah, just
Japanese occupation
those
of
aren't
Korea,
considered.
etc. In his own words, acts of cultural
Probably not going to split hairs on that.
genocide include language bans, forced exile of individuals, specifically cultural representatives, forced re-education,
He boils my blood too.
as well as
I mean,
the
I don't
banning
know.
and destruction of national
I
treasures,
don't know. I don't feel like my blood is boiling, but like I'm right there with you.
libraries, museums, artifacts, and art galleries. There's actually a bit here where cultural genocide was almost
I have to stay calm.
put into
You know
law.
what I mean?
I think it's just down here. He describes
Because
that.
apparently there's a whole bunch of people looking to make clips of me and, you know, run with that. I don't know.
Here. Again, you can probably, you'd have to consider precedent for all this as well. Obviously, the law was never put into place. I don't think cultural genocide to this day is still a crime, which is unfortunate. But historians actually do have a way of interpreting each of these things. So forcible transfer, this is like
Oh my
every cultural
God.
genocide that I know of, I think is like residential school systems or forced re-education or the state-run settlements in Australia. Systematic exile, this is a huge part of it. There's lots of, especially with the Soviet Union or with the Nazis in Poland, there was a lot of
TERF's intentions are clear. There's a TERF book that basically describes eliminating trans people from public life as their goal. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you want like intent, if you want it written down, if you want plans, we've got those, right? That unfortunately those exist. Like you said, the Middle Passage wasn't a genocide. Only Son of Soy took it to a worse level. Obviously, his argument is rooted in okay.
exile. Although they would say that you can technically have this without killing anyone, I think it's been, I don't know if you could find a cultural genocide that didn't also involve the states killing people. Soviet Union
So what does he mean? Like something that's been prosecuted as such, or?
would, as part of cultural genocide, would murder intellectuals from the states that they invaded. Like in Australia, there were loads of like massacres against indigenous people as part of their cultural genocide as well. So I don't think it's necessary, but it seems to be quite common state.
Limpkin was on the ball. He started to talk about the subject after he heard what the Ottomans did to the Armenians.
And military killing. All right. We all good with that? We got a rough idea? If I was going to explain this to a 10-year-old, by the way, just like to summarize, I would say genocide is the state or a military killing a group of people.
Russian oligarchs spending and fascists spending millions on anti-trans lobbying around the world.
Because they're that group of people, physically killing them. And cultural genocide would be killing a culture through measures such as this. Okay? We go back to this one. Sorry, I forgot to mention. If you were talking about somewhere like China.
Also, President Sunday, if you're watching, as I've heard you often do, right? Maybe talking to me would work better for you than talking about me.
The reason they're saying,
because you're implicated on here too, okay?
that what's happening in China is a genocide, as well as a cultural genocide, would be this one here. The forced sterilizations in Xinjiang.
I call things as I see them, and debate bros really don't like that. But I'm going to give Sunday credit and say he was, you know, basically in the right place on this issue.
Because that is biological destruction. Like, they seize you, they put you into a
link to the actual manifesto. I don't know. Does anybody know if there's a link to the actual manifesto? Did maybe Lonerbox go on Twitter and post one? I don't know where that would be. I didn't see one in the beginning. Systematic exile is what is happening with trans people right now. That is why there are refugee laws in certain states for trans people. It is displacement of people by legal writ, which is part of genocide. He even said that other things were ethnic cleansing, but ethnic cleansing is genocide. This is something that I want to bring up, okay? In the United States, there's a common practice that before something becomes law federally or before something becomes law in a bunch of states, it starts in one state, 2 states. You know, just because, like, I feel like a lot of these people are hanging their hats on the fact, well, that's just Texas and Florida and Tennessee and, you know, like, I don't know, like, add to the list, right? Because the list is ever growing. Like, and they'll try to say, like, yeah, no, you could pick up and you could move to another state like New York or California and be totally fine. Holy shit, that is a privileged point of view. How many people in here can just pick up your whole life, move to another state, and you'd be financially okay, right? That is a privileged point of view right there.
Or a prison, and they just forcibly sterilize you against your will.
It's a domino effect, absolutely.
If they stop the sterilizations and everything else carried on, would it still be a genocide? Well, according to the UN Convention, that's a bit harder to prove, but in history or cultural genocide, it definitely is because of all the other things. The re-education, destroying mosques, rounding people up, sending Han Chinese people into the houses of Uyghurs against their will, all kinds of shit like that, yeah. Anyway. A final, more popular source here would be The 10 Stages of Genocide, based on the essay by Dr. Gregory H. Stanton. Again, when you're looking at this one, it's really important to consider precedent. You probably don't want to jump in and just interpret any of these words very loosely.
Oh, good
if you read
point.
the
Yeah,
original,
it's just like Ben Shapiro's reply on climate change. Can't she just move, right? Who's going to be affected by this? That's the Ben Shapiro climate. Yeah, exactly. Sell your house to fucking Aquaman. I was like, wait, Aquaman is involved in this too somehow. Twinsies. Oh my god, you said it at the same time.
essay, this is a mistake. I think it's a mistake people make all the time, actually. You know, like with 14 points of fascism, if you just read the little headings for each point, you can shoehorn just about like any populist into being a fascist because there's so much like room for interpretation. But when you read the essay itself and the paragraphs and the examples he gives, it's a lot more narrow. It's the same with this. For example, symbolization sounds quite broad, but the
Tony's getting Joker-fied over there in YouTube chat.
examples he gives in the essay are all like really extreme. So the examples he gives, even in the box, in the circle here, it's like yellow stars for Jews in Germany, or blue scarves for people in under the Khmer Rouge, or white armbands for Bosnians during the Bosnian War. So it's all quite like extreme. But the way they've worded this summary, I think, is quite good. So here, Gregory H. Stanton, president of Genocide Watch, developed the 10 stages of genocide, which explains the different stages which lead to a genocide. At each of the earlier stages, there is an opportunity for members of the community or the international community to halt the stages and stop genocide before it happens. That wording is very specific. Stop genocide before it happens. So just being on a handful of these stages doesn't immediately mean there's a genocide. He doesn't say exactly like when the genocide starts according to him, but when you look down here, there's a bit of a clue. Preparation, perpetrators plan the genocide. They often use euphemisms such as the Nazis' phrase, the final solution, to cloak their intentions. So at 7, it's planning. And the example of a genocide being planned,
here we go,
they
chat.
use is the final
We're
solution.
going to blast off here.
And then
Blasting
8,
off on
persecution,
YouTube.
genocidal massacres begin.
Juice it, juice it,
So
juice
it happens
it.
quite late, according to this guy.
There you go.
And he's
Juice that
suggesting
tweet. Juice that tweet up for me.
the final solution was the genocide. So that's what he counts.
I'll do the same for
Germany. Keep that one in mind for later.
Yes, I
That's going to come back a little bit. And for the rest of it, he doesn't really specify exactly what order it can happen in. They can happen in different orders. For example, Nuremberg laws actually came before the stars. So, you know.
kind of need to do the same thing for Twitch, don't we?
But the other thing he stresses as well is that like everything here, there are lots of things here that you could say apply to just about every discriminated group on Earth. I think the thing that's...
Yeah, people using their partners as a fig leaf? God, I mean, like, listen, if you're out there, you're a cis ally, and you're tempted to use, like, a trans person you know in real life, or even a partner, as a fig leaf, maybe think twice. A lot of us really don't appreciate that, okay? And we don't usually want to blow you up over it, but fuck, I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say. What the hell? How did I end up with Persona dancing? Oh, it rolled over to that. Okay. That's some good music, though.
Stanton, I think he mentions it in the essay as well, I might be wrong, is that
hey, Yokio. Like to
every genocide
yes.
starts with these early stages, but very few groups at these early stages ever end up becoming victims of genocide. So that's like, again, just being a bit more careful with how you understand the terms and where they're coming from, because there's a bit of misuse that goes on around this. An example, actually I'll give you one here. This is an example, I think, of someone, quote unquote, doing it wrong, because there's an anti-trans genocide building and we're entering step 8. So remember, the example Stanton gave us, step 8, was the final solution, like Nazi death squads and death camps. So I think that's maybe a slightly broad interpretation. Like, I don't think hate crimes count as genocide, like, you know, different kind of crime. Okay. Got all the notes there, okay. As a side note, I imagine some viewers at this point have already made the objection, wait, law? What are you, a fucking liberal? To which my answer is, first of all, genocide's a crime. Like, under whatever definition you're using, it was coined and it's used as a crime. But anyway. To which my answer is, I will never appeal to a law unless I think it is, at least to some degree, morally defensible. I have given my issues with the UN definition of genocide, but I nonetheless think it's important that people can at least have some shared understanding of what the term means. International laws are far from perfect, but I do believe the world is a better place when nations, for as long as they exist, can have some basic understanding of what is morally acceptable and what is not. The Refugee Convention allows victims of war and persecution to seek protection across borders in a way that wasn't available to the Jews in Nazi Germany. Our shared understanding of border sovereignty
is left Shexia. Where's he going with this?
So almost completely isolated.
Oh, you already posted the Twitch Oh,
The
this is
legal
a different
diplomatic
one.
agreements between
This is
nations
the one with the Twitch link.
have allowed us to give Ukrainians the means to defend themselves against
I don't know. Some people like Twitch, some people like YouTube. It's sometimes hard to get people to go from one platform to the other. Some of you do, some of you don't. But
reckless acts of
I
imperialism
want to make sure it's available for everybody who wants to see it, no matter which platform you prefer.
and, incidentally, genocide. This is a video giving the case for why the Russian war in Ukraine is genocidal. This is a protection that people in Eastern Europe unfortunately didn't have when they were attacked by the Nazis and the USSR. With that, these are my reasons for not describing the situation in the US as an ongoing genocide. 1. Descriptively, I don't believe
so
it
here we
works. Horrific as they are, I see no use in putting the
It's where the rubber meets the road. This is his argument.
actions against trans people in the US under the same umbrella as what happened in Bosnia, Rwanda, or the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
Nor do I think they have much resemblance to the historical acts of cultural genocide, such as Canada or Korea. 2. Because of this, the ways we respond to something like discrimination and the ways we respond to genocide are radically different. Likewise, the ways we avoid a genocide are also different from the ways we stop one which is ongoing. If a state is committing genocide, it's very unlikely that acts of civil resistance are still in
Wait, stop one that's ongoing, right? Historically, a lot of times that's involved declarations of war and invasions, right? And I would not recommend that any country declare war and invade the United States over this, like, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't other, like, there aren't other ways to fight this. And those ways are kind of the overlap between the ways you deal with a genocide, the ways you stop a genocide, and the way you deal with an ongoing one. It's oh god, there's so much messed up in what he's saying.
option. Bearing in mind, genocide is an international
Meow, meow.
crime. Historically, genocide has justified economic sanctions or even military intervention from the international community.
I think a lot of these guys talk a lot, cover up that they have no point. He's just trying to make himself seem smart. Oh my god, there's so much of that in the debate world. There's so much of that.
Whether you agree with it or not, one of the justifications
It's like an intellectual virtue signal, isn't it?
given for the NATO bombing of
Good point, Jules.
Yugoslavia was that it prevented a repeat of what happened in Bosnia. Genocide. At a domestic level, genocide typically describes a situation where it's perfectly acceptable for people to take up arms against the state. It would be difficult to condemn the Rohingya rebels in Myanmar or the Jewish partisans in Eastern Europe because theirs is/was a position where the only means of combating the state's actions is to fight. Though I can imagine scenarios where violent resistance against the state or even other civilians would be acceptable, I don't believe the US is quite there yet. 3. I believe that in order for us to engage with each other, a shared understanding of language is fundamentally important. If you've ever been called a communist for supporting socialized healthcare or a neoliberal for supporting the arming of Ukrainians, you should know what I mean. Likewise, if a community online decides in its own arbitrary interpretation of what constitutes a genocide, then goes on to
The
accuse
time to stop genocide is before it happens. That's a Deborah Lipstadt quote.
people who disagree with them as engaging in genocide denial, I believe that is a problem worth talking about.
Purely hypothetical resistance against the state should always be acceptable. It's like trans people are dying and he's blocking his ears going, but are you sure you're not overreacting? Oh my god, we're gonna get into Demon Mama now. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is Imgur, so this is like
This is a stream from Demon Mama
Wait, how does Imgur take videos?
titled Destroying Genocide Denial with Facts and Logic,
so.
which she gives her case for why there's a genocide in the US.
He's still pretending that Polly supports violence. Like that was when he tried to get Polly banned. Yeah.
In my research on this topic, one of the things I've noticed is that none of the major organizations who are fighting these laws have been using the word genocide. At the moment, it seems like something
good
that
point,
hasn't really
Benji.
escaped the confines of Twitter and a few online leftist spaces, but the arguments people have made for invoking it have been varied. Some are just clear misinterpretations, but I've also heard people arguing in favor of calling it a genocide, not so much for descriptive accuracy, but as a means of shocking people into action. The problem is that once a word like genocide is invoked, every other term feels deflating by comparison. In spite of this, I do think it's worth stressing the point here. To use a term other than genocide is not to downplay the situation. Despite not having the same rhetorical flourish, discrimination kills people. It causes trauma, hate crimes, suicides, and murders. People have a human right to flee their homes
I'm reacting to something somebody said in chat.
as refugees to escape
again.
persecution, human rights abuses. Only 2 years ago, millions of people rose up in protest against systemic discrimination towards black people. For all the pain, suffering, and death that was highlighted by the BLM protests, I don't remember anyone ever using the word genocide. That's because genocide is a different crime
You and I have very different memories than.
which requires a different response. As an example, take the situation of European Muslims, a group that has been systematically othered by governments and media for decades. Since 9/11, they have been routinely dehumanized, branded as terrorists or terrorist sympathizers. They are banned from wearing their veils in France, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Bulgaria, and the Netherlands. In the UK, the Prevent Strategy counterterrorism program has placed an expectation on untrained citizens to out potential extremists to the state. This policy is so hawkish that it resulted in children being detained by the state because their teachers mistook the Arabic writing on their clothes for ISIS symbols. Muslim girls face the common bullying routine of having their hijabs ripped off of them in schools. Hardly surprising when their biggest representative in the British media in the last decade was Shamima Begum. Boys are blamed for the most recent terror attack and assaulted by their peers for so much as having a Middle Eastern name. On the week of 9/11, this also happened to me. Muslim men have been murdered on their doorsteps by far-right thugs after being falsely accused of grooming. Mosques are the frequent targets of arson attacks and vehicle rammings. All the while, conservative politicians will run entire campaigns on anti-Muslim messaging and describe the Islamic faith as a virus. Almost half of the Conservative Party sees Islam as a threat to the British way of life. They are encouraged to be discreet about their faith when seeking employment, and their overrepresentation in frontline services and deprived areas led to them having a significantly higher death rate during the pandemic. The Christchurch shooting, which took place in New Zealand...
Yeah, Polly absolutely is not interested in the Voshian argument, right? She absolutely was not taking the bait.
...led to a 600% increase in hate crimes across the UK. Pundits like Tommy Robinson and Paul Joseph Watson barely waited a day before going back to pushing the same great replacement rhetoric that inspired the shooting.
Good point,
a theory which has been the key talking point for the second largest party in
France. They're saying Chuds don't call it a genocide? They don't call genocides what they are, so neither should we.
France for over 10 years. This is a level of bigotry that suppresses a culture, destroys lives, and all too often gets innocent people killed. Does it, however, belong in the same category as what is happening to the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar? No. One is discrimination and human rights violations, the other is genocide. Though they both stem from the same hatred, they are descriptively different and they warrant radically different responses. These are my views now, just as they were a couple of months ago before my first debate on the issue. Now, for the internet bullshit.
The internet bullshit.
You guys can feel free to ban Ellen Degenerate until after the stream if he's being annoying.
Okay, anybody want to tell me what did Ellen do? I thought Lonerbox brought Ellen on. Let's see if I can tell. I don't actually see Ellen recent chat. Oh, because he got banned. Yeah, he's gonna disappear from chat. That's right. I forgot how Twitch works. What? Okay, we're back. Sorry, I forgot how Twitch works. Yeah, if you get banned, you're eliminated. You're purged from the chat replay.
Okay.
Didn't chat for a few minutes. This Ellen and the Ellen person didn't do anything other than call Lonerbox out in chat. Right, I mean, like, what the fuck? I can't believe I was banned for giving Lonerbox a source for research. Jesus. Ellen did nothing wrong.
Poly people. First of all, I'm very aware...
So poly people's not listed in the manifesto. The title of the manifesto is Demon Mama, President Sunday, and wait, who else was it? I feel like he left Polly out of the title, but yeah, he's definitely going to talk about Polly. He has been talking about Polly, and he's going to talk some more. I was in chat a few minutes. Yeah, difference Lonerbox is that they weren't trying to force Muslims to convert. That's why it's not an appropriate comparison to the treatment of LGBT people. Doe, that was the other person. He listed it as well. Yeah.
That having this discussion at all is bound to be an optical loss for me. If I'm taking the position that what's happening is awful, but not as awful as genocide, it will inevitably look like what I'm doing is downplaying.
Poor me. Poor me.
This is especially the case when half of the audience has an interpretation of genocide that is radically different from my own, or from any that I've ever observed in law, history, or common parlance. I accept this. What I absolutely do not accept are the following accusations. 1. That I was overly cruel to a scared trans person who was only asking for my empathy. 2. That I tried to bait her into breaking TOS so that she would lose her Twitch channel.
Oh, come
and 3.
on.
That I expressed some sussy baka opinions about the Holocaust.
Say that you're mad at NCC without saying that you're mad at NCC. Oh, he went there. Yeah, and that's not the first time he's talked shit about me, right? We were gonna find it the other day. We couldn't find it. I have now found it. I have now found where he brings me up, and he pretty much says what Xander Hall and Chud Logic said.
Here are my issues with the
Sussy
first
baka.
In case some of you don't know, Poly People is, at least occasionally, a debate streamer. She has appeared on extremely combative debate panels with Christian conservatives,
You're right, Jules. He's incredibly petty here.
as well as the likes of Alex Stein and Sean Last.
Is this motherfucker that has done content with Lauren Southern, and even though you could make an argument that there was some argumentation in the Lauren Southern content, has done content where there was no argumentation with Lauren Southern's producer. And now we're gonna get the argument for platforming from this jackass? Polly went on Modern Day Debates with Alex Stein. Manifesto, I know, right? Yeah, there's a manifesto. Look, I've been manifestoed before. I'm still here. I think Polly's gonna be all right. But this was her day off, so you know that kind of sucks. I don't know if it was planned like that or if it just like happened to be. It seems like Lonerbox is like surveilling everybody's chat. We've had stuff brought up that was just like in random people's chats. So who knows how coordinated this all was. This guy plays with Lauren Southern. Yeah, absolutely. Polly destroyed Stein. Yeah, Stein was like drunk off his ass. I saw that one.
Pregnant. Polly, is it possible for a man to get pregnant?
Oh my god, we're gonna fucking bring this shit up. Like, I don't know. This is like saying that nocommentchick has done content with Destiny. Right? She's done content with Dylan Burns! Oh my god, nocommentchick, what the fuck?
Yes.
How? Is it with his penis will have a baby? A baby will come out of his pee hole?
Trans dudes.
Oh, I didn't know that. What? Furious Gems, is that right? Alex Stein and MTG have known each other and got biblical with each other? Stein has no leg to stand on.
Can get pregnant. Trans dudes are dudes, my guy. I know you can't, you don't like that reality, but it is reality because we are who. Are you your brain or are you your dick? Right? You think, does your dick talk to you? I mean, maybe it does, but I get my idea of who I am, and okay, well then that's because you're kind of a freak. But like I know
I am a freaky freak.
Polly is good people.
Me, so yeah, I can see that. You got that vibe to you. But
I'm a freak.
And that's pretty rare these days.
Me on the
On
other
Twitch.
hand, my brain tells me who I am, and so.
Do you still have it? Do you still have a male penis?
Ask your mom.
So I just wanted to illustrate.
Wait, what are you illustrating? What are you illustrating other than Polly, embarrassing Alex Stein? What exactly are you illustrating here, Lonerbox? MTG and Alex is for real. Whoa. Ask your mom. I know, right? I don't get it.
I could have probably got like 50 million
Rare nocommentchick L.
more clips of this, but like Polly People is okay with very combative panels with people who are very, let's say, out there. Pretty transphobic. Like, we all know who Alex Stein is. I think this shapeshifter person is like a very famous right-wing detransitioner. Sean Last is like, he's like the final boss of internet race realism and great replacement stuff. So probably not the most friendly to trans people.
Having learned that you had contact with Dylan Burns, I'm afraid I must cancel you, right?
Either. Anyway. When she came into my chat, I was already in the middle of a heated exchange with my community.
Yeah, he's so close to Lauren Southern's Lauren Southern's producer. Let me get that right. Let her say TERF and transmed shit to his Twitch community. Like, Lauren Southern is being rehabilitated by people and has been. Some old video from over a year ago that proves nothing of how you are right now. Was she okay? I didn't get that impression. Illustrating that Polly gets inappropriate questions. Oh, was she okay with that question? I mean, look, it's Modern Day Debates, okay? Understand, it is a trash platform, and I can say that, okay? I have no designs on going on Modern Day Debates myself, right? Polly likes to get feisty with these people. It's not something that I want to do anymore, but like I don't understand like coming after her after the kind of people that Lonerbox has platformed, right?
Her input was not to ask for an empathetic discussion, but to argue the specific case that there is an ongoing genocide in the United States. Throughout this debate, she was not ambiguous about what she was there for. She made it clear that what she wanted from the conversation was for me to at least call it a genocide. But I guess if it's a genocide, that action is insufficient then, is it? What should I do? What more should I do?
And that's the thing too. Like I want to bring up the fact that Modern Day Debates is an absolute trash platform, but not everybody knows that. And you kind of don't know that until you have some experience with them. I think this was Polly's first experience with them.
Do.
You should at least be willing to call it a genocide.
That's at least. If I don't call it a genocide, what? I'm insufficient?
Well, you are not accepting the truth of what's going
on. Sorry.
Insufficient solidarity.
Streamable is really annoying for not moving the clip properly, but okay. She even went so far as to say that my disagreement over the term
NCC called out. Oh my god.
genocide was an indication that I don't recognize the threat. Well, pay attention to the threat that she's talking.
What's with the uptake manifestos because a trans person hurt their feelings? I don't know. I got a few of these against me, right? Like the way that mine worked was Sonia introduced the manifesto first, and then she nuked her timeline. I don't know if you've experienced this, but Sonia does this from time to time, like nukes her timeline and tries to deny everything that she did. And then she got somebody else to put out a manifesto. And then they got like Eris, Stardust, Soy Dust, Sansoy, Seander Hall, a bunch of people to cover it. And then when the story started like not matching up, you had people like Tomfoolery who had done content on that before. You know, Tomfoolery famously banned from Twitch for, you know, making some comments along the lines of Vosh's pedo comment, right? This is, this is what, this is who we're dealing with. But Tomfoolery actually deleted the VODs, right?
About it as well. The problem, but you're saying the problem with me is that I'm not calling it a genocide then. It goes both ways.
Should I put this on?
If the only bar I'm not crossing is calling it a genocide, we're just talking like what?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just not using your level of like...
Let's try to do this. Let's take a look at this clip that somebody made. No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. We want the clip to come here. Oh my god.
What I absolutely do not accept are
Why?
the following accusations. 1, that I was overly cruel to a scared trans person who was only asking for my empathy. 2.
Wait, did we go back in time or something? Oh, this is the clip. Okay, I get it. Here, let's play this. I know how to do Firefox. Yes.
Your tone
No.
or what?
To be fair,
No. Oh yeah, Control V, motherfucker. Forgetting my hotkeys.
Following accusations. 1.
Okay,
What I
so
absolutely do not
here's the
accept
clip
are
of
the
me.
following accusations. 1, that I was overly cruel to a scared trans person who was only asking for my empathy. 2, that I tried to bait her into breaking TOS so that she would lose her Twitch channel.
Oh, come
And 3,
on.
that I expressed some sussy baka opinions about the Holocaust.
Say that you're mad at NCC without saying that you're mad at NCC. Oh!
What I absolutely do not accept are the following accusations.
All right, there it is. Nice. Zara, Zara made that clip nice.
I don't know much about your position on trans people, right?
Okay.
Right? When I saw your last video, you know, and I had critiques about it, but
Oh, thank you, Adadak. Yeah, it looks like Furious Jim got a gift sub.
you know, I didn't come away with the feeling
Furious
like you
Jim,
didn't recognize
Jim's plural.
the threat that exists to trans people until well, I guess this very moment. And now it, you know, like your sort of over reliance on I'm not so sure, like the need for people to start dying before you're willing to call something or visibly dying in a way that you would recognize, as opposed to just dying invisibly. That's going on right now. A way that's going on right now.
I can tell you very clearly though.
Genocide going on, or an intended genocide.
Yeah, I was thinking of the wrong clip, but yeah, like
That's
it's exactly if I don't recognize the threat. After I had made my positions on anti-trans legislation clear, she once again said I should at least call out what was happening.
Chat, let me know if the quality of the sound like takes a nosedive, right? I'm gonna turn off the. I noticed on that clip I could hear this sound gate, and I don't like. That's not a good sound, right?
Followed up to say
It
that
turns me all squawky.
the core transphobe wanted to eliminate trans people just like the Nazis did. So you're kind of getting the impression here is that the debate is about her trying to convince me to use certain language and use the same descriptions that she is. Okay, so.
Real trans people don't talk about these ways in the ways that, like, you know, Vosh, for example, does, or the people that talk about, you know.
Did I disable Twitch alerts? I realize we're not getting alerts for those gift subs. Let's check that.
Self-defense with fucking arms. That's crazy. Like, that is not going to help us. The thing that will help us is if you at least call out what is happening, right? Instead of like, saying, well, it's not quite as bad as you think. Like, just because there's some libs that like maybe fall prey to the idea that, there's like an over-treatment of gender dysphoria, right? Doesn't mean that the core transphobe wants to do nothing short of eliminate trans people, however that happens. Just like the fucking Nazis did. They didn't necessarily need to cart every person off. They were happy with emigration, which will happen. people will at least move states, right? Because only certain states right now are genocidal. Some
Denial Blocks literally said assassination, me when I spread misinformation. Did Loner just ignore the last 10 years and all the attacks on queer people? Homie lives under a rock or something.
states are not. So, you know,
No amount of tortured logic and history splaining can dispute whether he can't actually demonstrate that people using this term undermines anyone or causes any meaningful harm. Yeah, if anything, it's the other way around, right? Her trying to convince me to use certain language. Transphobes say the same shit. Yeah, right, about not misgendering us, and that it is trying to brainwash them.
forcing people to move out, making people's lives miserable such that they kill themselves. That's all in the playbook. The core intent of these laws is to kill or eliminate by whatever means necessary trans people.
There's if you don't notice that there, that's a they said this in chat as well. That's a Jewish trans person getting very irritated by the Holocaust comparisons. But yeah, if that's what we mean by at least call out what's happening, and that what's happening is that the core transphobe is just like the Nazis, and the core intent of the policies is to kill I mean, if I don't we'll get to it later, but like the Nazis and the
I mean, this is the problem. He has got too much faith in the right-wing moderates, right? He's got too much faith that there's this reservoir of well-intentioned right-wingers that don't actually have genocidal intent and won't actually let that happen. This is very much the cost of doing business from Innuendo Studios, but applied to trans people.
1920s, openly.
Something wrong with a guy who posts a defensive manifesto about how he's right to try and stop people from using a word after people came out to support a mass shooting. Yeah, exactly.
Very loudly said that they wanted to remove every Jew from Europe.
He's really not reading the room here, and by the room I mean the United States.
Hitler in Mein Kampf said that if 10 or 15,000 Jews died in the First World War, it would have been worth it. It would have been worth the loss. It's a lot. Yeah. Oh, sorry. When she asserted that Republican legislators were trying to get trans people killed, I asked her if she had any examples.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's denying. It sounds like a denial that trans people were also victims of the Nazis. Yeah.
She seemed outraged that I asked the question at all.
You're not going to be frozen in fear if you really kind of like use the in my judgment would be the most correct words to describe what's going on in a way that people will hear and be like, oh, maybe I should look into this because I'm not wrong in the way I describe it. I think that proves out when I it's not we're not just arguing about a word. It seems like we're arguing about what these anti-trans laws are really about and what they are intended to do. It seems like you're unwilling to accept that the laws are being passed because they are dehumanizing us and demonizing us in a way that that is necessary and sufficient to create genocidal intent in a population.
So you're saying it's not over a word, but it is, though. We agree on what people should do to stop it. We agree on how bad it is. We agree on where it's happening. Yeah, it is just the word. You
don't think they're trying to kill trans people?
No, I don't think they're... Wait. Can you tell me which legislators...
It's totally not just the word, okay? I agree with Polly on the word, but it's not just that. Lonerbox's overall disposition towards this is calm your tits, trans people, and I'm not sure. That's a little different than just, fighting over a word. There's a meaning behind this, right? It's not just about the word even.
Trying to kill trans people.
It would be bad enough if it was, but right? Wait, there's something wrong with a guy. Oh yeah, wait, I've read that. Nobody tell him what the pink triangles are, his head might pop. An argument that really got me from Polly is that the word is the only one that ascribes a motive to all the actions, policies, and legislation being enacted. I hate people who just love to hear their sound of their own voice and think that calm and dead voices make them 100% right all the time. Yeah, there's a lot of that. And there's a lot of tone policing of marginalized people on Twitch. Wait, doesn't Lonerbox live on Turf Island? True, yeah, in the Scottish part of Turf Island, if I'm not mistaken. Baffled anyone could be this openly dishonest.
Specific ones? Any like
Wait a
definite?
second. Are you telling me that the only way I can prove to you that there's a genocide is that if I find a legislator, hook him up to a lie detector, and the legislature says, "Oh, I don't want to kill trans people," and it beeps red, and then you'd be like, "Oh, because you found one legislator and you proved beyond a reasonable doubt that person has genocidal intent, will you then agree it's a genocide?" No, you wouldn't even do it then. You'd be like, "Well, that's just."
So I don't know. I feel like it's probably fair to ask that question. I wasn't asking for it again. Even when I tried to give her leeway here, citing Hitler as an example of how intent can be inferred, she moved off the point and asked me about my views on the Holocaust instead. So after I've asked her which Republicans are trying to get trans people killed, she's kind of outraged that I asked the question. I give her leeway and show how you can infer intent. And then she just tries to move on.
No, you wouldn't even do it then. You'd be like, "Well, that's just one."
Well, I can say with, for example, there's, I don't know.
There's no way to prove to you.
Wait, I can give you a lot of leeway here. There's like these kind of discussions that they'll ask, like when it comes to studying like in law, like genocide, they'll say, can we see genocidal intent in Hitler before 1941? And some people will say yes, because he's talking about removal by any means, even though there's no sign that he wants to kill people. It's like, well, if you want to remove millions and millions of people, how else are you going to do that apart from killing them? So I'm bringing up, because she brought up, like, she was the first person to bring up Nazis in this as well. I'll have the links after in the video description. Yeah, she brings up Nazis like quite a lot. So I just thought I'll just give her that example to show, like, you can show intent without it being explicit. So I'm just trying to give her leeway here to the original question. But I think instead she tries to move on to like this different. It's just really weird. That's why they would say. But that's how, no. That's how you would say. That's how you would say. That's how you would say that there was warnings of genocide. There was plenty of it. I say that. I would say there was. I would say you couldn't say. What?
Well, of course.
What did I just say? Wait. What did I just say?
Okay, so what I think you said is that Hitler had genocidal intent before. Wait. When would you say when would you say the genocide of the Jews actually happened?
It feels to me, okay, and this is just, hey, Dr. Butler, good to see you. Lonerbox is one of those cishet white leftists who values being seen as calm and collected, more importantly than being vigilant. Oh my God, this is, yeah, exactly it. Don't do anything until it's too late. Give a shit about anything. And then be like, who could have seen it coming, right? Who could have seen it coming? Boebert is, her policies for re-election were very focused on screw the LGBT plus. Literally, he ran defense for Nazis. They didn't explicitly say they would commit a genocide. He's very focused on the elected government officials saying things openly on the record. I mean, he's really hanging his hat on that part of the UN definition, right? That speaks to legislative and official speech on the matter as a means of proving intent. And remember, that is talking about case law. That is talking about how genocide has been successfully prosecuted in the past, the kind of things that they've needed to use in court. That's a little bit removed from the actual, definition that we're talking about. And again, I don't think that the definition is the end all be all, right? Loserbox basically arguing from the consequent. He doesn't want to describe these politics in more accurate terms because it might compel him to respond in ways that make him uncomfortable. Here's the real deal, okay? Now, we can't know anybody's motive. We can't know anybody's intent. We can't know what's in Lonerbox's dark little heart, right? But I can make some guesses. And I know that people in this clout network, this particular clout network, and Lonerbox is kind of, got membership in the Twitch Politics clout network and also in the Destiny clout network. They really like to work with right-wingers to make content. They need right-wingers to make content. And the problem with that is you got yourself in a situation where you need that conflict. You need that right-winger to play ball with you. You need them to come back next week. If you treat a right-winger the way I treated CTV on the Hippy Dippy, which was, in a way that, like, I wanted the dude not to come back. I wanted him to hang his head in shame, right? I went full hog on that hog, right? And if you do that, then you can't bring them back again, right? So there's a conflict of interest there that I feel like these people really need to address before they can be taken seriously as allies for any marginalized group. This is what makes you harmful for the groups that you're pretending to advocate for. And it's not just the Destiny and the Twitch Politics cloud network. It's also, the Vosh cloud network as well. Because this is what happens. It's all about although, like, I will say that, like, on this particular issue, some of the Vosh people have been a lot better than Lonerbox, Sonsol, etc. Right? So there's degrees of because this is what happens. It's all about let us let's all stay calm and nobody look bad to normies. People are, yeah, they're all about optics and this is the wrong time for optics, right? People are dying. To hell with your muling PR campaign. I think his intentions have been exposed because trying to, his intentions have been exposed because trying to argue with him through definitions is playing into his silly game, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. I think your actions say quite a bit about what's in your heart. True, good point. Is CTV the one, yeah, that turned the flag into the swastika? Yeah, that's the one. He turned a pride flag into a swastika. He rearranged it to make that's CTV, and so many other things. Like CTV is just this is the guy that, like, I'm trying to remember what he said about when he was talking about segregation to Rose Wrist. He said something like, at least black people knew which side of the street to walk on, right? Like, he was trying to make an argument that segregation was better for black people. There's so much wrong with CTV. I don't even know where to start, right?
Or start.
It's like one of Dylan's best friends.
No, wait, that's not the question. Is whether or not the intent, when the intent showed, right? So I'm trying to keep her on topic here,
well, now I'm interested in your answer to my question.
Well, the signs of the intent were there from like 1919 when Hitler wrote that thing about removal.
Yeah, but when would you say, according to you?
We'll come back to the Holocaust stuff a bit later, but I think the impression here is just that, like,
CTV has brought us such gems as, if you have gender dysphoria, just go for a hike in the mountains. And I think one other thing, like, I'm trying to remember this is the dinosaur quote, right? So CTV compared trans people to the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. Now, that sounds funny, and it became a meme. It became emotes. It became, kind of a laugh for a lot of people. But if you really look into what he was saying is that just because you can do something doesn't mean, just because science can do something doesn't mean science should do something. He's looking at trans people in that light, right? As an abomination. That was the TLDR, that was the point that he was getting to there, right? So I'm a Spinosaurus then. Spinosaurus?
People were saying I was being really cruel to this person, or I was being really bombastic or debate bro. Like, I don't know, I felt like I was letting her go off quite a bit, and I was letting her kind of take me into all these different directions in the debate and, like, steering off topic and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I think there were maybe a couple of points where I got slightly irritated, but for the most part, like, I feel like the debate tactics are more coming from her end as well, but more than mine. But anyway, all right. Near the end of the debate, she seemed to be arguing that any form of systemic discrimination which gets people killed should count as a genocide. So,
if you were on the ground in
this clip's quite long, so I'm going to use it a few times, but we'll just move to here.
A genocide.
Yeah, wait here, sorry.
Wasn't done in the way that you would specifically call a genocide.
Yes, that's why we have a definition of genocide. Yeah, if people die because of systemic discrimination, that's not genocide. No.
How is that not genocide? If people die as a result of systemic discrimination.
Okay, wait.
Are you sure you want to pull up this clip? Was this the clip that you were going for, Lonerbox? That sounds like a self-report to me.
Can you just admit to me, right? Can you just wait?
Law?
I leave the clips quite big just for context, but yeah, that's
what
at that point.
Fuck?
I'm just
what the actual fuck?
I think you could probably argue that all systemic discrimination against minorities gets them killed in one way or another, but we'll get to that. It seemed apparent that what Polly wanted was for me to accept her claims without
this is the whole thing. We don't want to get to that. It's what you're missing, Lonerbox. We don't want
any explanation for them. By asking her a couple of questions that she didn't have an answer to, I was doing it wrong. This is because Polly is not someone who is just afraid and looking for empathy from other streamers. She is someone who believes that people on the left should agree with her positions on trans issues uncritically. She is very open about this on her streams, where she explicitly said, whilst reflecting on our debate, that you don't have to understand, you can just believe what we're telling you.
We don't need empathy. Yeah, I mean, well, we need people to fight for us and believe us. Like, you don't have to understand it. You don't have to, like the fucking requirement that somehow we have to make.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is a mischaracterization. The reason that cis people don't always understand what we're talking about, what we're going through, is because they're not living our lives. The only way they can understand is to listen to us, right? Is that what you're missing, Lonerbox? This is, this is a point I try to hammer home. Marginalized people have lived experience, and I know that's a buzzword, and you think that makes me a huge SJW to say lived experience. Oh my god, bitch said lived experience, right? Why is lived experience important? Because if you're going to fight for us, if you're going to advocate for us, you've got to know what's going on the ground level. You've got to know what we're experiencing. You need to listen to us. We are required reading for you. If you want to be a part of this discourse, if you want to call yourself an ally, if you want to, be on our side, right? It's required reading. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that pisses you off that you would have to listen to somebody who, I don't know, maybe you consider lower than yourself, right? What the fuck is this intransigence, right? Where's this coming from? Sarah, hey, what's up? This is so weeks ago. I know, right? He can't leave it alone. He can't leave it alone. He absolutely cannot leave it alone. It's like a dog with a tennis ball, and wherever you put that tennis ball, the dog's gonna go and try to grab it and stuff. Like he just can't let it. And I think he's been upset about this for a while. I think he's been going over the tape and being like, what could I have done? You know what I mean? He's been just focused on this ever since it happened. Polly's moved on, right? Polly's not trying to, talk about Lonerbox 24/7. Lonerbox could not let it go, and I think it's going to be to his detriment in the end of things. Lived experience over lib experience. Nice. Lived experience is the first basic of scientific inquiry, right? And this is what they have a problem with. The right wing, okay, has a problem with anything that's subjective. They distrust anything that's subjective. And the truth of the matter is that the concept of subjectivity and objectivity has been politicized. What do I mean by that? A lot of stuff that we call objective is that which can be viewed from the perspective of a privileged person. That has been baked in. I know that objective is supposed to be from an alien looking down from above, or from the point of view of a just non-involved observer. I know that's what objective is supposed to be, but in common parlance, the way that we use it is we're talking about the view from the privileged position. That's where we get objective from, and anything else is considered subjective. So they're not acknowledging the subjectivity of their own viewpoint, while at the same time they're overemphasizing the subjectivity and therefore the questionability of our viewpoint. And they think that the way that we appear to them from their position is more telling, more important. It is the crucial, where the crucial facts of the matter are supposed to be obtained, rather than asking us, rather than listening to us, rather than talking to us, rather than letting us take the lead on our own discourse, right? Rather than consulting the people who are experts at this kind of discrimination, because we're the ones facing it. They want to give us the view from nowhere. And that's what that objective bullshit that you're trying to throw on us is, right? It's not objective at all. It's subjective. It just comes from you. So you're privileging it. You're preferencing it. Oh my God. Before I get too existentialist or
you understand? That's not.
No, that's actually legit postmodernism there.
Not good. That's bad.
Cultural relativism. Oh my God.
If you're pro-trans people, and you
Chan.
have somebody like me, explain to you why there's a trans genocide, you get an unexpected backlash from your take. The correct thing is to just assume you don't. If you don't understand.
But, I said that that's a right-wing point of view. And what's concerning to me is you're seeing this right-wing point of view show up in so much of the online left, in so much of these edgy bro debate spaces, right? And I try not to overemphasize the debate aspect of it, right? I mean, we can say debate bros, that's a great shorthand to talk about generally who we're talking about. But Pauly does debates too. I've done debates. I don't think that we're coming from that same perspective. What we're really talking about is intersectional leftists versus people who have come largely from the right and want to bring those right-wing aesthetics with them. They think that what the left wing is doing wrong is that they're not being they need to fight like the right wing does. And what they don't understand is that fundamentally undermines our project here. All right? I'm not saying your help isn't needed. I'm not saying you can't be allies, but I do need you to sit down and listen, especially on issues of marginalized people, especially when you are not the one who has the lived experience to be able to understand this issue. You need to take a moment and educate yourself and familiarize with yourself instead of just hijacking the discourse from us, right? That's all we're asking for. We're not we're getting characterized as attacking, right? That's how Lonerbox is portraying, Pauly's attack on him, when in actuality, Pauly was defending against Lonerbox's attack on trans people, right? Lonerbox's attempt to hijack the issue from us and to just, tell us to shut up and sit down. No, Lonerbox, we are not the ones who need to shut up and sit down. We're not the ones who have some learning to do. We're not the ones who need to be lectured to. I'm sorry, my dude. I'm sorry.
It's, that's not on us.
Lived experience is massively important. It blew my mind that people had a Pavlovian rejection. That's such a right-wing tendency right there, right? Pavlovian rejection to the term. It's a core concept in social work. So many of these online leftists like do not believe in that, do not believe in intersectionality. They want to modify the left for the optics of the right. And what they don't get is that that is exactly what Innuendo Studios is talking about in the discourse between the what is it, the white moderate and the white collaborator. So, right, this is the person on the left is the white moderate, right? And then you've got the collaborator that is, you know, a right winger that this person thinks I can reach them. I can reach them if I just put it in terms they understand. If I just don't say any of that social justice language, right? Shut up, anti-fascist. You know, like, you know, sit down, get out of the way. You're bad optics. Like, right? I know how to do this. I got this, right? And they think that they can bring along this this right wing, you know, collaborator when in actuality this person hates them. And this person is not going to listen to them, even though what they're saying isn't all that, you know, revolutionary, right? They're getting shut out, and their desire to appeal to the optics of right wingers who are never going to come along, their need to not move forward until they get consensus from these people is what is hamstringing the left. It's what is hamstringing our liberatory movements. Reviewing a game objectively means, talking of subjectivity and objectivity makes me think of old arguments over video games. Oh, like the Anita Sarkeesian era. The subjective opinions can unfairly weigh down games, but trying to be truly objective is impossible because reviewing a game objectively means not saying whether it's good or bad. The optics of the right inherently favor the interest of the right. You can't ape them without. This is the thing, right? Like, I know all you Vosh people. I know all you President Sunday people. You think that nocommentchick is this big, bad, dangerous lady that's coming for your dudes. And we need your dudes because your dudes are the only ones that are going to save us. Your dudes are like Luke Skywalker and motherfucking, you know, Neo, right? And here comes nocommentchick and she's nipping at their heels and they're like, stop, you're ruining this for all of us. And this, you know, this, you don't get it. You don't get it that you're the one who's ruining this for us. You're the one who's using an inferior strategy, and you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about, right? You're the one who needs to listen. It's not about, like, you know, like, I don't have a problem if Vosh wants to fucking talk about market socialism for 5 hours. Fine, have at it, right? I don't really care. But when he tries to hijack my issue, when he tries to hijack the issues of other marginalized people and shut us up and shut us down, then we have a problem, right? That's why you're getting this response. It is not an inherent hostility to your dude bro streamers or how they vibe. I am not doing this out of reflex, okay? Understand this, right? I mean, obviously, I'm more comfortable in some social circles than others, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to react out of just, you know, some kind of a reflex to, you know, to people that aren't like of my woke SJW culture, right? That you're totally missing the point. You're totally missing my point. You're totally mischaracterizing me. You're seeing me as an enemy when, in fact, I'm an ally. All right? Anyway, sorry. Off of my soapbox here. Beans on toast box. Nice. Never watched The Matrix. Oh, nice. Okay, you almost got me there, Furious Gems. You almost got me. Well, you trying to talk about a game having misogynistic portrayals of women without the funky bosses considering slapping you with a pink slip because you've fucked up their advertising deal. Jean Cothard touches on the idea of optics through the frame of recognition, politics, and how they're used as against First Nations people in Canada. Same thing applies here for what we're talking about. Yeah. I mean, some of the struggle is universal. That's not to say that our oppression is universal. That's not to say that our oppression is like fungible, right? Racism and transphobia do not, you know, it's not the same thing. It doesn't affect people in the same way, and that needs to be paid attention to. Understanding, you know, transphobia, for instance, doesn't mean that I understand racism, right? But there is a commonality in our struggle, and there are tactics that we can learn from each other. So yeah, good point. And it is all about solidarity in the end of the day. We're trying to make a movement that everybody can be a part of. And what I've seen the debate bros in the online left do is make a movement that gatekeeps the people that it needs the most. And that is a failed strategy. You're going to fail. You're going to continue failing with that strategy. Redskins White Mask by Jean Coulthard. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that before. Or maybe that's even a French pronunciation that I should be using. It's a companion to Fanon's Blackskins White Masks. I recommend reading both. Jeff Gerstmann's bad review of Kanan Lynch got him fired from GameStop. I don't think he mentioned anything about the portrayal of women. Fascists want me dead on several levels, says Phoenix. That anyone would even ask me to care about impressing them is a slap in the face. Yeah.
That's on you. And you don't.
It's all false consciousness, ideology, over dramatized view of history.
Don't have to understand. You can
over dramatized view.
you can just believe what we're telling you.
She streamed about me for about 5 or 6 days after this debate. There was quite a lot to go through, but don't want to drown in sources, right?
Okay, I don't know if that's true, but I do know that when you are a smaller streamer, not attached to the clout networks, when you're a poly people, when you're a nocommentchick, right? You're facing a megaphone, right? You're facing a dog pile. You're facing attacks from several different directions. It wasn't just you, Lonerbox. It was like Sansoy and a whole bunch of other people, right? You don't, when you know Polly takes issue with Lonerbox, she doesn't just have to deal with Lonerbox. So please forgive her if she needs to defend herself, right? Please forgive her if you brought up some issues that need exposition. Please forgive her if you've made something which, you know, left to its own would be a thought terminating cliche, but that she wants to turn into a teachable moment. If I'm not mistaken, I think Polly has some teaching in her background. So yeah, she was trying to make this moment as educational as possible. Please forgive her for that, right? He's literally enabling and abetting fascism by doing this bullshit. I got a lot of sources, you probably don't know about them.
You might think I'm being hyperbolic when I describe her as a puritanical ideologue, but she wouldn't.
Right? But they don't like me for some reason. I'm sort of the odd one out on the target list, right? Because I'm like by all respects like a puritanical, like, you know, ideologue, right? You would say that, certainly, right? So, like, you know, to have an attack on me from the left, it's got to be personal as opposed to ideologicals, right?
I think Stardust's response to that is quite funny.
Right. So, like, you know, to have an attack on me, right? You would say that, certainly, right? So, like, you know, to have an attack on me from the left.
Okay. By the way, if you want to be like a puritanical ideologue, I think that's fine. That's cool. You know, I like having. It's good to have variety in the
Polly, the puritanical ideologue.
Twitch space. We're like a, you know. This is where you get like the more weird political commentary. That's cool. The problem is that being like that, but then people trying to frame you as something completely different to that is just weird. But you'll notice that a lot of these complaints that were made about my debate with Polly didn't actually come from Polly. We'll get to that though. She believes that any pushback on her claims about genocide is a form of tone policing. That's another one.
One of the things people are saying is that people like me who say there's a trans genocide out there should not do that, because it's not just
This is one I haven't watched, right? I haven't watched the Polly Dillon.
About whether or not there's a genocide. They'll say, like, this is about a word, right? Are you using the word properly? And, you know, where I come from, we have a saying for that. It's tone police. So, like, the debate seems to be is, should we tone police trans people? And people aren't picking up that I'm trying to, like, say, look, you shouldn't have panels on this because it's essentially a question of should we tone police trans people?
So we shouldn't have panels on this, although she's happy to have debates about it.
We shouldn't have panels on this because it's an issue that a lot of people misunderstand or don't understand. It's an issue that's easily demagogued, right? Now, I know you don't want education on this matter to go forward. I know you'd rather just bulldoze somebody in a panel. That's a much more favorable format to people. Like, I mean, and I don't even know what Dylan's take on this was, so I won't characterize him. I'll just say of Lonerbox, right? Semantics box, right?
So I think in the debate, there's a spot where
your mom is a puritanical ideology.
Even asked if the whole point of it was just for rhetorical flourish. She said no, though. She said it was descriptively true. I don't really know how that would count as tone pleasing. I'm pretty sure tone pleasing is when you like have a go at like a black woman for being aggressive or like or uppity or something like that. Like it's more, it's about tone, not about a disagreement on an issue. But yeah. Of course, arguing that someone is using a term incorrectly is not anywhere near the same as tone policing, especially when you are the one implying that others shouldn't be publicly voicing those disagreements. In her own words, real allies don't quibble with the definition. This is a tweet. Real allies don't quibble with the definition. All right. Okay. If this is the case, I am led to wonder, why would she come on my stream to debate the topic of genocide if the only correct response I can give is to agree without challenging her? Of course, Polly is not the representative of all trans people, nor is the group of trans people she surrounds herself with online. This makes it especially inconvenient for her when she faces disagreement from other trans people. When Vivian Wolf challenged the idea that I pulled out of a conversation with President Sunday because I was afraid, Polly almost sparked an argument with this over this with Viv before Viv had even watched the debate. Well done, Lonerbox, reading. Pretty sure it's not because he was afraid. Lonerbox is not as well versed on genocide as he tries to appear. He may have felt unprepared. It's not my experience. He's a dishonest person. I haven't seen the discussion. So she says she hasn't seen the discussion. Polly says, yo, are you saying I'm wrong here? I'm not. I mean, I think Viv went on a stream later and spoke about how she almost got like into a fight with Polly over this like thing here. But even though I think Viv actually came out against me after this anyway. So, yeah, just one more example. Lexibat is another trans streamer who argues against using the word, but only for tactical reasons. As he was trying to explain his position whilst reviewing our debate, Polly was typing in Lexibat's chat saying, call it what it is, and Jesus Christ, just say genocide. This clip's a little bit long, but...
Murder or suicide, mass suicide, caused by policy. That's what a democide is. I would use that instead, personally. There are other definitions, Polly, yes.
So you can see, the chat here is really difficult to see, but in the side here... Oh, I can just do this, sorry. In the side here, she's saying, this is when she came in, call it what it is, Jesus Christ, just say genocide, just as Lexibat's explaining his position. Like.
Yes. But the problem is, most people don't know the other definitions. Your average Joe on the street doesn't know the other definitions. Like at all. Like, I am also trans, Polly. I am also terrified by all of this, right? I am also at risk. But at the end of the day, it's a tactics debate. That's what we're having, right? We're having a tactics argument. Do we use an emotive word that causes people who don't know any better to book, or do we use a term that is at least technically more accurate, even if it is, by all intents and purposes, as I said, a genocide, right? Do we make people book, or do we say, this is a thing, this is what it means, this is why this is that, and is leading to genocide? That is the biggest pile of horse shit I've ever heard in my life, 255. My daughter was using non-binary pronouns for me when she was 4. Also, they, them is not a neo-pronoun. Fuck off. Yeah, like, at the end of the day, this is like a tactics conversation more than it is a terminology one. Because you're right. It is. But legally, like, on the world court...
I think this is what Polly said to set Alex off. Okay, this is nuts. I don't get your take
because
here.
It's broken, and the definition is nonsense. It doesn't work.
Oh.
And if anyone is going to fucking refer to it as a genocide, if anyone does know the definition...
Sorry, I'm a few minutes, or not a few minutes, a few seconds behind. Why we question the value of debate. This is why we question the value of debate content. An excellent question. Yeah. How long has he been surveilling trans streamers? I don't know. Hey, Larry. Good to see you. Are there certain undecided trans issues that can be debated or paneled? Like sports or prisons? Jeez. Oh my god. Just ask yourself if it's an issue that is understood by largely cis audience, and you kind of have your answer there. I think on either of those issues, like and I get there's two ways of thinking about this, right? There's a thinking about it from advocacy, which is how I go forward with issues like this, which is how Polly goes forward. And there's thinking about this for content. From a purely content perspective, I get why people want to have debates on this. This is a topic that sparks a lot of engagement, a lot of disagreement. But what you end up with is people arguing about issues that the audience really doesn't understand before the audience has a chance to educate themselves. In the context of a panel, you could just like make somebody's just kind of, I don't know, you can just win on like, phrases and stuff like that. It just, I think it's destructive to the discourse, right? And when the discourse involves the stakes that this debate does, like, the Christian nationalists aren't playing around. In the past week, And I'm not even talking about the Colorado thing, right? I'm talking about in the past week. We've had a situation in Columbus, Ohio. We've had a situation in Florida. We've had a situation in North Carolina, in Moore County, right? Of, you know, of people being threatened with violence, of brown shirts essentially showing up to, confront trans people. It's not really, it's not content in the way that some other stuff is. It's content that has huge stakes to it. Treating the status quo reactionary white dude's position as equally worthy of hearing, that is alone is destructive. He's tying our movement to liberal tendencies, individualism, and debate. Like, I don't want to see a panel of white cis people pretending to understand what being in prison is like, to attack trans people and be racist. Moore County is near Fort Bragg, a big hog area. Yeah, right. And they lost their power grid. And we don't know for sure. Okay, so that last one, that Moore County one, we're still waiting for more information. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. There has been basically right-wing social media activity around wanting to close down a drag event. And that drag event was going on the night that the power was cut. The power was cut, from my understanding, by it seems like a sniper attack. Gunfire was used to disable not just one substation, but several substations. And we've got almost 40,000 people in the dark until Thursday because of this, right? So,
definition of genocide, it'll be the UN definition they know. That's because you're not cunting listening, Polly, for fuck's sake. You're hearing the shit you want to hear or the shit you think I'm saying, and you're not listening to what I'm actually cunting saying. Try open your fucking ears. Jesus, my 7-year-old can listen better than this.
How do you get moms with girls in their teens educated if they don't think the trans sports thing is fair? That's the problem, right? But you don't get it through a panel. I've been through a lot of panels where this came up as an issue, and in every single situation I felt used. The people that understand the issue, the people that look at the research, in other words, like the International Olympic Committee, looked at the proponents of the research, and they said that not only is there no reason to keep trans women out of sports under the conditions which they set, and that's the other thing too. You have this debate on trans women in sports, and half the people are going to come out of there thinking that what you're talking about is somebody can self-ID, not be on any sort of hormonal regimen, go in and win every event, and then I don't know what they're thinking. I feel like their minds are filled with like TV tropes. This sounds like the Futurama thing where Bender, I think it was called Gender Bender or something like that. The robot, pretends to be a female robot in order to win certain events. Right? It feels like it has a lot to do with people's misconceptions more than anything. When we look at the actual evidence, right? The International Olympic Committee found that it would be immoral to keep trans women out of sports based on their understanding. And yeah, there were certain stipulations. It was, there was a mandated time for HRT to take place. And in some cases, even measuring of hormone levels, which is a whole nother thing, right? And actually affects more than just trans women when it's about measuring testosterone and things like that. Pretty sure prison abolitionists have spoken extensively on this, and survivors. I don't want to see a panel of, let's see. These debates are an entertainment product for profit. They're not interested in changing minds or educating. Jesse Gender did, Jesse Gender's vid on that. Oh, wow. Did a vid about the Futurama episode. Yeah, Jesse Castor Semenya got screwed by a measurement of the hormones, right? And it has a creepy echoes to segregated sports of the past, right? Honestly, a super creepy of Lonerbox to insert. Yeah, Larry, don't be afraid to disagree, okay? I mean, you're going to be disagreeing with a lot of chat here, but I'm not mad at anybody for asking questions or for disagreeing. It's Mia Mulder actually does a pretty good job deep diving into the actual biology of, yeah, that's the thing, is that like this is an issue that takes deep dives. And when you make decisions like the International Olympic Committee, people don't understand this has been since the early 2000s that they made this determination. And it's only when a trans person is in contention for, you know, for winning something that it even becomes an issue, that we're even visible enough for people to care. It's only when you've got something where they can, like, you know, take the optics by showing like a comparison of shoulder size or something like that and try to massage the issue that way. Alex got mad at Polly because of the term she's using. Wait, Alex, are we talking about Alex Stein? Or is this a different Alex? Love Futurama, but I definitely has a couple of problematic episodes. Yeah, and just like Anita Sarkeesian said, you can appreciate art or a show or a video game while still criticizing it. Essence of Thought, yeah, Essence of Thought's videos were actually pretty good on this too. Yeah, absolutely. Did a series of videos about trans women in sports a while ago after the not the Rational National. Oh my God, Rational. Oh God, I can't remember their name, but it wasn't Rational National. I was about to go there, but I don't want to put that on the wrong person. Rational Thought. Oh my God, I can't remember. It's an atheist channel, right? It's an atheist channel that Ethel of Essence of Thought was pushing back on. How come Lexibat is yelling at Polly? Because I guess Lexibat disagrees. Lexibat had some ableist and reactionary stances on people in the past. They seem to think, wait, Lexibat, let's just make sure we're getting the pronouns right. He, him? That's what I heard on the video. Am I right about that? Yeah, I haven't had a lot of interactions with Lexi. Oh, okay, Alex is, yeah, I get it. Alex is Lexi, he, him pronouns. Okay, yeah, he, him. Okay, just making sure. Cass Eris, I believe, has some videos that go deep into studies and papers and info on trans in sports too, often in relation to how Abigail Schreier, the Abigail Schreier book.
My take.
Irreversible Damage was the book, right?
Is, yeah.
Lexi felt that Polly was ignoring him and disrupting chat. Okay.
Yeah, amongst us, it's a fucking genocide. But when you are talking to people who don't fucking know any better, you cannot use the word genocide because they have been taught to be fucking balking at it. They have been taught to not pay attention and to tune that shit out. They have been taught that word means something very different than what it actually fucking means because the legal definition by the UN is bollocks and useless.
Yeah, Lexibat's male pronouns, yeah.
Lonerbox here is arguing from a stance of exclusively the UN definition. You are using prescriptive language. He was using descriptive language.
The Irish guy is Lexibat.
It's not fucking hard to understand. No, because you don't get to come into my chat and fucking talk to me like that. You just don't get to. You can ask questions and you can listen and you can actually pay attention to what I'm fucking saying. You cannot come in here and put fucking words in my mouth. And just purposely hang on to your damn ignorance because you're too damn prideful to let it go and listen to somebody else. You want to be that prideful, that's up to you.
I don't see any ignorance in what Polly's saying. I don't think that Polly is ignorant of the fact that a lot of cis people don't get it. Yeah, I don't know Lexi that well, but I feel like he might be missing that Polly has a legitimate disagreement with him on strategy, right? The idea of catering to ignorant people, it seems like it's what Lexi's advocating for here. I guess I understand why he would think that, but you know, I mean, it's a legitimate disagreement. It's not Polly being ignorant, right? Polly's well aware of what most cis people think. That's the wrong name. It's Alex. Oh, I see. Lexi Bat is the, let me correct myself then. Lexi Bat is Alex's channel name. And Alex is Alex's name, just like my name is, my channel name is nocommentchick CC on Twitch and nocommentchick on YouTube, and my name is Irene Geller, right? So that's, I wish I could see what Polly's actually saying in chat. Do you think we can? Do you think it's like visible? I'll give it a try. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't read that. Here, let's see what I can do. Can we get some gex in YouTube? Can I order a few gex? See what we can make out. Jesus Christ, just say genocide, is what Polly's saying here. Most people don't know the UN definition either, for fuck's sake. Okay, this is nuts, says Polly. I don't get your take, but whatever. Thank you, Gex. Thank you, Pew Pew. Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to read. And there we go.
It's not my cunting problem. But at the end of the day, you are not the only trans person in existence, and you are not the only person scared, and you are not the only person at risk. And you are not the only person who has ideas of tactics and how to deal with things.
But Polly is the only person that was willing to stand up on this issue when it was being misportrayed in Lonerbox's chat.
This is why the fucking left eats itself, because people like you are incapable of listening to other cunting people. Murder.
I like that guy. He's cool. All right.
We need to stop catering to ignorant people, because conservatives aren't ignorant. They know full well what they're doing, and they're doing it out of malice. And after the Club Q shooting, those ducking animals were celebrating and asking for more violence. They're not just normal people trying to feed their family. They're they're fascist terrorists. You can't reason with them. I'm tired of this shit. Lonerbox is beyond petty. The left does not eat itself. I hate that saying. I don't know. I don't know much about Lexi Bat, but it just kind of sounds like it sounds like a lot of the rest of the debate adjacent left to me. The Lexi Alex's take on this, that is.
The second claim, TOS baiting, brackets, Fed posting. During this debate, I allegedly tried to manipulate Polly into saying something that would break the Twitch terms of service. This allegation would suggest that my intention during this debate was to get this person, who I'd never met before, to lose her channel. Male pronouns, yeah. I find this accusation especially strange because it certainly doesn't speak to any pattern of behavior on my part. My views on deplatforming are generally more permissive than those of most leftists I associate with, and I don't typically celebrate when other people get banned.
Alex is a good dude, but he and I have some disagreements about tactics. He's more forgiving, and I'm not. Because I kept trying to read it, and at one point they started saying, Shakespeare spotted? Jesus Christ. These people are like... I don't think Alex is a debate bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know anything about Alex. But in some of his streams, he's a good guy from what I can see.
If I was trying to get Polly banned, it would be very out of character for me, and I would imagine the burden of proof for such an allegation would be fairly high.
Yeah, I mean, I was just speaking to the take. The take feels like one that's really common in the online left, in the debate sphere.
Here are the two instances that are referred to. I'll just read all of this and then watch it. In the first, I asked the question, if you think it's a genocide, why aren't you trying to get legislators killed? The purpose of me...
Can anyone link Alex's video that we just heard the clip from? Yeah, I don't know where that is. If anybody does, whisper it to Zara Xerix.
Asking this question was to illustrate the difference between discrimination and genocide. We justify the acts of the Jewish partisans and Rohingya rebels because the regimes they were...
God, I don't like them harassing you in chat like this, Shakespeare, and it sounds like it's not the first time this has happened. Scared he was going to include me in the manifesto, and then that his entire chat would go after me.
and are fighting are genocidal. They're in a position where, besides fleeing, that is their only recourse. It's a descriptively different problem with different prescriptive solutions. So, oh God. Oh no. I think I have it somewhere. Hang on. Huge L owner box. I think I got a backup though. I think some of these things have been self-deleting, but
You overspiced your dinner, Furious Gems? Damn, I can relate to that.
alas.
That's a common problem for
There we go.
me. Did you use ghost chilies? That sounds like ghost chilies. So I know they would take it out on me for sure. It does sound like Lonerbox has cultivated a pretty paranoid and aggressive community. Lonerbox is not the only one. We've observed some of that from Sunday's community too, unfortunately. You can take it. You can take the heat. Take that heat. Yes. Yes. I had ghost chili flakes, and God, they made anything lava within a couple of shakes.
I think legislators do this because they want to kill the trans people. Then the way you respond to that is, well, what would you do? What would you do if the Nazis took power? You wouldn't oppose like Jewish militias trying to assassinate Nazi politicians, right? So I don't know, like if you're calling it a genocide, then why are you not trying to get legislators killed?
Well, thanks for the follow, Jims.
In self-defense.
Well, I'm not, I would never talk about that.
So when someone answers that question with, I would never talk about that, it kind of sounds like, again, I could have been wrong. It kind of sounds like they're
Wait,
saying,
look at the TOS shit. Oh, you're gonna have to eat that for 4 more days? So he even shows that he's wrong.
yes, that's just my first reading of it. And my response to it was just to, again, just engage with it, because obviously I think that's a really stupid thing to advocate for. But yeah, like she could just reject the premise if she doesn't like it, but we'll see.
Can we speed him up? Okay, we can do that. If you're all cool with that. Is everybody cool with this going to from 1.25 to 1.5?
You wouldn't
I
talk
think
about it, but you, okay.
Well, I wouldn't do any. I would personally not do anything like that. Like
Yeah,
that's
because if I was feeling mean here,
Oh my god, that's real. Is that too much? Is that too much? When he said assassination and killing. Oh, that is definitely, yeah, that's the trap. That's the trap that, like, and he denies it. He says he wasn't trying to do that, but it seems like a trap to me. The TOS trap. Lonerbox is so fucking disingenuous. Yeah, exactly. It's too fast. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a in-between speed, so. Let's go back to 1.25.
if I was talking to like a right winger, I would probably keep asking the question, but I'm just accepting her answer and just assuming it means what I think it means and then going off with it. So you can say, want other people to fuck up their own lives and go to jail and just like ruin everything just because, and actually probably fuck the movement even more. But that's the logical conclusion, right? If someone has genocidal intent and is trying to action it gradually, they are fair game, right?
So I think you're being unfair. You're painting me as somebody who is now trying. God, you're doing the thing. You're saying now I'm the murderer, trying to get, because I am calling something what it is. You're now saying that I'm trying to get people killed in the name of trans people. That's fucking ridiculous, my guy. I am just trying to get you to use a word that accepts the very risk to people like me that is out there right now. There is
Again, I'm trying to get you to use a word, but
legislation being proposed. There is legislation being passed. There are children being taken away from their parents in the state of Texas because they are treating their kids for who they are. And you're saying if I call it a genocide, I am therefore required to what now? Go out and kill people that are trying to kill me? Like I don't understand. Oh my God, if that's your standard, then I guess there will never be a genocide because, I'm always going to be too afraid to fight back against, the powers that be that are trying to get me. I would, yes. What if somebody like me would rather run and hide, in a fucking attic somewhere? Does that make it not a genocide because other people are going to fight for me instead?
so where do we,
Yeah, placing violent intent on the victims just seems completely disingenuous, right?
So wait, so I'm going to assume you're saying then, so you don't want to be pigeonholed into the person who wants to kill legislators. I'm just, I asked you a question.
No.
You're saying no.
No,
okay.
that's
You asked me a
crazy,
question.
dude.
You asked me a question. That's fine. You said no. Okay. personally, so I mean, if you think that's me trying to get someone banned,
Yeah.
okay. So that's the first time. The second time I bring it up is to argue about the effect her rhetoric might have on her audience instead. So I've accepted her answer at this point. I've accepted that she doesn't want to advocate for anything herself, even though the initial answer was a bit odd, but whatever. I'll take people at their word. This is the second time. And the problem is, the reason I have a problem with the word genocide again is because when you use that language and you look at the way historically genocides have been responded to and the way that genocides are handled, and the best way to handle genocides is that you've got people in your audiences who are very like vulnerable and are very like scared enough, are very scared as it is. And when you say these people want to kill you, then you are kind of quietly saying,
My dude is literally accusing Polly of stochastic terrorism and implying that the people in Polly's chat are going to go out and commit. Like, this is insulting. This is really insulting.
if someone wants to kill you, the things that you should do in self-defense are things that you're not willing to say they should do. So she's already started saying run here. Again, that's an opportunity for her to say, no, I'm not up for violence. I would rather run. She can just reject what I'm saying. Instead, she says this.
Okay, no, here's the other thing too. Like, the reason that Polly's saying what she's saying is that, like, these people are wrong. These people are dangerous, but trans people, especially like an individual on an individual basis, cannot like take this into our own hands as like a violent confrontation. That's that's beyond quixotic.
Well, okay. Well, one, I don't want to violate terms of service, right? People who want to defend.
Well, there you go, though. You just said you don't want to
violate
violate terms of service, though, so we know what you are okay with, right?
No. I do not want to violate. No. Look. Please do not push me to this direction. I told you my personal story. I think I talk to trans people all the time. Many of us are figuring out where the fuck we're gonna run to.
If she disagreed with my framing, all she needed to do was reject my premise. Instead, she said, I don't want to violate terms of service. When I responded by saying, we know what you are okay with, I deliberately spoke indirectly precisely to avoid TOS violations. If she had said,
she's not okay with that. She doesn't want any part of that. Right? She doesn't see that as a solution. Oh my God. Is he ever trying to put words in her mouth?
yes to this question, she would have been able to voice that opinion and it wouldn't have broken TOS. When she answered with no and asked me not to push her in that direction, I accepted her answer and we moved on. The question of political violence never came up again. Those two clips are me apparently, for some unspecified reason, just randomly trying to get a trans streamer banned.
Good point. Zero violating TOS includes discussing what parts she disagrees with. That's why I was trying to avoid the Vosh had made a statement that literally got him 2 strikes on his channel. Literally kept him from streaming on YouTube. For a week, right? So Polly has every reason, and that's YouTube. YouTube has much gentler terms of service than Twitch does. So like, the fact that Polly doesn't want to talk about that makes all the sense in the world. I want to create a network to help people move to Mexico since it's much easier to get residency and you'll be protected by the law of gender identity. He's having delusions of, I will use my strength and dominance to get rid of the bad guys like a superhero. Yeah, and then projecting that on Polly. Like, Denial Box needs to stay on his own goddamn turf island, right? Every right-wing accusation is a confession. If you're calling it a genocide, then why aren't you trying to get... Oh my god, yeah, why aren't you trying to do... God. I mean, like, I even have to be careful about blood pudding box, holy shit. Polly going anywhere near that topic would quit. And you gotta understand, too, as a marginalized person, you're more likely to be mass reported for something like that. You're more likely we're under a different standard. I mean, if you've noticed, if any of you have been around from when the Dylan stuff happened, I talked a lot more stridently about Dylan, about Demon Mama, about that entire dog pile trying to shut me up for offering some criticism on Dylan's, the way that he platformed transphobes. I don't talk like that anymore because I know I'm not allowed to. My stream almost got banned. There was an attempt by Eris and Samantha Banana to get my channel banned. I literally am a lot nicer, a lot more understanding, a lot less spicy because I'm forced to be like this. I'm not allowed to I'm not allowed to go after these people as stridently as somebody defending them would, go after Polly like we saw from a few minutes ago, right? I'm not allowed to do that.
Those two questions. Now, if you talk about genocide, I think genocide typically, at least in every historical example I can think of, every genocide.
People are already saying that trans people are dangerous just by existing. So trying to violence jacket Polly is fucking transphobic as fuck. As all fuck.
I can think of in history, the people who were victims had every moral right to basically use whatever means they could to stop the perpetrators. I don't think there's any example of a genocide where you would say
having a moral right and being able to do something without, being banned off the platform or say something without being banned off the platform. Something that Polly actually was not trying to say. Polly gave you her answer, right? And her answer wasn't take up arms. Her answer was anything but take up arms. But it's like having a moral right to do something and being able to effectively use a strategy like that are two different things. I don't understand what he's missing here. What doesn't he understand? Lonerbox, if you're in here, let me know, right? I don't think you're banned. I don't think we banned Lonerbox, so, I'm waiting for the Polly is unhinged and hysterical. That would really make this come full circle. In Jessie Gender's latest video, she points out that trans people arguing that the community needs to arm itself for self-defense. Yeah, and that's such a different thing, the arming yourself for self-defense versus what, he was talking about. Yeah, he was talking about more than, I can't even say what he was talking about, right? I can't say. Maybe he can get away with saying it. I definitely can't. They love to use that script to discredit trans women. Firearms are the weapon of my enemy. We don't use it. He has and using, having firearms, possessing firearms, and training with firearms, knowing how to defend yourself if the situation arises, and what was being talked about earlier are two massively different things. That's a fundamental. See, here's the thing. You talk about a group like, you talk about anti-fascist groups, right? The right-wing characterization is that these are armed violent groups seeking to go out and hurt right-wingers for their opinions. The truth of anti-fascist activism is that in the vast, and I want to be careful to caveat that Antifa is not an organization. There is no Antifa. There's no central headquarters of Antifa saying this is what we do, this is what we endorse, these are our tactics, these are our rules of engagement. That doesn't exist, right? So you're talking about a bunch of different local organizations when you say anti-fascist, right? In the vast majority of cases, any sort of use any sort of this is all defensive. The actions are defensive. The actions are protecting vulnerable people. I was involved in a trans pride event that had right-wing violent extremists try to crash it, and they were kept out by some very brave people with firearms. They didn't, provoke those right-wing extremists. They didn't attack those right-wing extremists, but they were there and they made their presence known. And they let those right-wing extremists know that they couldn't get away with going in the park and beating the shit out of us, right? I was supposed to be security for that event, okay? And when I looked at, the people that were trying to get in, I don't know. I mean, I can throw a mean roundhouse kick, but I don't know if I would have, you know, like I don't think we would have been able to handle that. I think my lucky stars that those people were there, right? I think my lucky stars that there were anti-fascists there that day, and they, you know, were trained. They knew not to, you know, jump the gun, and they handled themselves appropriately, and they kept me as security for a pride event from having to actually fight a fucking 350-pound dude, right? I got nothing but admiration for those people. And the fact that they're characterized as having violent, aggressive intent is ridiculous. It's the privileged allies who have to use their privilege to protect the oppressed, not to send the oppressed to be made into public enemy number one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. If you're a marginalized person, you even bearing arms protectively it's gonna be seen as a provocation. It's gonna be seen as intent to do violence, right? Even though the laws supposedly protect, you know, the right to bear arms, those laws are not applied evenly. I don't know if you know this, but they're applied by the cops. And I think we know what kind of people cops are. They're the kind of people that looked at the right-wing extremists trying to get into the park to beat the crap out of us as, you know, this is like my son, this is like my cousin, this is like my brother, right? You know, that's who they saw in those people. And they look at, you know, they look at me as some kind of foreign entity that they, so, you know, if I was armed, I think they would have had a very different reaction than they have to, you know, white cis dudes being armed. NRA is a super pro gun, and was super pro gun until the Black Panthers and by extension black people got guns. They were borrowing for some gun control at that point. Lonerbox thinks that anyone who can do what anyone can do. Yeah, I mean, that's the place of privilege that he's looking at this from, and that's not a criticism. Okay, understand that, Lonerbox, because I have a lot of, I think you'll probably watch this. There's a high chance that you'll watch this. Like saying that you have privilege in certain ways is not a condemnation. It's all about what you do with that privilege. And if you use it to attack trans people, then we got a problem. Okay?
That's not okay. So I think you kind of have, like, I think it's perfectly fair to bring up that question. If you want to advocate for give your positions for political violence, you know, you can use euphemisms, or you can
you're literally encouraging, like, I don't know what to say here. There are definitely words being put in Polly's mouth that Polly's not trying to say, though. I'll leave it at that.
Do in indirect ways the same like I tried to do here, just to at least see if she had a position worth engaging with. But again, like if I say you're implying like violent action against the legislators, and she says I don't want to break TOS, like, to me that sounds like a yes. But again, when she said no,
you can't even talk about it. That would be breaking TOS, right? They always see me as a foreign entity, and with all the invasion rhetoric, being trans and Mexican, I don't feel safe. It's a really big fucking deal to the point he needed a video weeks later about it. That alone shows he is a shitty ally. Let's make more drama for Polly over fucking me tone policing her.
no, and don't push me. I just left her to go into the next topic. Like, so I don't know if you think that's.
Wait, did I miss some chat here? Oh shit. Okay, that was a conversation between two chatters. I'll leave that to y'all.
To me, trying to get someone banned. Yeah, you do you. It's okay. Fine. It would be worth asking here, if the only point in me bringing up political violence was for TOS bait, why did I also mention it before the call? Cultural, I don't know what it would look like for trans people. I think no, actually I do. I think what you could call a cultural genocide of trans people, and I think this is the only, and I'm saying like a less than 1% chance, but the only chance I think of that happening is like states start to sanction some kind of like forced conversion therapy for trans kids. Like they'll say that there's a crisis of like a
Super interested that Beef Wellington Box made a manifesto and it didn't think no one, God, sorry, I'm trying to follow chat here. Think no one has done that before. I don't know. I feel like if it's not a big deal, you wouldn't have made a video about it. Yeah, a video weeks later. My response was the idea of getting armed, like a trans, yeah, wouldn't have been just a normal person, and would have put you at more risk for that. Yeah. He doesn't realize what he was asking for her to do. He doesn't understand that TOS is different differently applied. Yeah, and in general for marginalized people, a lot of these rules that are applied in a certain way for people with a, people of privilege are applied in a different way to marginalized people. He's pretty pressed about the L's this last month. Can't spell Lonerbox without the L. Nice. The pepper is roasting your brain. Oh my god.
Mental health crisis
Spicy.
of trans kids, and we need to save them by finding trans kids and bring them to conversion therapy camps so that they can purge their fucking demons or get rid of the social contagion or whatever. I think that would be, I'd be like, fuck, That would be a cultural genocide, yeah.
Wait, does black pudding help with the spice? Why can't I get this to play again? Yeah, talk about a spicy take. We do have some spicy take. We do have a spicy take emote.
And if people wanted to take out, like, we're taking up arms to standing in front of the front doors of trans kids to protect them from that behavior, I'd be like, yeah, of course I wouldn't oppose that. They would, it's like the only chance they've got, right? I know some people are thinking about Texas. Don't worry, we'll talk about Texas, okay? Furthermore, why did I willingly stake my own positions on political violence, which were very close to being TOS violations? I think this is probably, of this entire debate, the closest anyone came to breaking TOS was actually me, but okay. So when it comes to domestically...
Flexing that privilege, I guess. If Denial Box was a spice, he'd be flour.
The difference is that I feel like I'm more radical than you now. I think if there's a genocide happening, you should fucking like video game the people who are doing the genocide.
Hold on.
So yeah. President Sunday, among others, seemed convinced that my only intention with these questions was to get Polly to lose her channel. What's interesting to me is that this complaint, as far as I know, was never made to me by Polly herself. But we'll return to that later. Okay, let's go for this bit first. This is Doe. She didn't commit the violation. She rejected it multiple times. She said, no, I don't want to fight anyone. I want to run away. And he pressed her repeatedly. It was a disingenuous TOS bait.
Baked beans might be good with a touch of cayenne.
If you're starting to think this might be a little bit misrepresentative of the clips we just watched, there might be a common theme there, okay? I'm going to say this is not an accurate representation of what we just watched. Right? Sunday? Might as well read this whole thread. Lonerbox is now using a soundbite of me saying, you laughed in the face of your last interlocutor in this issue in reference to his conversation with Polly, where he tried to bait her into a TOS violation and ridiculed her as a notification sound on stream. This is actually so dumb. If your belief is a TOS violation, why is that anyone's fault but yours or the platform? If I had an argument with someone who told me words don't mean anything, and then they got banned because they said the N-word with a hard R, not my fault, theirs. Oh, I had, sorry. No one's belief for TOS violations. That's not what people are upset about. Please refrain from engaging until you've caught up with, at minimum, the initial debate that sparked this all. Wow. Though I've watched the debate, I agree with Loner's position. I know Polly didn't violate TOS. She answered the line of questions where they were going and very strongly said she wasn't calling for violence. Villainizing a clear ally for asking reasonable questions for a serious topic is cruel, and this is Sunday. Don't play dumb. He framed his questions to get her to assume his premise that the term implied retaliatory violence as a given, so she'd be breaking TOS.
So yeah, you will see the DGG Clout Network come in here to protect one of their own. That's Cherry, noted, I don't know what you call Cherry other than a Destiny sycophant.
Even by answering. That she had the wherewithal to avoid this isn't a defense of what Lonerbox was transparently trying to do. She's a fucking adult engaging a debate. If you want to cry that Lonerbox didn't go easy on her, say that with your chest. You and everyone alongside you are fucking disgusting for stoking these flames. There's plenty of real transphobia in the world, you bored fucking losers. Thanks, Cherry. Okay.
Wait, Chariot? No, okay, that was Cherry. So just so we don't get confused, I'm pretty sure that was Cherry. They get mixed up, okay? So Chariot is Chariot TV. It's spelled with like a bunch of numbers in the name. I don't know exactly which letters are turned into numbers. That was Cherry, as in it's Cherry. Cherry spelled Chaeiry. Very hard to remember, but that is the name of a Twitch streamer who, the last I saw them, they were drama streaming about me, about the Dylan Burns thing. They wanted to make sure that all the debate bros had the lore right and knew that NCC was bad and that Dylan was good, right? That's essentially their role. So yeah, it's pretty, you know.
I imagine people might have been a little primed to assume that the reason for asking this question is to Fed post because of this debate between Vosh and...
Wait, it was Chariot? Was it Chariot? I thought we were looking at Cherry's tweets. There's got to be about a clip out there of Sunday crying about only getting crackers and cheese for lunch.
Rose Wrist, where Rose asked the question, if it were possible to kill Republican lawmakers with no consequences, would it then be justified?
If it were to be possible to get away.
Wait, Brunswick stew? Is that, do they have spicy food on Turf Island? I always thought that there was like a rule against spicy food.
With killing Republican lawmakers with no consequences, would it then be?
Are you actually Fed?
Oh my God! You know what? We're not watching this part. I don't know how. Like, look, I'm not entirely sure, but I know that Vosh got banned for something, and I'm not convinced that it's not this clip. So, just out of abundance of here we go with Demon Mama. Out of abundance of caution here, I'm just gonna miss that.
Dirtiest approaches I've seen. That's very much that is
people mix these three up. Okay, so Cherry Bread is an editor for Xander Hall. Cherry spelled with an AEIRY is a just kind of a Twitch politics person. And then Chariot is Demon Mama Orbiter. I tried Googling for Brunswick stew, ended up typing Brunswick stew. Is that like that's like the dehydrated version, maybe? Yeah, there's a whole bushel of cherries. That's true.
Hey, that is a
lot of cherries.
That's characteristic of another streamer who engages in bullshit like this against trans people. Yes, it's literally what Rose Wrist was trying to do to Vosh. I don't think that there's any surprise.
Oh, true. I forgot about that. Yeah, Turf Island does have some really good Indian food.
That both Rose Wrist and Lonerbox borrowed directly from the playbook of fucking Stinky Steve.
Okay.
Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell is who she's talking about there.
You can actually see Rose Wrist asking the first question. When Destiny's reacting to this, he doesn't even know Rose Wrist is talking to Vosh.
Regardless.
Fuck's sake, no! Get this out of here! I don't know. Wow. I don't know how they can play this fast and loose. Oh my God, that's my phone, isn't it? I gotta put this somewhere else. Yeah, right there. Right there is an excellent place. Okay.
Of their level of, like cognitive involvement. I definitely think it's something that they're ready to do.
Okay.
Okay, Bosch,
so then if you believe...
Bosch is not currently banned?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I have to skip some of this stuff because, like...
To conceal them? I'm being quite blunt here to close this bit.
So Vosh is not currently banned. He was banned, let's put it okay, so he got a community strike. On YouTube, you have 3 community strikes and then you get banned. The first one, you lose your ability to post videos or to stream for a week. So, suspended, I guess you could say. That privilege is doing wonders when you can show banned creators. Oh, Destiny. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't watch Destiny. I feel like everybody else does, and I just know that there's people out there. There's people out there that are watching my every move.
TOS bait isn't a real thing. It's not. If you don't want
to... It's not to you, okay.
Answer a question that sounds like it might, because your answer might be TOS, or you're not imaginative enough to come up with a euphemism or something, that's probably, like, if you'd answer a question like the one I asked, and just unwittingly break TOS, that's probably your own fault. Like, I wouldn't expect anyone I'm talking to ever be that stupid, but okay. The second Polly debate. On November 1st, Polly unexpectedly appeared in my chat and asked for a second conversation. This one was far less combative than the first. She didn't say anything about me being cruel to her in our previous talk, nor did she bring up the issue of TOS baiting. Instead, the conversation was fairly cordial and we were a lot more understanding of each other's positions. I was a bit skeptical about her reading of the 10 stages of genocide, but I could see where she was coming from. What confuses me is that she made a couple of concessions in this talk that she seems to have already gone back on. I suggested this was something we could agree to disagree on, and she seemed happy with that. She even titled her video on Twitch, "I think this goes better." I think this goes better, discussion 2. Me asking the question. Yeah, so I don't know if this counts as like a agree to disagree on something.
I mean, Eric, you bring up a good point. It's impossible to prove intent. We don't know what's in Lonerbox's heart, but I know that Polly being careful around those issues was smart. All right? Whether he realized it or not, he was putting her in danger.
But not everything.
It's all right. I mean,
I'm the ghost in your chat in the room when no one else is around. Meow.
hey, I appreciate you talking.
Yeah, okay. I asked her if people who disagree with using the word genocide belong in the same box as genocide deniers.
It was totally smart of her, yeah.
She said, no, they don't. Do you think it's fair to say people who don't
We have Destiny at home, Lonerbox.
agree that there's a genocide happening right now should belong in the same box as genocide deniers?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say no. I would say that because that carries an implication of like Holocaust denial and shit.
Why she has since continued to attack me on Twitter and call me denial box, I can't really say. Denial box coping and seething about President Cum Day, lol. I mean, I can't even really get upset about this. Just kind of funny, but okay. Just to reiterate one more time.
I mean, just to reiterate, she called you denial box, not denier box. So
the first 2 accusations made against me didn't actually come from Polly. I was probably going to get a few more clips about Polly because she streamed a lot of weird shit about me later on. But I don't really like clipping people if I don't know that much about them. And I don't want to misrepresent them if they've had like a weird moment on stream or whatever. So I just thought I'd leave it at that. I feel like when it comes to Polly, she's quite good at falling out with people by herself. So yeah, as far as I know, I thought me and her seemed to be on okay terms since the last talk, but who knows. However, let's move on. Demon Mama. I'm sorry. I couldn't I tried to react. Demon Mama reacted to my debate with
he is mad. You're right, Sarah.
Polly a couple of days afterwards. I tried watching it a few times, but I just get like really distracted by some of her mannerisms. So yeah, okay. In her response to my debate with Polly, Demon Mama has a habit of pulling the strangest faces, even when what I'm saying is completely uncontroversial. This is just, I couldn't, like.
All right, let's continue.
After it's over, but that's not what we need.
Okay, first of all, when camps were opening, yeah, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide and the urgency was there. Like again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should have intervened when the first camp opened before the annexation. So no,
Yeah,
actually,
I don't like to do things you've just watched me do for ages. Super duper denial box. That's why he's been constantly texting about her to his mommy.
very for intervening as quickly as possible when that happens. I think that every government in the Allied states were too slow, okay? So no, I don't know why you think just because I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why you think that.
She's not allowed to make faces? Look, I mean, I've obviously got some disagreements with Demon Mama. A lot of disagreements with Demon Mama, in fact, but I don't really have a problem with the faces that she makes. Like, oh my god, I think I make faces too. Is that like, are we not allowed to do that now? Destiny makes faces. What is your point? I don't get it. I don't see what you're...
I'm giving an argument that's like anti-appeasement. I don't know why she's... And there's another one here.
Side at least.
Yeah, because I can tell you very clearly why I have a problem. And it's because the way you respond to these things are different. If a state is committing genocide, say, for example, this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing other countries. This is the justification that was given in Libya. They said that Gaddafi he had genocidal intent. He was announced that he was going to genocide his own people. And then I think at this point, the whole idea of genocide being an international crime that's supposed to be enforced by the international community, like that's what it was for. Like both definitions were intended for that, and it's just like, this is what justifies countries invading other countries. This is what justifies countries bombing other countries. Shocked, but yeah, I don't know. We're going to see a lot of that, and there's also.
I mean, okay. There's an underlying premise to that, then that like words are tools, and I agree with that. Like I do see words like, oh God, we're getting into linguistics. Yeah. So words are tools, and Lonerbox is saying this is what the word genocide was for. This is what it was made for. This is the intended purpose of the tool. Isn't at least part of it for stopping it from happening again? From noticing when we're walking down that path? It's not just for, you know, it's not just for prosecuting the architects of genocide in court, right? I'm just gonna lay this right out there. If someone is talking about their legitimate fear of being unalived and you're arguing with them about the word they use, then yeah, it is fair to say that you're less interested in dealing with their concerns. I love how this is literally him doing the Hunter Avalon. If you don't believe the CIA, then who do you trust? Oh my God, right? This vid is like 5 hours. Wait, this one, the Lonerbox one, yeah. I don't think it's all. I don't think it's all the manifesto. I think it gets done with the manifesto at some point. Yeah, never again. Exactly. I hope this manifesto doesn't take. Well, we are on 1.25 times speed. That would be a lot. That would be a lot. Yeah, for sure. And that's sometimes what they want, is to just present some of the idea. Okay, so as a victim of a manifesto, I can say that part of the length and scope of a manifesto, the reason that it's like that, is that they want there to be too much for you to push back on. They want you to push back on everything, and they want to catch you on something, right? They want you to look defensive. If you push back on the entire manifesto, you tend to look defensive. They want it to feel like evidence. They want it to feel like weighty evidence, right? That's why when they go after me with a 50-page manifesto. That's why when Lonerbox goes after Polly and Doe and Demon Mama, he's got a 30-page manifesto. They don't actually want you to read it. They definitely don't want you to critically evaluate it. It is overblown and overlong on purpose, right? That is by design. That is not just, because they're that mad. I mean, sometimes it might be because they're that mad, but in general, that's the purpose of a manifesto, right? If somebody gives you a big ass Google Drive on NCC, are you gonna read it all, or are you just gonna be like, if there's this much shit on her, she must be like legitimately bad? I mean, like maybe one or two of these things are spurious, but if there's like this much stuff, then she must be a sussy baka, right? That's the idea. That's why they do that. As a neurodivergent person, it squigs me out how hypercritical these weirdos are of facial expression. Maybe I'm just being touchy. No, I don't think you're being overly touchy. Bad faith is when trans women make a face, right? Yeah, you're supposed to get, like I said, it's like Dio Brando throwing the road roller down at Jotaro, right? They want to crush you with it. When I do my manifesto, it'll be about 1.5 pages, and the full page will be a picture of a turd I just dropped. Nice. You read all of mine? Oh my God, you read all the 50 pages. There's a big section about like how I was too mean to Dylan Burns. I can't wait for the second manifesto from Shepherd Piebox.
Yeah, you're going to see a bit of a common trend with those faces. All right. Throughout this video, Demon Mama
I didn't even read my whole manifesto.
Consistently scoffs every time I bring up the idea of activists pushing against anti-trans laws at a state level. When I talk about recommending activist groups to people who want to get involved in stopping legislation, she seems unimpressed. If anyone wants to engage in activism, if that's their thing, because there's lots of people who come to me like, I want to get involved, I'll probably say like, well, Stonewall, really good organization to volunteer for, Mermaids, all these organizations want volunteers. A lot of them are involved in fighting the legislation, going into, I don't know how it works over there, but the way it comes is like with councils, you can lobby and you can write. If anyone will shake of the head there, let's see. She pulls another face when I talk about people lobbying against legislation in ways that are actionable within a liberal democracy. Research. Well, the way you respond to that is the way I think I advocate for, is people getting involved in pressure groups, in political and charities.
My response to this is the 7-page ora.
In lobbying and going to meetings and lobbying MPs, protesting, civil, things that you can do within a liberal democracy, like things that are just like actionable. If you think, here it is, the legislators do this because they want to research. Well, the way you... Interestingly, she shakes her head at me advocating for activism within the law, even though Polly agrees with me immediately afterwards. If we're talking about, I guess
don't use body language to judge people. That's weird. Activist groups are a really unimpressive suggestion. Like, you think there aren't any?
Imagine the way to oppose this would be lobby legislators, turn up to town hall meetings, I guess, in America, help with
do
different pressure groups,
everything you
I'll check it out there.
can within
Okay.
the law, as many people did within the law during previous genocidal events.
I don't really know how many genocidal events in the past were fought by acting within the law, but we'll see. All right. At least domestically. All right. In response to a chatter, she continues to mock the idea of political lobbying by doing a caricature of someone writing a letter to their genocidal congressman.
Truth of what's going on.
There were activist groups at the Florida Medical Board. They just didn't let them talk.
Hey, everybody, have you considered writing a letter to oppose the law that will ban you from getting health care? Have you considered writing a letter?
Truth of what.
I think if you were
Ooh, yeah, Dweebchen, you're right. Somebody clip that for me. If you can clip when he says Sussy Baka. Oh wait, Zara already did. Zara's already there. Yeah, we could definitely put that on the. Yeah, I feel like that really needs to be on the soundboard. We need a soundboard. Can anybody help me making a soundboard? I know Polly has one. I'm not trying to steal her, idea. I feel like my soundboard would be different and used for different purposes. But I really like the idea of having a soundboard.
contacting a legislator, you would probably contact the Democrat legislator who's opposing the bill.
I like how it punctuates things.
Or I don't know how it is in the US, but
You can help me with that? Thank you.
I'm pretty sure legislators work in public buildings. Like you can just go there and speak to them. But all right. Or I think are there not states in America where
Oh my God. Yeah, you can go and speak to a legislator if you are a important person, if you are a wealthy person, if you're a donor, you can probably go and speak to a legislator. You might be able to get a tour of the building if you aren't one of the, you know what I mean? Like you can write them a letter and they'll send you like a form response, that the response that they send to everybody who writes them a letter. It's a little different than being able to actually get their ear. And I think even when you have their ear, if what you're saying goes counter to what they're hearing from lobbyists, for what they're hearing from their caucus, etc., you're not gonna, they'll sit there and nod, and you're not gonna get much action, right? This is a silly point that he's making here.
you can just testify against any bill. Or
The media makes a point of ignoring. Oh, but yeah, they basically make activists look like screaming, unreasonable people.
for or against, you can testify towards any bill that's passing. Anyway, this dismissive attitude makes me wonder, is Demon Mama completely unaware of the impact that legal and political activist groups have had in stopping anti-trans legislation? A lot of people, I don't know, I feel like this is quite well known. This was 2021 talking about bills restricting gender affirming care for trans youth. There are 2 here that were enacted. Look at all the other ones that failed. And these are mostly in Republican majority states. And it's been like this year as well. The vast majority of these bills are being pushed through Republican states, and they're failing. And
This is such a bad argument. This is such a bad argument, right? Even if a bill fails, what it does is puts an issue on the map, puts an issue into the Overton window, right? And, there's nothing stopping these people from trying again.
the reason they're failing is because activist groups turn up and testify against them and pressure to stop them. It's like, I don't understand, because I feel like, isn't that like a criticism we normally make of?
This is an argument that people who want transgender genocide use all the time. Thank you for your letter. We need your help in Washington. Below is a donation slip you can send to 111 Liberal Box Way. Minimum donation $1,000.
Politicians is that they're careerists. They don't really care that much about ideology. They don't really have that much conviction. They just do what they're pressured to. There are loads of stories about this as well. There was a bill in, I think it was Ohio, that didn't go through because a Republican majority board flipped their votes after hearing testimony from trans activists. The amount, people can go and turn up and say, I'm trans, this is how this legislation will affect me. And a lot of the time, a lot of the Republican legislators involved in those votes have probably never seen a trans person before. That, it does actually impact the laws even in red majority states. So, Or is this the kind of action you would be inclined to ignore if you believed Republicans were legislating because they want you dead? Not wanting to jump to conclusions.
I don't know. Does this apply to Scotland? I don't know anything about the government of Scotland, but I'm guessing that there's some chance that maybe Lonerbox is applying his experience with political legislative bodies to a very different situation, right? United States kind of stands alone in terms of the amount of influence that money has on politics, that that think tanks, political action committees, and the like have on politics. The amount of astroturf there is that you have to fight against, right? Have you ever heard of a podcast called The City? The first season, it's talking about an illegal dump in a black neighborhood in Chicago. They fought for years to get it dealt with and failed. Then in a white neighborhood, it took a couple days to get one shut down and dispersed in the same city at the same time. He's completely wrong about this.
About this, I looked at Demon Mama's stream on transgenocide, which does have a segment entitled "What Can Be Done." Here's the segment. You can see there what can be done. It's like a 4 or 5 minute segment after she made her case for the transgenocide ongoing. It's just.
I do want to spend a little bit of time right now talking about what can be done. This is not going to be a part of the formal video because I want the video to be very pinpointed and focused in its goal. But I want people to realize there's a lot that can be done to resist this sort of thing.
I don't know why I bothered clipping that. I've noticed when watching Demon Mama's debates that every time she says there's a lot that can be done, she usually only mentions like 1 or 2 things at most, but yeah. After saying there are a lot of things that can be done, she gives 2 examples. 1, connect with other trans people online and offline. Well, okay. All good. 2, a vague allusion to mutual aid with this example before she goes on to talk about helping with fundraisers for people who are trying to leave states like Florida. Yeah, this was a bit weird. I don't really know what she's getting at here.
The mutual aid aspect is going to be incredibly, incredibly important. And it should not be understated how much simple acts of mutual aid in the past have saved lives. Keep in mind that when we talk about the Holocaust, we often talk about the fact that people hid Jewish people in their attic. That is a simple act of mutual aid that saves a group that can save a life of many people.
I don't want to, like, I'm not like an anarchist. I don't know theory that well. I don't know if hiding Jews in your attic was mutual aid. I always thought something like that would just be aid. But the more broad thing is once you've got the language of genocide, I feel like it leads you to all these paths that are just that have nothing to do with the situation America's in. Like if you're talking about anti-trans legislation, it's very difficult to downplay it, to understate how bad it is. I don't really think you should ever need to bring up the Holocaust in comparison to it, though. I feel like the Holocaust is just such a useless allegory to like trans legislation in the United States right now. But that's going to come up a lot as well. But I don't even disagree with her.
I don't think that's I don't think she was trying to make a direct comparison there. I think what she was trying to do is talk about, how this stuff gets started and how it proceeds. That was the comparison.
Either of these, but I do find it strange that she would be so dismissive of groups that have been so crucial in fighting these laws. In her reaction to my debate, she seems far more interested in more physical forms of action. When I tried to ask Polly what exactly it is she thinks people like me should be doing differently, Demon Mama adopts Polly's position and says I should call it a genocide. She then goes on to say that she wishes cis people would push back harder against transphobia, while someone in her chat says TOS prevents me from giving an accurate prescriptive statement on how to stop a genocide.
You are literally holding somebody responsible for something that somebody says in their chat? Do you want me to go through your chat and hold you responsible for everything that shows up there?
But I guess if it's a genocide, that action is insufficient then, isn't it?
That's so weird.
What should I do?
So weird.
What more should I do?
You should at least be willing to call it.
Wait, hold on. This is a weird direction. He's being super defensive here. What more should I do? Well, call it a genocide. Call it what it is, dude. Don't fucking split hairs when trans people are telling you that this is an attempted genocide and there are ongoing aspects of genocide. No one's asking you to do anything else, although I would certainly appreciate it if cis people would, push back a little harder. Just a little bit harder against transphobia. Just a little harder. A little bit of rip and tear.
So rip and tear, is that your proof that Demon Mama's got violent intent or something? It was very obviously an example where people helping marginalized groups had 100% saved lives. He is just, he's that sore about it, yeah. So when Polly's chat is wrong, it's wrong. But when Fish and Chips Box chat is wrong, it's totally okay and can't be compared.
Oh yeah, there's someone in chat. Should have pointed that out. Okay. Okay. She uncritically agrees with a chatter who says I'm only in denial because I'm too cowardly to give up my comfortable life and take action.
The state elimination of the lives of
1852D Derek with the $5. It sounds like Lonerbox is in denial because he's scared of the implications. He would be morally obligated to give up his comfortable life and take action or accept that he's a coward.
The state.
Now, okay, this is where I think, fuck me. I don't think it's that difficult to give your prescriptions on political violence without breaking TOS. Like, this vagueness is so. I've given this multiple times. I'll do it one more time. I have said constantly that if there was ever a situation, say, like there were anti-LGBTQ riots up and down America, or even just in one town, and they were coming to smash up safe spaces or to attack houses or attack people in the street, then yeah, like, defend yourself.
Lonerbox, I was at a pride that they tried to smash up, okay? There were events in Florida, events in Ohio, and an event in like North Carolina that were disrupted by violent right-wing groups, right? I don't know what you're talking. He's really speaking from a place not just of privilege, but a place of privileged ignorance.
By any means necessary. Like, I would never oppose that. Like, that makes perfect sense to use violence in that situation. Same thing with Texas. If Texas ever succeeds in like a state conversion therapy program where they're dragging kids out of their houses and taking them to get converted out of being trans, and you need to escape that state, and you might need to.
Good point, Adadak. It's not that it's not that you're focused on him like having to adopt the same language as Polly. It's that he's taking the time to say that Polly's language is wrong and irresponsible instead of addressing oppression. Yeah, exactly. He's focused on the wrong thing. Absolutely.
You might need to video game some agents of the state on the way. Yeah, I wouldn't oppose that either. Why are these people being so vague about what they want people to do?
He's like, I make threats of violence in my stream all the time. I just say video game and I'm cool.
I know the answer. It's because they're fucking LARPers. But like, if you look at this quote here as well, like, it sounds like this is Demon Mama agreeing with this. Like, it sounds.
I'm not sure how he rephrased my moderated post.
It's like I'm in denial because I'm scared of the implications. I would be morally obligated to give up my comfortable life and take action. Motherfucker, what action? Like, first of all, I live in fucking Scotland, okay? I'm not even from America. Are you suggesting that like my moral compass dictates that every time there's a genocide going on,
you get your bagpipes and you come over here? Exactly.
I have to get my fucking tin hat and my big boots and go over there and like sort it out myself?
Get your bagpipes, get ready, okay?
Is that what you're doing? Is this what fucking 8D, 5D2 Derek is doing? Are you fucking, like, there's a genocide happening right now in West Sudan. Are you fucking, like, have you been motivated recently to just jump over there and get all fucking rip and tear? Go for a fucking rumble tumble with the cartoon government? Probably not. Like, you're in a fucking stream chat giving money. You LARPing fuck. Anyway, sorry.
Oh, cat ears.
We'll get to the Holocaust. Don't worry, Silverheart. When I make the point that genocides are descriptively different and require different solutions, she immediately makes up her mind and decides that I'm doing the rose wrist thing before I've even asked the question. So again, the Fed posting thing, this is how quickly Demon Mama makes up her mind about my intentions being to ban this streamer. The reason I get pedantic about that difference is because the way you approach both of those issues is very different. One of them, I think the former one, because they...
Oh no, is he about to do the rose wrist thing? Is he about to do...
That was it.
Do the rose wrist thing where he goes, if I admit that it's a genocide, then I have the responsibility to act more fiercely, to rip and tear. And I don't want to think that I'm at the point in history where I should be considering ripping and tearing. Oh man,
they are stupid and uninformed and have bad research. Well, the way in lobbying and oh yeah, okay, whatever. She follows this up once again, suggesting I'm at a point in history where I need to rip and tear. Again, if you have a position on rip and tear, use a euphemism, use your imagination, and explain to me how it would work. That's all I want to know, okay? Given that this is over the topic of killing Republican lawmakers, like, how fucking stupid.
This has actually got me worked up. I didn't realize this, but I didn't realize this was going to cause this much anxiety. Like, part of it is it, reawakens some trauma that I've experienced from being mischaracterized by people like this. Part of it is that I'm worried that this kind of intransigence isn't something that's, that you're only seeing from Lonerbox. You're seeing it from a lot of people. My cat's trying to chat with her butt. Oh my god, I think she wants food. That's a good... Yeah, sometimes they do that. Rip and tear is overrated. Do some good old-fashioned... Oh my god, I was trying to think of the French word for that. Libbox would argue with the victims of industrialized state murder being loaded into trains that it wasn't really G because they were using forced marches.
Would that be? if you can't give a very categorical no to that suggestion, like,
But yeah, I need to chill the fuck out. This is actually getting me kind of upset. I thought sabotage was a French word. Yeah, but isn't there like a French way of saying it?
if that happened, the Republicans would win a majority like overnight. They'd have no problem. Like they would ride that all the way into the polls like immediately. It's just such a stupid suggestion. Anyway, unless I don't know, I'll never know what rip and tear means because they'll never elaborate on it. All right. I don't think it's an accident unless like I can imagine maybe someone coping here and saying something like
the G word is moderated.
like
Oh, that's
Stonewall,
what
but
you're
again,
saying.
Stonewall
Yeah.
made sense. They were being physically attacked in their space. They were raided by the police for no
We
fucking
just have those moderation settings turned way up because of hate raids that I dealt with for more than a year.
reason. Of course, it makes sense to use physical force like back again. I think there might be this thing where a lot of people, especially in the anarchist sphere, act as if there's no difference between systemic and physical violence.
Saboteur.
But yeah, well,
Saboteur.
that's going to be a common thread. I don't think it's an accident that people like Demon Mama are unwilling to outline their positions on violence, something which is easy enough to do with euphemisms, or to at least explain exactly how said positions would be helpful. Until she is able to explain exactly how a bit of the old rip and tear would work, or how it would be helpful at this point in time.
A bit of the old rip and tear? Are we talking Clockwork Orange language now?
I think people can safely call this nothing more than a LARP that she hasn't given any real thought to. I have, on multiple
A bit of the Ludwig van.
occasions, openly given my line for when I think violence against the state, or even against other civilians, would be morally acceptable. As I've made clear, I don't believe that point is now. However, if Demon Mama or 8D, 5D2 Derek want to explain to me how going to the States and beating the shit out of transphobes, or whatever else they're alluding to, will help anyone, I'm more than happy to listen. Since we're amplifying small trans voices, I want to give this honorable mention to a Twitter user called Powerbottom Politics on this topic.
If you're gonna go and tell people that they should rise up, do it
Oliver is a trans man, he, him, sorry.
your fucking self and stop telling.
We'll go from the start, sorry, don't want to disrupt the flow.
If you're gonna go and tell people that they should rise up, do it your fucking self and stop telling me what to do with my fucking life. It's like you gotta utilize your platform for this, that, and the other fucking thing. You utilize your platform to help me wipe my ass, but then the second it's like, well, we gotta start rioting and fight for our rights. Oh, but me, I'm just gonna keep streaming. That's my contribution to this. I turn on a camera every day. You quit your job and go, like, drive to the Supreme Court and fucking, like, throw rocks at cops with guns. Me, I'll just, you know, stream a video while I'm taking a shit. That's my contribution to the movement. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you
I like that guy. It's funny. Demon Mama also seems to have a very idiosyncratic view of what constitutes a genocide. She hints at me being the genocide-denying type and argues that trans people who disagree on there being an ongoing genocide are also in denial.
Galley says, how could Lonerbox think this way? He's been so based on so many issues. I'm shocked he's saying this shit. I was honestly
Really?
surprised too. I never took him for like genocide.
Look, I know some people were surprised, but like Lonerbox has been going this direction for a really long time. I mean, like the only way I'd be surprised is if I just hadn't like noticed like what he's become. It's been pretty apparent for a while now. He's really eager to find any trans person to use them as a shield. Yeah, and I would just ask, you know, my trans siblings out there, don't get used like that, right? Please. I know why we do it, okay? And I've been guilty of that too. I've been used. And sometimes that's the only way we get any clout. Sometimes that's the only way we get listened to is when we're useful for these, you know, cis debate bros. But I still feel a lot of regret about that. And I mean, it's all I can do is to be like a stand-up advocate now. But that doesn't change what I did in the past. And I don't want you to have to feel that regret either. Like, because when you really think about what's happening when you get used by these people, it's really not good. If you only saw Lonerbox's video essays, you get a very different impression of him. I could see that. Based on his video essays. Oh, twinsies. Twinsies! Oh, he's slipping too. Oh, wait, maybe not twinsies. It's like Pokemon. Lexi... Oh my god. You've yelled at Polly enough. Time to get back in the ball. Oh my god.
Denying type, or the genocide downplaying, which is a form of genocide denial. I never took him for that type. Unfortunately, I have learned better. I have learned over time. I have grown. I've grown more wise, and
I mean, this is what the space does to people, right? There's a social game that we play as streamers, and that social game involves, you know, trying to please the right people. And I mean, this is even true of cis creators too, to a certain extent. When Lonerbox is swimming in a sea of Twitch politics, it's not that surprising that he starts to adopt those, you know, takes. When Lonerbox, you know, can't push back on Samantha Banana when he has her on stream, it's not that surprising that you're going to hear similar stuff coming out of his mouth too, right? It's just how the way things are. Everybody that has takes like me, everybody who has takes like Polly gets pushed out of there, right? We get made targets. We get isolated. And everybody that kisses the right asses and dogpiles the acceptable targets, they get clout from that. So I never want to be a part of a drama nor be in a situation where I'm literally being spied on. Yeah. That's
learned that there is a certain death orbit, and that death orbit can do horrible, horrible damage to people's otherwise based opinions.
The way these people talk about Dustin is so fucking weird. Anyway, trans people are also in denial if they don't agree. No, but
it's very incorrect to characterize Polly, who I constantly disagree with about firearms, as calling for some kind of extreme action. Yeah, from others. It's the exact opposite. You're right, Zara.
You can say, but you were talking as if you're like the genocide thing. It's like me refusing to listen to trans voices and all that. But I can fucking dig up, like I can fucking pull forth like quite a few trans people who don't like the word genocide either. So it's not like
it doesn't matter if they like it. Trans people can also be in denial. There's a lot of trans people who don't recognize how bad things are.
Okay.
Oh my god. Okay, the only thing I'm noticing here, and I haven't covered this yet, but Demon Mama did a whole stream segment about woke scolds. The problem with woke scolds. I was heavily subtweeted. I was mentioned, just not by name, in that. But something that she said in there was that, like, marginalized people aren't a monolith, right? So don't tell me that, like, to listen to black voices when I can find some black voices that are agreeing with me. She's I'm gonna say it. That's hypocrite. That's hypocritical. That's hypocritical. That's hypocritical. That's what I'm trying to say. Damn, words won't come. Words will not come sometimes. I still it's yeah.
I find it odd that she would be this confident in her take because of how she approached the topic. It's very likely that she just learned the UN definition of genocide in the middle of her stream. At one point, she even agrees with Polly's take that any form of systemic discrimination that leads to people dying would constitute a genocide, and then goes on to bring up the definition in an attempt to debunk my understanding of the claim.
Responding to
people die because of systemic... Wait, what did I say there? Term, sorry. Idiot.
Responding to
people die because of systemic discrimination. That's not genocide, no.
How is that not genocide? If people die as a result of systemic discrimination,
that's in the definition of genocide. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. This is pathetic.
Wait, can we just? Can you just
under color of law?
Wait.
Wait. Sorry, I just want to do a debunk. I'm feeling a little paranoid here because I know people are going to react to this, and I want to just prove to you what I'm talking about. I just had this up. Hold on, let me just show you again, one more time, just so that we're clear. I'm gonna show this up right here. What he just said was that a law that legal discrimination that leads to death is not genocide. I'm sorry, but the UN literally disagrees with you. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This is Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Going slower, Article 2 of the Genocide Convention narrows it, also including deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. Lonerbox is wrong. Lonerbox is wrong even by his own definition. This is phenomenally stupid.
Phenomenally stupid. I don't know. I feel like if you're paranoid about people reacting to your take, maybe you could probably like, I don't know what concepts on earth you would never do this with any concept. Like imagine if I just looked up the definition of anarchism and then acted like I knew what anarchism was.
Oh, that's a nice term, Zara. So minority opinion shopping, kind of like, yeah. It's interesting how Lonerbox has only been agreeing with clips from Oh, I didn't notice that. Huh.
Off the words in the definition. Why would you do that? And I feel like if you're in a position where you're literally looking up the UN convention, like an international crime, and saying that every form of systemic discrimination which gets people killed, which would be all systemic discrimination, like all systemic discrimination, either like results in hate crimes or suicides or lowered life expectancies or health issues, like all these kind of things. Like every marginalized group on earth is dying, like has people who die that they wouldn't have otherwise because of discrimination. Like that's just not like, but like, why would you do that? I feel like the international community is going to be very busy. Like, what would that look like? Just every country just policing each other for every form of discrimination or systemic racism. Like, it's so stupid.
Wait.
I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this.
Is that stupid or is that fucking based? Like, right? So you can't necessarily rely on a country to hold itself accountable for its own crimes against marginalized people. But maybe if there was, like, I don't know, it doesn't sound like that's not ridiculous at all, Lonerbox. That's kind of how it should be. And if we didn't live in such a unipolar, world, that's how it would be. Right? I mean, there's a hierarchy, even though there's a UN and like they sort of give they pay credence to the idea of it being democratic. It's definitely weighted towards the larger and more influential and, frankly, more powerful militarily countries. Increasingly petty and cannot take any form of criticism without rationalizing how other person is wrong instead of using an ounce of self-reflection. Yeah, we should get rid of oppression everywhere, right? And if it takes like countries policing each other to get there, that's like, I think that's a win. I think that's what you call a win, my dude.
This is Jordan Peterson's level of reading comprehension.
Yeah, that's how the UN and International Criminal Court is supposed to work? It's supposed to work, yeah.
Demon Mama is using exactly the same thought process that led Peterson to believe that C16 would make misgendering illegal. Remember how Peterson said that C16 would lead to people being jailed for misgendering because they would make misgendering illegal? If the page ever loads. Why not? Why is that not the case? It protects trans people from discrimination. Is misgendering not a form of discrimination? Why wasn't it made illegal? Why is it not illegal to misgender someone in Canada? That's because discrimination has like a more narrow meaning under law. Like there's precedent. And this isn't even a question of law, by the way. Like this is also, it's also just like a general question of language. If you were going to look up the definition of a chair and just go by the words of the definition and shoehorn,
he's starting to droner box on, isn't he?
Or in everything that fits the words, a horse would be a chair. Like a separate seat for one person.
Yeah, he's totally obfuscating the fact that Jordan B. Peterson was mischaracterizing what was actually in that bill.
Look at the back and four legs, like
C16 in Canada, yeah.
A horse with a saddle on it would be a chair. The reason it's not, again, like I've explained this with the whole Wittgenstein thing as well, is like a word gets its use not just from the definition, but it gets its meaning from use. So, oh God, it's so.
I mean, that's true, but like there's also a factor of the phenomenon of words being introduced by marginalized communities that have a use, that identify something that we deal with, and then being taken by the larger community and just denatured of all their original utility. At the end of the day, words are a tool, just like a chair is a tool for your butt, right? And if you take, if I hand you a wrench and you bang on, metal until it turns into a hammer, I don't exactly have a wrench when you give it back to me. And that's what privileged people have been doing to marginalized people since time immemorial. So yeah, when you say that, like, you're talking about like, this is just prescriptivism versus descriptivism. And like, point taken, right? But at the same time, when there's a power differential that's driving the change in language, that is a problem. That is oppression. That is literally textbook appropriation. What does it mean if trans women are claiming that what's going on is a trans genocide? that the word genocide would come to mean what trans people are calling it. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, like you could use his argument against him. Hey, Bread Bro, cishet people will literally write a manifesto instead of going to. That sounds like some Rick and Morty. That sounds like some like you'll literally turn yourself into a pickle instead. Oh, but that's probably what you were referring to. Anyway, sorry.
Stupid.
I explained your meme.
For another example, Demon Mama's approach here is a mirror image of Count Dankula trying to interpret a hate speech law. This is 1-to-1, by the way.
Right, but anyway, this is the gist of what is going to happen with this law. Adding age as a new characteristic in connection with the aggravation of offences by prejudice under Part 1 of the bill. Basically, if you call someone an old fuck.
Did we really have to watch Count Dankula? I'm starting to talk like him. Oh, chat, get this out of my mouth. Okay, yeah, no, I gotta shift my vowels back. Okay, I was starting to talk like Count Dankula. Count Dankula. Oh my god, no, don't let it happen. Don't let it happen. Okay, yeah, did we really need to watch Count Dankula today? No, Irene, there's a meme, and it means we'll literally do... Oh, that men will literally do. Okay, so, oh wait, is that where the Rick and Morty thing came from then, maybe? I don't know, maybe I have it backwards. Yeah, I know, Lonerbox's research is watching Count Dankula. Have you got some armored skeptic for us too? Have you got some shoe on head? A little bit of Blair White? Perhaps, may chance, just to show that trans women's viewpoints are not a monolith, right? You can bring in Blair White on your side as well.
Or, I don't know, maybe even if you say something like, you don't understand just now, you'll understand when you're older.
It's unrelated to...
Ageism.
Why am I always trying to relate everything back to Rick and Morty?
Creating new offences related to stirring up hatred. What is stirring up hatred? What could constitute as stirring up hatred? Is that going to be clarified? Is that going to be set out as a set definition? So, for example, if I said something like, fuck the SNP, would that stir up hatred?
He's doing the faces as well. He's doing the little frowny detective face. Yeah. He's just doing the exact same thing Demon Mama's doing. He's just taking the words in the law and just...
Demon Mama, like, look, I have got so many criticisms for Demon Mama, but being too much like Count Dankula, not one of them. Not one of them at all.
Just arbitrarily...
This is cursed, you're right, V, this is cursed.
That's all both of them are doing. Stirring up hatred, in practice, basically just means inciting violence against a marginalized group. That's what you have to do to stir up hatred. I think we get, like, 9 convictions a year on...
Is he British or Scottish? I mean, I guess Scottish people are British. Is that right? Do I have my umbrellas arranged correctly in the UK?
Average in Scotland for stirring up hatred because the threshold is so high. So, yeah. I feel like if you wanted to learn a concept, whether it's like genocide or Marxism or anarchism or hate speech.
So for anybody who doesn't know, Count Dankula is not actually a debate bro. Would you call him a Gamergator? He was around at the same time as Gamergate went on. I don't know if he specifically participated in Gamergate. I do know that he's famous for having taught his dog to bark when he says some Nazi shit. And he actually did what? He paid a fine for that, right? Is that right? Am I right? Am I remember correctly? Scotland has a law against, you know... He taught his dog to Sig Heil. Yeah. You can call him the Nazi dog trainer. That's a better description, yeah. Yeah, he's from way back. He's from before I was, like, an entity on the internet. To be fair, Demon Mama's faces are all pretty much... all prettier than Count Dankula's, yeah. I think it's an unfair comparison. He's a far-right shitlord. He's definitely a shitlord.
Like, you would probably want to read, like, an article about
it.
Or even just the Wikipedia. Don't just grab the definition and just decide arbitrarily the meaning of everything. Like, it's, yeah. Because that's where you end up. You end up saying that genocide and systemic discrimination are just like, what, the same thing? Yeah. I'm aware that Demon Mama can just hedge her bets here and say she doesn't actually care about the UN definition of genocide. Or at least...
I think, Lonerbox, what you're missing is the relationship between one and the other. Right? Saying that things have a relationship is not saying that they're the same thing. That's you flattening the discourse. That's you rolling over the Discord with a road roller. Are you Dio? Lonerbox, tell me this, okay? You don't have to debate me, because I know you're probably too scared to. But you do have to do one thing, all right? You have to tell me why you're channeling Dio Brando so hard. You have to tell me if you have, in fact, rejected your humanity. I need to know. I need to know, Lonerbox. Have you put a stone mask on?
She seems to only care about it for as long as she thinks it supports her point. That's what she says here with Sunday.
I just brought up the exact page that he kept referencing, the
Yeah.
UN Convention on Genocide,
Yeah.
and even in there, they're very clear.
Can somebody explain to me why all these debate bros are scared to talk to me? Because that's what this is, right? You try to play it like I've done something really bad and that having me on would be socially irresponsible in some way, but you didn't care much about social responsibility when it came to Dylan's platforming. So I know it's not about that. I think you're afraid of me. I think some of you saw me take Dylan down. I think some of you saw me take CTV down, and you're legitimately afraid of what would happen if we met on stream, right? And you'd rather talk about me than talk to me. Why are they such cowards? Why are they afraid of little old me? Wait, Ren and Len had a Road Roller song back in the day? Well, I'm talking about like when Dio throws the Road Roller at Jotaro in Starship Crusaders and JoJo Part 3. JoJo fan, yeah, is that a JoJo reference? Oh my god. So much. Because NCC was right. Or because NCC bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm bad.
That like they're
You could even come on and try to punish me for tell me what a bad girl I am, right?
They take pains to say that like the Genocide Convention uses the most narrow definition, the most narrow popular definition of genocide. And even then, I believe
it's fine to platform Lauren Southern, but Irene has files or something.
Very easy to make a case for an ongoing genocide in the United States based on the UN's parameters. But on top of that,
white cishet men sure do love writing manifestos.
Who the fuck cares
Exactly.
about what the UN thinks a genocide is? I
feel like, I mean, if you don't care about the UN definition, you can just say that. Like, but it's also just like acting like it supports you for as long as you think it does. Yeah. Okay. Okay. If she wants to have that position, she can go ahead. But if you are going to interpret the definition in that way, you aren't really appealing to that definition at all. At this point, what you're appealing to is private language. This would raise the question, how are you deciding what is and isn't a genocide?
Private language? I feel like that's a creative writing term. Am I right, chat? When you give somebody feedback in a creative writing class that they're using private language, what you're saying is that like what you've written means something to you that's not going to come across to other people. This is your private language, and what you need to do is unpack your private language and figure out how to translate it into language that's accessible to other people. It seems out of place, doesn't it? Google Drive files are a NCC psyop. It would be harder to crazy jack you to their audience if they actually let their, oh my god, yeah, that's the other thing too. I feel like with President Sunday and people like that, they legitimately do not want their audience to see me because I don't match the characterization that they're making of me. Staying in my stream, you're going to see a lot more empathy than you're going to see vitriol. You know, you're not going to see like some dangerous like lady haphazardly, accusing everybody of everything. You're going to see somebody who uses very deliberative processes and tries to avoid attributing intent to things that we can't really know intent on. I'm very different than the way that they characterize me.
If your understanding of genocide is that it's synonymous with any form of discrimination that gets people killed, which would encompass all systemic discrimination, what is the value in using the word at all? I'm going to need to refuel a little bit, okay?
You got to refuel?
We're over halfway through,
reload.
guys. Chill. Take a break. 2 minutes. 1 minute.
Reload the Pennington. Wait, did I say Pennington? I'm sorry. Oh my god. I think the word I meant to use is Benjamin, and I don't actually have a Benjamin. I have a blinker. Oh, there we go. Forcing detransition, removing access to necessary healthcare services is the intent to shorten the lives of trans people. It's completely valid to call that genocidal intent. Well, he wants to wait until they out and out say, like, I want to make this law to, cause them to, 41 themselves. Or, like, they literally have to say something that outlandish. NCC ate cereal for breakfast. Our community must never engage. It's almost beginning to feel, you're starting to feel sorry for Lonerbox. Yeah, it does feel like he's been preoccupied by this for a very long time. And it's something that he probably should have just moved on from. Probably would have been better served moving on a little while ago. I know Polly has moved on. Wait, how long is this break gonna last? I can't feel sorry for him. Felt like helping him back after the first Polly discussion. Oh my god, that's what I always want to do too when somebody, I wanted to help Sunday at first in the Polly discussion. But then I realized I realized that it wasn't that President Sunday didn't understand, it's that President Sunday wanted that drama.
We're enjoying ourselves. Demon Mama and the Holocaust. Oh god.
My god.
We're ready for a bit of a circus show here.
This actually really does feel like a Destiny manifesto. Like this has all the trappings, this kind of titling of the manifesto. It feels very Destinoid.
Right. The third accusation made against me from my debate with Polly was over my views on the Holocaust, specifically my assertion that the genocide of the Jews by Nazi Germany was carried out between 1941 and 1945. First of all, we're using the word genocide of the Jews here, okay? Genocide and Holocaust are slightly different terms, and some people use them synonymously. Some people say that they're a bit different because they describe different periods, but we'll get into that. Okay. First, let's look at how this question came up. When I asked Polly if she could give me examples of Republicans who want to kill trans people, she argued that this was an unfair question.
Denial Box wishes he could be Destiny so bad. What really annoys me is that he just dragged Polly back into this thing because he needed to try to have the last word. Yeah, and maybe something to do with the fact that she's fighting other battles now too. Maybe he feels like he can. Maybe this is kind of a sucker punch, right? Doesn't anybody else feeling that? Like, I'm not feeling sorry yet. It's just so sad that he put all his effort into this, and he's so ignorant. But he's too harmful for me to really care. This is an unfair question. They aren't just going to come out and say it. Yeah.
After all, why would they be open about their intent? I responded by offering her some leeway and explained that intent can be inferred. I used the example of how Hitler didn't publicly express a desire to kill Jewish people until the war, but that the intent could have been inferred from as early as 1919. For some reason, Polly decided to move off the topic of intent and asked me when I thought the genocide of the Jews began.
You don't think that we can infer intent from the things that the right wing is doing? You really are that character from the Innuendo Studios video. You really are the moderate, in this version of that discourse.
I was hesitant over this question because I know the answer is more nuanced than she would be willing to admit. I said 1941 because that seemed like the clearest cutoff point. Okay. Wait, can you tell me which you've seen this quote before, so we'll just go into. What did I just say? Wait, what did I just say?
Okay, so what I think you said is that Hitler had genocidal intent before. Wait, when would you say the genocide of the Jews actually happened or started?
No, wait, that's not the question. Is whether or not when the intent showed, right? So again, trying to keep her on topic. Okay. And
well, now I'm interested in your answer to
trying to keep her on topic. You're treating her like a child.
My question.
Well, the signs of the intent were there from like 1919 when Hitler wrote that thing about
removal. Yeah, but when would you say? When would you say, according to you?
Are you trying to maybe take note of how confident Polly sounds here, and how despite what other people were saying, how maybe not so good faith. Wait, are you trying to get me into a gotcha to say when the genocide started?
No, well, I want to know your answer. It's not
okay, so
gotcha.
if I say anything later than no, you are. Don't lie to me. If I say anything later than 1933 when the Nazis got elected, you've got a dunk, right? That's the kind of level we're operating at right now.
Are you unwilling to answer the question?
No, I'm not willing. I think the genocide started in 1941. Final solution implemented and ordered in 1941.
Okay, so
okay. Demon Mama believes this is an idiotic position.
I would be surprised if it is a commonly accepted point of view that the German genocide of the Jews.
A big part of the Republicans not owning in the midterms was because they largely ignored people's material issues in favor of attacking trans people and anyone they could tie in to be related. He doesn't see this as a conversation between equals, right? And that's why we're punished like children when we speak up. Yeah, this is messy. I'm going to say that we can infer their intent from their focus. Yeah, from their obsessive focus.
Jews didn't start until 1941. That seems
He reiterated that twice. It's an idiotic position.
literally impossible to me.
He's mad that she sounds confident. He's so annoying by trying to use technicalities. It's a very debate bro thing.
Okay. I don't know
and
how
when people use the word debate bro as pejorative, understand that's what they mean. That's what they're annoyed by. Stuff like that, right? It's
many references I would need to bring up until she admits she was wrong about this, but here are a few. Let's go through a few, shall we? We already remember the one this kind of suggests from the 10 stages of genocide. He says this in the essay as well, suggesting that the genocide is being planned at stage 7. The genocide they refer to is the final solution. Genocidal massacres begin, so we go from final solution being planned to beginning at 8. Bearing in mind, remember the definition under international law was genocide is killing people. The state organized killing people. Okay, let's go with this next one from the Anne Frank house.
I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Shakespeare.
The decision to resort to genocide. Historians disagree about the moment when Hitler decided that all European Jews should be killed. A signed order does not exist. However, based on some other sources and events, there's a strong likelihood that the decision was made somewhere in the second half of 1941. We can go to Wikipedia, I guess, 1941 to 45, genocide of the European Jews. This is from the Wiener Holocaust Library. This is like, I think they're either one of or the oldest Holocaust library in the world. In 1941, the Nazis' persecution of the Jews became a genocide. See, persecution and genocide are separated because they were different events. In just under 4 years, millions of people were deliberately murdered at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators. This mass murder became known as the Holocaust. This is from a book called Teaching the Holocaust, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, the government-funded charity between 41 and 45. I can go a bit quicker. This is an article from JSTOR. Genocide was it the original plan by Yehuda Bauer, very prominent Holocaust historian. You can see here, when they talk about the plan, they're talking about the final solution because the final solution was the genocide. Okay, we'll read that article a bit more later. Holocaust Encyclopedia. So this is where people are maybe getting a bit confused. If someone Googles the Holocaust, you'll get different answers because some people use the Holocaust synonymous with the genocide, 41 to 45. Others will say it was the period of physical state violence against Jews, which was Kristallnacht onwards. And
I am unfortunately seeing a lot of crossover between Lonerbox's chat and President Sunday's chat now.
Others will say it was just the entire process of persecution to violence to genocide.
Not to name any names.
33 to 45. Anyway. Why did I link this one? Oh, yeah. The final solution was the organized and systemic mass murder of European Jews. The Nazi German regime implemented this genocide between 41 and 45. What we got here? This is a Google book. Euthanasia to the final solution, the origins of Nazi genocide. So when they say euthanasia here, they're referring to Action T4, which was when Hitler...
Loner has the personality of a box. He can't think outside of his own ass.
Ordered, that's his order there. The killing of 250,000 disabled and mentally ill people. September 39. That was... So the question was genocide of the Jews. There is a bit of a gray area with... no, I'll get to that later. Never mind. But yeah, final solution and the euthanasia, those are the two genocides. One against disabled and mentally ill people, the other against Jews. Okay. What we got here? This is, again, just the contention about what people refer to with the Holocaust. The term Holocaust is most commonly used to refer to the genocide in which approximately 6 million Jews were systematically executed in concentration camps like Dachau, Auschwitz, and Bergen-Belsen. Some of these camps were opened earlier than 41, but they were opened as concentration camps. They were later, the death camp facilities were usually added on, and that was from 41 afterwards. Yeah.
So Lonerbox is saying that you shouldn't associate concentration camps with genocide necessarily. You gotta wait until those camps start turning into something more, something more opaquely eliminationist. That is messed up. One against disabled and wait, am I missing the beginning of that statement? One against disabled and mentally ill people and others against the Jews. So no Roma people, no black or mixed race people or LGBT people. Yeah.
Yeah. Concentration camp and death camp is not the same thing. Okay. This is from Richard J.
Look,
Evans.
I just don't feel comfortable about like talking about like chatters and stuff. I don't know. I guess if they're content creators, it's relevant, but
was actually the historian who testified against David Irving in the Holocaust denial trial in England. There's a whole film about him, Genocide. He wrote the book as well, Lying About Hitler. And when he's talking about, genocidal ambitions in Eastern Europe, Soviet Union invasion, 1941. Again, like pretty synonymous. And then here, it's another one from Evans about the final solution, and he constantly refers to final solution here as the genocide, like their complicity in the genocide.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's the Dweeb Chan's point was it's best not to stoop to his level.
Yeah, you can read this whole article if you want. They had no real understanding. This is about talking about local Germans, I think. Unprecedented act. Yeah, okay. So, okay. Now that we know, fun fact as well. After our debate, despite acting as if she had caught me out on this point and accusing me of equivocating very offensively on the start of the genocide of Jews in Germany, this is Polly after the debate. He equivocates very offensively on the start of genocide of Jews in Germany. She's actually using the word equivocate properly there. Like, equivocate doesn't mean equate.
The fact that he referred to a trans person as a circus show before belies what he really thinks of trans people.
Equivocate means trying to conceal your ideas or trying not to implicate yourself. Despite that, Polly herself admitted to her chat that she didn't even know whether or not I was right.
Every time I see the dude's face, I get irrationally angry. Like, is he right about the Holocaust? like, I don't know. Like, that just seems wild to me. Somebody would. I think we all voted off.
I feel like, you know how video essayists make really bad critiques of debate bro culture or debate pervert culture, for being gender neutral? This is probably quite a good example of being overly confident about your take in the middle of a debate, only to second guess yourself afterwards. Yeah, okay. Without even bothering to check whether or not there was any merit in what I was saying, Demon Mama spends the rest of the stream getting increasingly excited and attempts to drop a series of bizarre statements and counter-arguments. She agrees with a chatter who makes the point that the final solution was not the start.
Wait, hold on a second. This is really funny. Somebody in Poly People's chat says the final solution was not the start of the genocide. That's such an excellent point.
The person she's quoting in chat doesn't even say that. You can see him here. He just says final solution was not the start. She added in of the genocide because she's like, because she's seeing what she wants to say.
That's such an excellent point. The Nazis literally called it the final solution.
Is video essayist a dog whistle for trans now? I don't know. Oh, no worries, Klaus.
Implying they had tried other solutions before. Oh God, liberals are so lost.
The faces get a little bit more animated near the end of this. I feel like she's really close to getting it there. Like, the final solution was the genocide and the other solutions were, you would call them ethnic cleansing. That's what they wanted to move them out. Like, those are different things.
Well, he used that. Yeah, he used the phrase that Keffels used to use when she was against the debate networks, right? Of debate perverts. I'm not sure why. I mean, that if that label applies to anybody, it applies to him.
If you want a justification,
or was he saying, like, I don't know, I didn't.
For why they should be seen as different things. The way you would pursue recourse for ethnic cleansing is probably different from genocide. Like, if an ethnic cleansing happens, you would advocate for like right of return or refugee rights or something like that. Obviously, with genocide, it's a bit different. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole article about this. The one I brought
up. Maybe he hate watches couples. I don't know.
From Yehuda Bauer.
Maybe.
About how genocide wasn't the Nazis' original plan.
Ethnic cleansing is genocide, for fuck's sake.
The original plan was emigration or forced emigration. And he actually goes through this to talk about how, although there's a bit of a gray area, when the Nazis invaded Poland,
they began withholding food and using other methods to make them unsurvivable pretty quickly, and allowing typhus and other diseases to spread, withholding medical care, etc.
They carried out massacres that were targeted towards
all trans women are clearly the same scary political bugbear to him.
Polish intellectuals and thought leaders and political opponents of the Nazis. A disproportionate amount of those deaths were Jews. So I don't know if like Tannenberg has been called like a genocide of the Jews. It probably has. I think I've heard it like once or twice. Can't really remember. But Nazi policy, and this whole paper goes through that, is up until 1940 or early 41 was still emigration. So their official policy up until 1940, there were two plans. One was Nisko Madagascar, where they wanted to send them to Madagascar. The other one was, don't know how to pronounce that, but Shak Druble, this was their plan. It's a bit less known, where they wanted to deport their Jewish prisoners over to the Allies, to the Allied states. The idea was that they thought if a bunch of Jewish refugees turned up in the UK or the US or whatever, that would get the British or the American public to sympathize with the Nazi cause if they had a bunch of Jewish refugees arrive. But yeah, so this paper is really, really interesting. Even at the end, and oh yeah, also like in 1940 as well, there was like a memorandum from Himmler where he openly rejected mass killing. And by 1940,
the official Nazi policy was ... is not the defense you think it is, Loner.
Even Heydrich was still calling it the territorial final solution. It was in 41, just around the time of the invasion of the USSR. That was when it changed. If you're going to bring up the Einsatzgruppen,
yeah, good point, Shakespeare. He's totally missing the point here.
Where they targeted Jews. They were mobilized against Jews in 1941 in the summer. Yeah. Here. The last alternative was the final solution, which took form in 41 with the adoption of the Einsatzgruppen plan for the mass murder of Jews in Russia. Yeah. So, I think that covers everything.
I want him to stop talking
near the end of this paper,
it looks like he's winding down.
Really, really interesting part, like really spicy as well, where Yehuda Bauer actually suggests that the final solution wasn't even inevitable by 39 or 40. He actually argues that one of the reasons it happened was because...
How do people put up with this? Ask his chat. I don't know. He literally is just showing sources that agree with him and not even engaging with their arguments. Just picking the bits that agree with him. Not even bringing in sources that disagree with him. Literal academic dishonesty. Yeah, anything to prove his points, right?
Other countries in Europe were just unwilling to take Jewish refugees.
Mostly stupid word spitting from him. Word salad, absolutely.
He actually blames anti-Semitism across all of Europe for the reason that the Nazis had that many prisoners that they decided to kill them instead of trying to move them out.
There's nothing academic about this.
Which is a pretty bold take, but yeah, this guy is like a high up historian on Holocaust. He's like really well known. The reason I'm being so thorough...
He's the guy who knew too much about World War II in high school.
On this, by the way, is just because I've never really...
I just made a face, Lonerbox. Uh-oh. Was that a face?
To present myself as like an exceptionally intelligent person. Like I'm not. What I think I'm maybe good at is that I put a lot of work and a lot of effort into the takes that I come out with. Like I second guess myself like constantly. I'm always like trying to make sure I've got multiple sources or double checking things and every time I say something I think is not true, I'll say I'm not sure or maybe this is wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like I do try really hard to get things right because it's just. But the fact that me and Demon Mama have like an audience overlap, and
really
the fact that whole thing just gets kind of like shat on in the
it's kind of sus on Demon Mama
eyes of a few audience members, or like 4,000 or 5,000 audience members, just because this charlatan hack fuck wanted to get some dunks for her stream. Like it's really fucking irritating, but okay.
Gotta make faces. That's what Lonerbox wants to see from us.
She agrees with another chatter who accuses me of using the same logic as Chomsky and Tankies.
Hippie Punk says this is the same logic.
Chomsky and other Tankies, yes.
That Chomsky uses to say that Srebrenica wasn't a genocide, and what Tankies used to blow off Xinjiang. This is not a road to go down. I agree.
Srebrenica. Chomsky said Srebrenica wasn't a genocide because they only killed men. Like that's he just completely ignored the fact that actually in most genocides the victims are mostly men because the women are raped. He just ignored it. Like he also said that the concentration camps in Bosnia that had torture chambers in them were actually refugee camps. When Tankies talk about Xinjiang, they'll just say all the information they don't like that proves genocide is Western, or they'll try to discredit one of the spokesmen for the UN because it's like because it was what was it? Because he was a Christian or something. Like really? That's what I'm doing? Okay, fuck. Even as I tried to qualify the point that before 1941, the genocide was set in motion, the conditions were laid for it, or that they were on the precipice, both Polly and Demon Mama completely ignore this, and Demon Mama decides to accuse me of downplaying and genocide denial.
I mean...
Liberals are so lost.
There was already like... well, I guess there wasn't the... There was already
I don't
laws
know why
being
you find
passed
this so
trying to
appalling.
eliminate.
You would say that it was set in motion. That the conditions were laid for it. They were on
There
the
was law.
precipice, like what?
No, but like
No,
there were
because that's
already Jews
downplaying it.
dying.
That's if you were to say if this was a conversation only about the Holocaust, all of this would be considered genocide denial. Because it is. Because it's downplaying the very real threat. We only have this in hindsight because the Holocaust already happened.
I mean,
the real threat of what? Threat of genocide? Fuck. I guess that's probably quite a lot of historians and Holocaust libraries that probably need to get held up for genocide denial, but okay. Okay. She agrees with another chatter who says my opinion on when a genocide starts, and apparently also that of every source I posted above, is similar to what the Nazis do with Holocaust denial.
Yeah. Killjoy 40K says what Lonerbox is doing.
Is Lonerbox an ML? Yeah, definitely not. Not even sure if Lonerbox is a leftist. I think he was at one point. I'm not sure anymore. Why are there so many online leftists like this? I don't know.
Is similar to what Nazis do with Holocaust denial. I don't think he's doing it deliberately, but he's made a goalpost that can't be met except in hindsight, meaning nothing is a genocide until after it's already too late. Yeah.
She even says there, nothing is a genocide until it's deemed one, but she changes that into it's already too late. In this debate, I
real threat of what?
mentioned examples of preventing genocide. This hindsight argument is so weird. Like, does she just think that I'm of the persuasion that states should just put their feet up and chill and
Yeah, I'm not sure, West Publica.
stay at brunch until the genocide starts? I don't understand it. Like, it's so fucking weird. All right. The point she makes about hindsight is also strange since
So when the point that you want to make is that Polly's using the wrong term, that is the net effect of what you're doing, right? When you're more concerned about trans people's language than you are about what's going on, what's happening to trans people, then, like, I don't see somebody being wrong for saying you want to kick up your feet and go to brunch, right?
mentioned at least twice that Allied intervention was justified before the
time to stop genocide is before it happens. Yes, she said he wouldn't call it G unless it's yeah, basically once it's too late. Yeah, exactly. Definitely when it's too late to stop, if not even when it's like over. Cute ears. Oh, thank you, Tala. Meow.
Invasion of Poland. And I already mentioned that genocidal intent could have been inferred before the Nazis took power. Is she trying to imply that I'm pro-appeasement? That I don't believe in states taking measures to prevent genocides before they happen? The answer to that is no. I think it's just like a very hollow critique with no thought behind it. She seems pretty excited to learn about the Dachau concentration camp, which opened in 1933.
Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if there was something I had in my back pocket?
Like, I thought the poly stuff was petty. Like, we're just getting worse and worse, though.
Yeah. Anybody want to guess when the first concentration camp for Jewish people, communists, and other dissidents opened? Anybody want to guess? Can we get a guess? 22nd of March, 1933. But guess what? According to Lonerbox, the genocide didn't start until 1941. What a moron! Dachau. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I apologize. I've literally.
Bruh, indeed. Yeah, he has no focus at all on the threats going on from the far right. Guys like Lonerbox even slip up and, oh God. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You've never heard that word said out loud, I don't think, or at least I haven't in my. Wouldn't?
So again, I know it's difficult to hear, but like genocide and concentration camps for political prisoners, I think Dachau was, they're not the same. It's not the same thing. Like, if you want to know why, again, you can just think about it. Like if you had two criminals in front of you, or two bad guys, so let's say one of them is an overseer from the Japanese internment camps in America, and the other one is like Rudolf Hess, the guy in charge of Auschwitz-Birkenau. I don't think he would convict those two guys of the same crime. Like, one would be guilty of genocide, the other would be guilty of like human rights abuses, you know? This is despite me saying earlier in the debate that some kind of intervention was justified as soon as the first camp opened. Once again, Demon Mama isn't interested in this point. This is what I do think she learned about Dachau like in the middle of this stream, because when I say when the first camp opened, that was a point to justify intervention. She looks kind of shocked, like as if to suggest that's too late. I don't know.
All right, let's continue.
After it's over, but that's not what we need.
Okay, first.
We're not waiting until fascists get the upper hand. These useless liberal streamers can politely step aside. the same way as Buffy St. Marie's Buffy St. Marie song Universal Soldier. Bruh, in the same way, in the same sense, yeah. Calling criminals bad guys unironically. This is the trick. These streamers want to act like they're important, but they aren't. Organizations that push our interests will make the difference, not reading Wikipedia and misunderstanding it and picking and cherry picking stuff that supports your argument. Yeah, so much wrong with this. And that was before he became Chancellor of Germany. Oh wait, I'm missing something here. I did a stream the other day that showed when Hitler was actually cross-examined, in a trial, they brought in his SS pamphlet as evidence against him, and it was clear that it was advocating bringing about mass violence on a mass scale. Note to self: when you write your inevitable manifesto, make it about your own beliefs instead of your petty grudges about streamers, right? That was before he became he was sent to jail before he became chancellor. That's fucked up. Both of those instances of snatching people up and putting them into camps is completely wrong. And it doesn't matter what fucking law you would charge them with. Do people really think this happened spontaneously and wasn't carried out over several years as they targeted several groups they saw as enemies or inferior? Yep. This is a real misunderstanding of history.
First of all, when camps were opening, there was plenty of evidence to say that we're building up to a genocide and the urgency was there. Like, again, I just so you know, for my take on Germany,
camps?
I think the Allies should, I don't know what she's saying there, but it sounds like she's saying when they built camps, as if that's like too late. Have intervened when the first camp opened. I don't know if maybe the Allies should have intervened when Germany was still a democracy. The first camp opened before the annexation. So no, actually, I'm very for intervening as quickly as possible when that happens. I think that every government. Why the face? What the fuck? In the Allied states, it's like she just does them when she remembers to. Too slow. Okay, so no, I don't know why you think just because I'm contesting you on terminology means you think I'm less urgent about stopping the problem. I don't know why. There's another one. All right. This is the climax of the fucking circus show. She decides to blow me out with possibly the strangest dunk of 2022.
Okay, hold on. I just want to blow him out again one more time.
Do it.
Just so we're clear, the UN Convention on Genocide was not even put into law until December 9th, 1948. Let's just rewind here. I just want you guys to hear how fucking right I am and how fucking right Poly People is on this. Listen to this real quick. Let's just listen to this back. Listen up.
Didn't start until 1941. That seems literally impossible to me.
It's when according to what, like legal definitions or
according to what legal definitions? Guess what, bitch? The legal definition you're using, the Holocaust at the time could not be considered a genocide because the UN fucking assembly on genocide did not happen until December 9th, 1948. What are you talking about?
Okay.
What?
The word genocide was coined to describe the Holocaust.
Genocide studies academics who start looking at the Holocaust from 1918 on, then there's the Belonging and Genocide, Hitler's Community 1918 to 1945 by Thomas Kuhn. Okay, I think. I'm not great at pronouncing German. Germans can't understand me. I know a little bit of German, but I can't. I'm not intelligible in that language. Contesting someone on terminology is a distraction from the issue. That's why people think he's less than interesting in addressing issues. People want to think they would recognize a G-side if it happened and not be like the German people. Yeah, they always think it can't happen here. And it absolutely can. And that's the most important takeaway. That's the most important lesson. When they burned all books on trans medicine, why wasn't that enough to show intent for him? German sounds angry anyway. Yeah, maybe I just don't say it angry enough. Lonerbox, the term was created to describe a phenomenon that Ralph Lemkin had noted throughout history. It was given urgency because of the Holocaust, but it was intended to be much broader. Yeah.
And the Armenian genocide. Like, you can retroactively call something a genocide. You can
play shitty games, win shitty prizes. Maybe they should have intervened when Germany was still a democracy. Lonerbox, who apparently thinks that other nations never have before.
You can convict people that's like, okay, yeah, the Nazis were convicted of crimes against humanity, not genocide, because it wasn't there till 48. But we're talking about describing it. She asked me when the genocide of the Jews started. And I said 48, like, yeah. And I said 41 because we're talking retroactive.
There's a specific history between the Nazis and the LGBT community that is not being discussed here at all. The Treaty of Versailles never happened. France never occupied the western part of Germany when payments were delayed due to the Depression occurring. Lonerbox. Meow. The U.S. is in economic downturn, and the Republican president away from... Oh, yeah, Ron DeSantis. Well, I mean, like, there's a very good chance Ron DeSantis will be the president, you know? I mean, I hate to be doomer about it, right? But yeah, he's not unlikely to win the Republican primary, and he's not unlikely to win a general election.
You know, like, murders happened before murder was a crime. Before it was enshrined in law, and we can call them murders. Same with genocides. I don't know if this is just like people.
Yeah, with that take, you would deny other genocides too.
Make mistakes. People make mistakes. After taking a minute, she decides to take this one step further.
You want to go one further? You want to go one further? You ready to go one step further? Genocide is the intentional destruction of a people, usually classed as ethnic, national, racial, or religious, in whole or in part. Raphael Lemkin coined the term in 1944. The term genocide did not even exist at the time that he's talking about. So all of this stupid semantic nonsense is a bunch of fucking hot air. The definition didn't even exist, so it wouldn't fucking matter if you called it a genocide or not. The legal terms, didn't exist at the time.
Oh my god.
Lonerbox's argument is so upside down in this conversation. It's so ass backwards. You want to...
Like, you know what's really fucking sad about that bit? Is that she has the screen up. Not only, on the Wikipedia, not only does it mention genocides that happened and are recognized in the 18th and 19th century and under the Ottomans. See what it says there? I don't know if you can see that. You might have to zoom in. For World War I. You see the year there? World War I started in 1939. They're not talking about when the war started. They're talking about the genocide, because the Wikipedia for genocide.
Lunar Cox.
Like, what the fuck is happening inside this head? Like, what kind of activity is taking place in this abandoned fucking air raid shelter of a skull? Oh, did I say the wrong number for World War II? Sorry, 1939. War started in 1939. Did I say 13? Sorry. Fuck.
That's such a weird reference. Really? An air raid shelter of a... Wow.
Anyway. Oh well.
Like, did he just... Okay, we'll rewind. Let's take a look here.
You're using the Holocaust.
Damn it.
Exist, so it wouldn't fucking matter if you called it a genocide or not. The legal terms didn't exist at the time. Lonerbox's argument is so upside down in this conversation. It's so ass backwards. You want to...
Like, you know what's really fucking sad about that bit? Is that...
Okay, it's after this,
she
right?
has...
It's after this.
The screen up. Not only... On the Wikipedia, not only does it mention...
I think he had air raid shelter of a skull written down to pull out for use.
Genocides that happened and are recognized in the 18th and 19th century and under the Ottomans. See what it says there? I don't know if you can see that. You might have to zoom in.
Oh, do I reckon AOC has a chance in our lifetime? Look, I was thinking about this the other day, and I wish. I mean, you can definitely find fault with AOC. You know, most recently she was not on the right side in terms of the railroad bill, but you know, she's better than most of the other people who would run for president under the Democratic ticket. I don't know, like, right? The Republicans are really good at stirring up hate against women who are POC, and I think that like she'd have a real struggle with just how, you know, racist and sexist the United States is. If she could vote for rail workers getting paid sick days, yeah. I don't think AOC can be president because she primaried a big shot dim. The party would, yeah, oh my god, the party would definitely be against her.
For World War One. You see the year there. World War One started in 1939. They're not talking about when the war started. They're talking about the
I mean, it shouldn't stop her from running, but yeah, it would be really hard.
genocide, because the Wikipedia for genocide.
And the Democrats don't exactly have a lot of strong figures on their backbench for president.
What the fuck is happening inside this head? Like what kind of activity is taking place in this abandoned fucking air raid shelter of a skull? Oh, did I say the wrong number for World War II? Sorry, 1939. War started in 1939. Did I say 13? Sorry, fuck. Anyway. Oh well. Yeah, this one is especially weak because she's citing Lemkin's definition, which was, in large part, inspired by the Armenian genocide, which happened in 1915 to 16. It's just an article about the Armenian genocide. All right. A couple of days later, she makes the same point in a talk with President Sunday. She's had a minute to sleep on this argument as well.
Nice Ross Publica.
Like she's processed it.
That is because, out of curiosity, I'm not trying to get a gotcha on you, but maybe a meta gotcha on Lonerbox here. But
why are they arguing about the codification of this term? I remember Kyle Kulinski suggested that someone like Raphael Warnock should run because he has similar politics to Bernie, but I don't think the Democrats would really back Warnock either. Yeah, there is a lot of, you know, essentially what the Democratic Party does is it serves as like a stopgap, right? You know, if they are lucky, they can elect a Republican and they can cut taxes and they can eliminate regulation. And if it's not a great year, then they've got that stopgap measure of the Democrats. And I swear to God, it feels like the Democrats are paid, and I mean paid by lobbyists, right? Their campaigns are financed in order for them to drag their feet as much as they can on the issues that they would otherwise be able to get, especially economic issues, especially issues that impact the bottom line, the profit margins of the wealthy. And, you know, also sometimes social issues, because the more social issues that Democrats have to fight for, the less that, you know, progress can be made on those, the harder it is to push forward on the economic issues, right? So it feels like a lot of what they do is that just be paid losers half of the time, and the other half of the time they're paid to take their, you know, winning position and just waste it, and just lose all that momentum, lose all that political capital, come up with the L regardless, and pass something that's been watered down significantly. Can someone give him lessons in roasting people? Because well, I mean, he said it twice, right? She has a skull like empty air raid shelter. Why an air raid shelter? I don't get it.
You know when the term
Lonerbox roasts are so weak he couldn't burn tofu in a commercial oven. I do that all the time.
genocide was coined?
Oh, I did, actually. I did, and I looked it up on stream.
Okay, so are we on President Sunday now? Okay. This is the last one, chat. We're almost there.
I've completely lost it.
1944.
I don't know if we're going to make it through this.
The word did not even exist to name the phenomena that was going
Exactly,
already happened 4 years, you know, by Lonerbox's own timeline. He says that the genocide began in 1941. That is
I
because
gotta get more water.
All right. She caps off her stream by saying I was completely unprepared and that I
Oh, wait, I
downplayed
have water.
the Holocaust. Yeah, you're gonna go and tell your chat now that I downplayed the fucking Holocaust, or that I
You
yeah,
did,
that I
you
don't...
stupid idiot! You fucking moron! You did! It's not her fault that you were an idiot! It's not her fault that you fucking suck so much dick at your job that you came on here and fucking blew it. It's not her fault that you came on here completely and utterly unprepared and accidentally did a little bit of a whoopsie doopsie Holocaust downplaying. Are you serious, man? It's not fucking her fault, it's yours. You fucked up. You got everything wrong. You did a oopsie doopsie. Own it, man. Fucking own it.
I just think it's nice to watch the confidence like after we've gone through everything. I don't know. The fuck me. This whole video is like, I don't know, watching her like navigate these points, and a lot of them you can tell she's just kind of noticed them for the first time and everything. Like, I don't know. It's like watching a clown running over a minefield. It's just okay. Let's go back to the presentation. Given that Demon Mama has admitted that her understanding of genocide is completely interchangeable with systemic discrimination, any date I gave after 1933 was already bound to be wrong. It would make me wonder, when did she think the genocide of the Jews began? Would it be 1933? Why not earlier? Would she really say you need to wait for concentration camps and a totalitarian regime to call it a genocide? After all, Jews were routinely dehumanized and blamed for Germany's loss in World War I. The German Supreme Court was stacked with anti-Semites, and anti-Jewish attacks were not unusual in the Weimar Republic. In the late 1800s, Jewish emancipation in Germany was met with an immediate backlash from anti-Semitic parties, and before then, the Jews were de facto second-class citizens. By Demon Mama's understanding, the genocide of the Jews could have been ongoing from as soon as they started arriving in Europe on Roman slave ships. But of course, when we're engaging with Demon Mama, the common thread is always absurdity. This is because she suffers from what we in the industry might describe as the dunk brain. When Demon Mama engages with other creators, she isn't listening to the substance of what they're saying, nor does she have any interest in understanding or fairly characterizing their opinions. The only thing she's listening for is an opportunity to shoehorn people into the worst possible positions. The more cheap dunks and the more accusations of dog whistling, Nazism, genocide denial, Holocaust revisionism, or whatever else, the better. Is she doing this maliciously? Who knows? Personally, I think she does this because her first goal, above everything else, is not to inform her audience, but to entertain them. Honesty, nuance, and charitability are all an inconvenience to her. The result is an incoherent, highly performative clown show riddled with inconsistencies and flat-out false statements. Sorry, my voice went there. Ooh. Honorable mention. Smugbug. Smugbug is a small streamer, averaging around 40 to 50 viewers, who came out of my community after having veganism debates with members of my audience. After getting into a Twitter exchange with Demon Mama, incidentally in a cursed thread on the topic of transgenocide, she had no hesitation in calling him a Nazi. But why? What was her evidence for this?
So, with the word genocide.
Oh, wait, Smugbug is the Nazi hat guy? Oh, okay, Smugbug is literally a Nazi.
Literally
okay,
a Nazi.
that makes sense. Smugbug is the Nazi hat guy. I did not realize that. Oh yeah, he's on Team Genocide, that's right. That's what he calls trans people who think there's a genocide going on. He calls us Team Genocide.
What's kind of...
To his credit, even President Sunday, he's not a Nazi, he's an idiot.
Wait, no, President Sunday, he literally, his avatar literally has it. Okay, sorry, I gotta prove this, hold on. What's that guy's actually name? Hold on. Hold on, I'll get it, hold on a second. I gotta show you this. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Ah, here he is. Okay, here we go.
Oh my god, I'm back.
So, here's the guy right here. See? This is the Nazi commandant hat. He covered up the SS symbol with the vegan police, but just so you know, this is the Nazis' hat. It's not just a military hat. Watch this. Ready?
No, is she gonna show something to us? Anybody know? Is this gonna be a hate symbol? Prime Minister Saturday over President Sunday. Nice. Populicide is actually the term. Okay, I think I might have misheard. The skull comment is weird and transphobic. Oh, geez. I didn't even think of it from that aspect. I've been cataloging hate for my video. Clown show is hog talk, brother. It is, actually, yeah. It's been frustrating to listen to. I haven't seen this. Like it will be like a uniform. some dude in an SS cap. Okay, so maybe the way to deal with this is just to go full. Wait, nope. What did I flip? Oh my god. I flipped the wrong thing. That's what I need to flip. Backwards mama.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. Hold on, ready?
Props, eh? He picked, you can see him there. He picked one and it had the colors. I know what you mean, but it's a vegan thing. He's mocking vegans. Hey, hats off someday. Pun intended.
It's literally the Nazi one. Every other faction in the world stopped using these colors because the Nazis did it, and nobody wants to be associated with the Nazis. Nobody else uses the black and silver. I'm not kidding you. I don't buy that he's just stupid. This particular person. I think he's a Nazi. Sorry.
Sorry. All right. I don't know if, like, I feel like if you have to explain it, the joke is that people call vegans food Nazis. Like, militant vegan.
I don't ever hear that. And I'm a vegan. I mean, I'm not the kind of vegan that's gonna, like, yell at you about your hamburger, but, like, been called a lot of things. That's one thing I've never been called.
Okay. Even President Sunday, who has interacted with Smugbug in the past, tried to correct her in chat, but of course, the truth was far less entertaining, and she carried on with the routine anyway. She went...
Wait, so is this... Okay, Smugbug. Lonerbox raided into Smugbug today. I hadn't really seen Smugbug until the debate on Wix panel recently. Yeah, it makes him look like a... It does kind of look like that. We stopped doing Grammar Nazi in the early 2000s. It's not cute. People think that, yeah. Well, I mean, like when, yeah, this is like the thing. This is Nazi, actual far-right, you know, fascists, like, count on the fact that there's going to be some confusion, that people use this stuff as jokes, and it sort of lets them dog whistle in a way that's less detectable, in a way that gets called out less. If it's a joke, it's a bad one. Oh, he's an iron... A plant-based hog. There you go. Plant-based hog. Yeah, right?
One step further
Right,
and
Spark?
accused Smugbug of trying to
Nazi uniforms are not a joke, so that is pretty sus.
hide the fact that it's a Nazi hat by claiming it was from the USSR instead.
Thing about it is
it factually the Nazi one? Yes, it is. Go ahead and look at it.
there's kind of like 3 different definitions of it. There's the colloquial
Okay,
definition.
just
He tried to say, look, but Soviet... Look, I'll just show you this. It's super, super simple. Watch. I'll show you. Look.
Meow.
He tried to say it's the Soviet one, but the Soviets used this one. Theirs was green with gold. Nobody uses black and silver because the Nazis used black and silver. I'm not kidding. I'm not like, this is a dog whistle. It's just a 101 dog whistle.
101.
Is it
Even Sunday, where is he? Wait, what? Oh yeah, not the start.
I mean, there's a big difference in the, like, Russian hats compared to the German ones. Is Smugbug actually a vegan? I don't know much about Smugbug at all, and I missed that part. I was going to put my headphone in to listen to it, but it looks like my phone is dead. I'm going to have to plug that in again. But yeah, it's like a very it's very obvious that, you know, whether it's the German hat or the Soviet hat.
All right, I'm not wasting energy defending Smugbug. He held his own for a little bit, but alas, servant of the truth no longer. All right. If Smugbug had tried to say it was a Soviet hat, it's not, it's a Nazi hat, that would be pretty dark. That would be a little bit sussy, I admit. If you look at the original thread on Twitter, nowhere does Smugbug make such a claim. This is a screenshot of the thread. The thread's still up as well. They're talking here. Demon Mama chimes in here. Vivian, appreciate you're really charitable and willing to hear us out rather than dismissing everyone on our side of the discussion as just Nazis or something. Thanks for always looking for the good in us. Your Avi is, I'm very sure, ironically, sporting a literal Nazi commandant hat with one symbol change. I wonder why people might mistake you for a Nazi. It is not a Nazi hat, it is a vegan hat. I am very proud of my beliefs and like to display them prominently. Yeah, totes, bro. What part of this didn't seem real, Demon
What
Mama?
the fuck?
So,
What the fuck?
the Soviet hat was actually brought up by someone else. There's Sonsel saying it. That's not Smugbug. They're different people. The thread is still up. You can find it there.
They don't seem that different. But don't.
Put it in chat. What she saw was someone else posting a Soviet hat, which she then attributed to Smugbug to make it look as if he was trying to hide something. As a very wise Twitter user once said, they don't care about the truth. The more ridiculous the claim, the better.
Are we coming full circle? Have we come?
It's from Demon Mama. I don't know if there's a word for this level of projection. I feel like it needs its new term, you know? As one final footnote example of one's brain on dunk, Detective Demon Mama, upon listening to a clip of me talking about President Sunday, completely
I feel like we've still got a President Sunday segment.
mishears me referring to a
Coming
group
up.
of Destiny associates and act as
I
if she
don't think we're there yet.
has exposed me as a Destiny associate myself. With his, like, endless...
Says here. Can we just listen to the beginning of this little clip again here? Take a close listen to what he says here.
Looking on Google so far, no fascist dictator used black and silver covers. Interesting. Even the closest hat Pinochet used was gray and red with gold. Oh,
Tell
yeah.
me when you hear it.
Fucking President Cum Day with his, like, endless meltdown over every fucking, like, Destiny associate and then, like, stalking the guy and shit. And, like...
Did you catch it?
Did you catch it?
President.
So apparently Lonerbox sees himself as a Destiny associate these days. Those are his words, not mine. I never made that. Well, I said that some of his things sounded a whole lot like a certain person, but those are his words. So I just want you to, like...
I mean, this is the thing. It's like, you're not wrong. He does swim in those waters for sure. I don't know. You could say that he's more Twitch politics adjacent than Destiny adjacent, but not by much.
No.
And those circles overlap.
Keep that in check,
Huh,
okay? Keep
yeah,
that in mind.
yeah.
Those circles absolutely overlap.
What did I say? She's
Just
listening
because Destiny isn't on the platform anymore doesn't mean that his orbiters aren't.
to this for the third time now,
The
right?
beginning of this little clip again here. Take a close listen to what he says here. Tell me when you hear it.
Fucking President Cum
Faces.
Day with his, like, endless meltdown over every fucking, like, Destiny associate and then, like, stalking the guy and I'm referring to the fact that Sunday gets into fights with Destiny associates and melts down over them. Because this clip is me talking about how maybe it's a better idea in the future not to think about how people are to me, but how they are to other people, i.e. the
It's better than him melting down over Keffel's going after Destiny.
Destiny associates. Like, she's like, how can you be this bad a listener?
At least he's not doing that anymore.
Okay. By the way, I don't think I've really been much of a Destiny associate. Like, I've spoken to him on 2 panels. One was arguing against him, incidentally, to defend Demon Mama on the Hippy Dippy champion thing. You can see my chat logs in DGG. I've probably spoken there about 4 or 5 times. I've always been much more of like I came out of Vosh's community, and that's where I spend, like, my chat logs there are pretty long. I don't know, like, I have, like, first of all,
That sounds like somebody else I know.
Detective Demon Mama, I've never hidden the fact that I've watched Destiny, like, on and off since, I don't know, like 2018 something, since, like, I think it was the Jordan Peterson fan debate that I first watched. But I might as well say, like, if I ever do end up associating with Destiny more often, and
It'll
that's
be
like
because of people
a
like
reason for you to
Oh my
write
god,
me
is
off.
that what he's gonna say?
Fuck you. Just, yeah, leave. Cancel your Patreon and go somewhere else, like, you strange fucking cultist. Like, whatever. I don't know, like, the way that the people involved here are, like, whenever the ghost of Dustin enters the room, like, it's so strange. And it's gonna keep happening as well. Don't worry. But okay.
Oh my god.
She says this about anyone she doesn't like. I came out of Vosh's community and she called me a DGG and Destiny Arbiter. Yeah, it's because if you want the lazy way, I get it. Because, like, lots of audiences are very poisoned against Destiny or whatever. So yeah, it's just like,
Sunday was right about Destiny and company. He talked to Keffels and worked it out. Yeah, that's what I mean. At least he's not doing that with Keffels anymore. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, listen, like, they're like, I obviously, the Keffels, it's complicated with Keffels, right? Because in terms of destiny, in terms of the farms, and in terms of certain enemies that she's fought against, like I'm absolutely on her side, but that's not like a rubber stamp for sure. But yeah, yeah, there were good criticisms to be made, but I don't think that's what Sunday was. I don't even know what Sunday was doing back then. He's a little confusing to me. Like, I don't want to attribute motives without really understanding the guy. And I will say I definitely don't understand the guy. Sunday, I don't understand you. I don't understand what I sometimes think I understand what motivates you, and then I turn out to be wrong. So, if you'd like to come and explain yourself, though.
Like a very easy way to write people off without actually engaging with what they're saying. By the way, like I'm as much of a Destiny viewer as I was like last year when Demon Mama was soying out over my videos taking down Lauren Southern. So yeah, fuck. I guess like you'll believe everything I say uncritically when it's attacking a right winger, but then as soon as like I have a contention with your like fucking trans genocide thing, then suddenly it's like we turn on the dunk brain and all like charitability goes away. Like it's weird. Ooh. What do we got left?
Your trans genocide thing, yeah. What do you have left? I think you have President Sunday. Are you ready for the President Sunday stuff, chat?
Oh god. I'm gonna try to like match the tone of each individual person. So be a bit less boisterous for this part. President Sunday. After my first debate with Polly and several response videos from various creators, one of the responses came from President Sunday. Of all the people who responded to me, Sunday was the only one I already had some recent contact with. I had checked in on him when he was fighting with a bunch of DGGers, and he seemed to appreciate my concern. There's just a... Sunday spoke about this DM publicly.
There we go.
So
I'm looking down my glasses.
Just
at you, chat.
I'm going to be a bit selective
Citizen
cropping
Sunday.
DMs for Sunday because
Meow.
Sunday hasn't lied about any of the DMs. So like I'm not going to show anything he hasn't spoken about. But yeah, I think he actually made a tweet about this, about how like how much this meant to him at the time. But even though I think he was completely in the wrong, like still think it's worth
Why am I
treating people
called?
like human beings at the end of the day. For some reason, people have been saying I ignored multiple trans YouTubers who reached out to me after the debate. President Sunday asserts the same here.
Like, once again, the only reason why I'm even talking about any of this right now, not the only reason why I'm talking about any of this, the only reason why I'm being looped into this is because, in an effort to...
You ever play D&D with a paladin who insists on getting involved in every conflict?
Sideline...
Soy is very good for you. Yeah, I need some.
Demon Mama Doe and other people like that. Lonerbox...
Oh, no. He's also... Oh my god, how long does this shit last? Because I think he goes at Sunday, and then he goes at... No, he did talk about Doe. Maybe it's just Sunday.
Came to me.
This is simply not true. Doe reached out to me before I ever spoke to
Comrade Sunday.
We spoke in DMs, and I offered to talk over voice chat, although it didn't seem especially enthusiastic about that. This is Doe's messages from
I
October.
don't understand why President Sunday has such a problem with me. I've like been more than charitable to the guy. And it's weird how he like wants to talk about me and never wants to talk to me. It's almost like he's afraid. And I'm like, what are you afraid of? You can just hang up if it gets too scary. It's
October 25th, just a couple...
I won't judge you. It's what I'm saying.
1 or 2 days after the debate. You serious with this trans genocide debate? Is this just DGG stupidity? I've been hearing Destiny. He's here again. Going around talking about words like Nazi or genocide don't have meaning anymore.
I feel like I have a very nuanced view of President Sunday. I agree with him on some things. I disagree with him on other things.
I'm legit disappointed. I thought so much better of you. And I offered to speak to Doe about this. I do appreciate you coming to me in private, though. If it's something you think could be talked through in a private voice call, I'd be more than happy to, but no pressure. I'd be willing to sit with you and rewatch that entire conversation with you, privately or not, if you really want. We can go over every single point if you really want.
So he's playing to that crowd? Oh my god.
I'm going to take this as a no. I'm autistic, but I think this kind of suggests I'm not really up for it, but okay. Demon Mama has said nothing to me. If you want to know why I didn't reach out to her, just watch any debate she's had on her channel. Ever had on her channel, sorry. I did notice eventually when I got around to viewing her entire response, she did challenge me to a debate, but again, like, I don't know why she assumed I was going to watch that
now
whole
I feel
thing
better.
immediately. Okay.
I was like thirsty.
a non-binary trans person from
Is he
Vosh's
being
community reached out
ableist
to me and we
again?
spoke about setting up a call on stream. The conversation ended with this message from me and they didn't respond. I'm not going to out this person but yeah, just this was the last message I sent to them. They didn't reply. So if they want to challenge that, they can go ahead. A trans video essayist reached out to me after
all I'm saying is if you're gonna hate watch the stream, you might as well come on, okay? You can hate watch a lot better when you're talking to me. That's the way to do it.
criticizing me in one of her videos. The conversation
way
was
you make
short
it
but
work.
very cordial. We exchanged some kind words and the conversation ended. Yeah, this person again, I'm not going to, put you on the spot or whatever. Fine. President Sunday was not roped into this conversation. I only offered to talk to him after he made a 5-hour mega analysis of my debate with poly people. He had also appeared in my chat at least once when I was discussing the topic, and in any case, I thought I'd get a more productive conversation out of him than I would from Demon Mama.
Team NCC.
It's actually
cool.
5 hours. It just looks like 8 on the thing. This thumbnail is very funny. Well done. I'm not joking. It's funny. All right, when Sunday and I were still figuring out a date for our talk, Polly had unexpectedly appeared in my chat asking me for a second conversation on November 1st. Because I was fairly satisfied with this talk, I started to feel like the drama was winding down. I agreed to talk with Sunday on November 7th, but I was admittedly looking forward to moving on to something else. Doe had stopped responding to me on October 30th, but it already felt like the conversation wasn't going anywhere. I'll bring this up later.
Aika would moderate?
Just to give you the date, though. This was when Doe stopped responding to me. We were both exchanging big, long messages like this, but yeah, this was the last before, for at least like a week or two. All right. 3 days before the talk, I indicated that I was leaning towards putting the whole thing to bed, that I would still talk if he wanted to, but wasn't especially fussed about it. To be honest, I'm leaning towards putting the whole thing to bed now. If you really want to talk, we can do Sunday or Monday, but yeah, I'm not especially fussed about it now. This is November 4th. 3 days before the... Yeah. On November 5th, I noticed that Sunday had scheduled his stream on YouTube with the title, Is There a Trans Genocide? This was the thumbnail at the time. Yeah. When I asked if we could change the topic to focus a little
I remember that thumbnail.
closer on the key disagreement, he declined. I think we should change the title, though. What is a genocide? It seems we're at, since that's where the disagreement comes from. It's actually not. You'll see when we chat and I lay out my case. A little bit ambiguous, but okay. At some point, whether or not it was before or after this, I can't say. Rephrase that. At some point, whether it was before or after this, I can't say, President Sunday had 5 people doing research for him behind the scenes. This is something he never told me about until he slightly alluded to it on the evening before our talk. The only indication I get of this is here. Why is the thing not centering like it was? Fuck you, chat. Go away. 3 issues I'm going to bring up in sequence. Here, this was the one indication. We're beginning a day-long research and prep stream to make sure we do it well. Have a lot of people working to make sure I'm as informed and measured as possible, so this should be interesting. Now, I thought he was referring to he's going to do his research stream and people are going to help him while he's doing research. That's all I got from that. But okay. Until that point, all I knew was that he had one research stream planned the day before, on November 6th, starting at 9 p.m. my time. The day before our conversation, I was watching his review of my
But
debate.
if President Sunday does come on with me, I am definitely going to baby talk him. At least a little bit. At least a little bit, okay? You're like, that's a upfront. That's me being upfront about that. Like, I'm not going to ambush you with baby talk. That would be disingenuous of me, okay? I'm letting you know, first and foremost, up front, you're going to get some baby talk, okay? I hope you're okay with that.
With poly people, and I came across this clip, which I found a little puzzling.
I know I don't mean do your voice. Like, I'm not... I mean... President Sunday, explain yourself.
Because he's not taking account of the actual consequences of his decisions in this conversation. See, if he chooses simply to not engage in this argument and just goes, okay, guys, look, I don't agree with the language of genocide here. And I don't agree with the language of genocide here either, by the way. I think the term is hopelessly fraught, and I think it tends specifically to debates like this that are...
It was weird hearing that after he put up a debate topic of is there a trans genocide, but...
The Rugrats song.
Only obscuring of what's actually at stake. I think the term itself has too much evocations of the conditions that brought about its initial use. I think we need a more general and more specific term that encompasses things like general systemic group annihilation attempts, right? But given that this is the situation we arrive with, this is the situation we were born into as it is, and given that this term is already in use,
Nostalgia
the use
triggered.
of this term and its situation in our social imaginary and
Mornaka, you're right. We do use democide for that. Yeah, you're right.
how we talk about these things. That now becomes itself like a political entity with real weight. And if something has been identified as a genocide by one party, and another party successfully counters that, no, this is not actually a genocide, the response from outside by the wider world is to downplay its significance and to turn away to
so many gex. Yeah, there's like 100
things that are more serious. With the result that this thing is now better allowed to press forward and to advance to a worse state.
There's something about the way he's talking about political weight here, even though the genocide argument is like, I've never seen that much evidence of it outside of Twitter, or like this very tight left-wing space.
Impeach Shakespeare. Wait, what's Shakespeare doing? I joked about him. Now his community is going to set up an inquisition. Oh my god, what the fuck? That community is a little witch trial-y, isn't it? He will definitely debate NCC. He even asked to debate me, and I turned him down. I don't think so. I think he's afraid of me. I think a lot of these debate bros are afraid of me. He will be tripping over himself to get to NCC. Oh my god. Yeah, it'll be all of a debate about about Shakespeare.
I don't know if I completely disagree with what he's saying there. That's kind of why I was leaning more towards just like leaving this conversation alone, but yeah.
So I think this was a profoundly juvenile display by someone I otherwise generally respect. It's extremely disappointing. My hope is that he can, at the very least, what even is it? My hope is at the very least
they're afraid of my filing cabinet powers. They're afraid of my stand.
Get out of his head long enough to recognize that
my stand, trapper keeper.
Regardless of what he thinks about the matter, he's talking to a category of people that are actually fighting for their existence in a country not his own, in a context he doesn't fully understand, and that how you comport yourself with respect to these different actors has real consequences. And sometimes I
will say, the fact that he's saying this in reference to one discussion I had with poly people, of all people, for reasons we'll find out later, that's kind of funny.
The best thing to do is nothing.
I thought that was the joke, the wordplay. No?
Ooh, dramatic sigh. I just thought from hearing that, get out of my head, I don't know, acknowledge. It felt like the only thing that people wanted from this conversation with Sunday was for me to like flip on something. Maybe not the genocide thing, but to like, I don't know, acknowledge my horrible behavior with Polly, which we've already gone over, just something like that. Like, I just have no idea. It was just really, on top
20 years of torment.
Of this, he still hadn't said exactly what we'd be talking about, and besides saying, you'll see when we chat. At that point, I had been flicking through some of the response videos people had made about me, and most of them just seemed like reiterations of Demon Mama's points. Nearly all of them seemed like they were just looking for an apology from me. Sorry. I had no intention of doing this, and I didn't see how an hour of me sticking to my guns with Sunday would have helped anything move forward. From my end, it felt like the whole thing was settled, especially after my second conversation with Polly. That's the other thing as well. Lots of people were talking about how the main thing, Doe said this as well, that the big problem was my conduct with Polly, but I thought, what's the point in having that discussion? Because I've already spoken to Polly. If it's between me and Polly, we had a second conversation and it was chill. And that, as far as I know, that's the last I've heard from her. So it just seemed weird that these guys were trying to like insert themselves into that whole thing, but yeah. After seeing Sunday lay out the conversation topics,
guys are always trying to insert themselves into things.
Realizing this was never going to be a productive conversation and having other real life things to attend to, I decided to cancel.
It's a thing.
I made sure to let him know before he started his research stream, as I didn't want to waste his time. So he lists the topics. First, about the definition and use of the term genocide, generally, whether it's useful, fraught, limited in application, etc. Considering some problems with arguing that trans people are targets of genocidal actions, arguing the contrary. Third, hopefully much more cooled down conversation about engagement on these questions given present circumstance. I don't know if this is a reference to the Polly conversation, but I don't know. And then that's when I sat on it for like 20 minutes. This is the beginning. His research stream before the 7th was starting at 9, so tried to make sure to just get it like bang on there before he starts doing research. Sorry, not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything. I just have a million other things I'd rather do right now. Was this the best way to let him know? No. It was a decision I should have made earlier, and I definitely could have worded it better. If he had asked me to elaborate, I would have. But instead of replying, he said this.
There are 3 issues I'm going to bring up in sequence. It shouldn't take a tremendous amount of time, and my goal in this is to help build some bridges so you can have a more positive relationship with the community on this issue, not bully you into being turned on any
He's just reading the DMs here.
problems with arguing that. And then he just replied just like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested anymore. Nothing personal or anything. I just have a million other things I'd rather do right now. Unbelievable. That's actually unbelievable. Yeah, sorry, I'm not interested anymore. You laughed in the face of your last interlocutor on this issue. That's actually unreal. That's actually disgraceful.
Oh my god, what does he reply? He's reading DMs or something, right?
Well, that's fine. I wasn't really depending on him having the conversation
You're
anyway.
gonna send the Twitch Bureau of Investigations? It's between us. It's private. It's fine. You can't criticize it. Where have I heard that kind of minimization before?
That just kind of expedites things, actually.
Oh.
It just expedites them in a really disappointing way. I had some respect for the guy. That's actually really pathetic.
I just want to say, imagine I had some respect for until that DM, till I cancel the conversation. Like, I don't know if I could fathom being so entitled that me canceling a conversation with you warrants that flip. That's just like, and that it expedites things as if what, like you already felt like I was going to be fucking written off anyway. I don't know, like, but you know, it was almost worth doing it in that way because, you know, that's kind of that level of like maybe slightly rude way of pulling out of the conversation. And that's all it takes to show me like who you really are. Well, cool. He then went on to spend the next few days tweeting about me, at one point even claiming I was ready to throw my trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat for the sake of my ego. He tweeted a lot of these. This is me on trans genocide, apparently. Well, that sounds kind of boring. Okay. I was ready to throw my trans... This tweet is insane. At this point, it's basically clear that Lonerbox is ready to throw his trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat for the sake of his ego. It's honestly just sad. Everyone who worked on addressing him on this issue had respect for him until he showed how insincere he was. Bearing in mind, this is after he's seen the second conversation with Polly, where we agree to disagree, have a polite conversation. She doesn't accuse me of being cruel to her or TOS baiting or any of that. That's someone else's accusation. And we just go our separate ways.
Wait, whose accusation was it?
But because you want to be part of it, and I don't let you, or I change my mind about it, that means I'm going to throw my trans viewers under the bus. There are trans people in this chat right now, right? This guy is speaking for you right now. Like, what the fuck? Okay. However, after hearing about how much work and how many workers he had devoted...
At this point, Denial Box is drama farming on an industrial scale.
He had devoted to researching for this topic, I was curious to see what arguments he had come up with.
Meow.
Here are some of my impressions. I'm not sure why, but he seems to think I ignored or misunderstood Lemkin's original definition of genocide, even though he sees me allude to it several times in the second debate with Polly. This claim comes up quite a lot, like I'm almost 100% sure it came from Sunday. I couldn't find the exact clip, but people who were watching his streams saying like, yeah, I misremembered or misconstrued Lemkin's definition.
Wait, Violent Smoker, President Sunday threw you under the bus? Polly doesn't have to bring it up for it to be true.
And reasoning as to his formulation to the definition of genocide in the first and second Polly people debate shows I haven't researched the topic well. I think he said it in the research stream, but it's weird that he would accuse me of that because I allude to Lemkin's definition like several times in this debate with Polly, and he's watching me do it because, but I think the reason for it being narrow is because the word genocide was literally coined to describe a crime without a name. Specifically the Holocaust, also the Armenian genocide, which is why not so much in, so Holocaust and Armenian genocide, that's Lemkin. I have problems with the way it's used.
He did mess up the Lemkin definition. I'm with President Sunday. Oh, Lonerbox threw you under the bus? Yeah, I mean, like, President Sunday, you know, was, you know, pretty based from what I've heard of him on this issue. I don't think we actually watched his video, but we did. I have heard from other people.
in law, like quite a lot of problems. Cultural genocide is just not recognized in law, which is a huge problem because the Uyghurs in China,
Yeah.
Canadian residential schools. I think the point of, so it's like I've referred to Lemkin's definition since the beginning of this thing, but so that'd be weird. But yeah, like I think the only reason political category isn't in that definition is because Stalin didn't want it to go there. Again, political affiliation, it was in Lemkin's definition. It was taken out by the UN. So funny that I wouldn't know that if I didn't know about Lemkin. Yeah.
Well,
So,
sure.
Lemkin wasn't making a narrow definition. He was referring to reoccurring series of atrocities. It's recognized. It's in addendum, the addendum to Article 2.
Sure. I mean,
I wonder why. But
when you have a bunch of
but yeah.
genocide doers making the rules, it's going to.
I think the problem is that they think Lemkin is like a big own because apparently Lemkin's definition does allow for the situation in America to be a genocide, even though it kind of doesn't. But yeah, right. At one point, he tries to make the case for cultural genocide by comparing today's. Sorry, just another thing is I don't know if the next time I debate something, I just need to like actually say, oh, by the way, Lemkin coined the term, and then here are his contributions. Like, just I don't know. At one point, he tries to make the case for cultural genocide by comparing today's situation to the treatment of indigenous children in the United States and Canada.
The addenda added including cultural and other groups.
Describing it as exact corollaries.
Yeah. Now, in terms of cultural genocide, with the case of trans people, we actually do have exact corollaries to the case of indigenous children in Canada and the United States. The forced transfer of children from one group to another. Children in some states have been removed from their parents' homes because they have been allowed to transition early on.
Now, this is something you're going to notice a lot. Once you go in to this topic trying to prove there's a genocide, you're probably going to read a few stories in the press and misconstrue them if your goal is to put them under the definition of genocide. As far as I know, I could be wrong, I don't think any kids have been taken away from their parents because they allowed their kids to transition. What happened in Texas, the directive I mentioned already at the beginning of this.
You would benefit from reading A Problem from Hell by Samantha Powers. He's going to talk about what Lemkin's definitions and intentions were.
Is that he issued a directive saying that if parents allowed kids to transition, they would be put under investigation for child abuse. They weren't able to make it child abuse just to let your kid transition. I think I don't know if Greg Abbott was just hoping that he would investigate the parents of a trans kid and find out.
There were CPS cases where no abuse was found, but CPS told the caseworker that the case had to be left open because the kid was trans.
That the parents had been like forcing this reluctant kid to take hormones because they're like a liberal groomer or whatever. I have no idea. But as far as I know with that story, 9 families were put under investigation. I think a couple of them had meetings, like one meeting with an investigator.
Wait.
And then the investigations were blocked by a federal judge. As far as I know, I don't think any kids have been taken away just because their parents were allowing them to transition. But the problem again is like, and you know, he can make mistakes like that when he's talking to someone like me because I'm a pretty left-wing person, pretty left-wing audience. Challenging that optically always looks like I'm doing the downplaying thing. But like, if you took that to someone who was on the fence and tried to say that there was an equivalent of an indigenous cultural genocide happening in Texas,
Texas tried as well.
Like, you've lost them. Because that hasn't happened yet. Like, now you can say a lot about the fact that they're trying to, and it's fucking obscene that they're trying to.
There's multiple bills trying to make transition count as child abuse.
But there's when you notice that there are all these like institutional barriers in the way, I don't know, like if the situation is bad enough as it is, you don't actually need to like lie about it. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, having to meet with CPS because you're affirming your kid's gender isn't terrifying already. I mean, Samantha Powers has some problems, but it was a solid book and it deserved the Pulitzer it received. Queer kids have been put into the group home, foster home, state ward, etc. pipeline.
Yeah. Throughout his research stream, President Sunday repeatedly brings up a story from Florida where the medical board voted to start drafting a rule that would ban puberty blockers, HRT, and surgeries for trans youths under 18. This is just a story about the bill. Everything about this hearing was reprehensible.
This faith in systems is way misplaced.
Their expert testimony was riddled with bunk science and was delivered by people who had no background in trans-related research. Sabercat, is that an example of a kid who has been taken? I think I've read that article. Oh, sorry. We'll come back to it. Again, I could be wrong, and that would change things if it were the case. Everything about this hearing was reprehensible. Their expert testimony was riddled with bunk science and was delivered from people who had no background in trans-related research. One of them was
CPS is used against BIPOC families all the time, let alone to take away queer kids. Yet there's going to be implicit bias in like the administration of any of these systems, right? That's going to have the effect, even if the laws aren't there to officially uphold it. They're trying to erode the barriers, keeping them from running roughshod over trans people. This is part of the process of getting the genocide running. They're being opposed. That doesn't mean they're not trying. How does he not recognize he's minimizing in this vid? Yeah, good question. There was a trans guy CPS caseworker in Texas. He quit. Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, he quit because he couldn't handle terrorizing families with no answers for when they'd be cleared of the charges.
The dentist. When they began the public comment section, 8 of the first 9 speakers were detransitioners, and only 1 had received gender-affirming care as a child. Only
yeah,
one.
I mean, this is the same overall problem as I've always had with Lonerbox's take, is that he's not going to see it as alarming or concerning until the damage has already been done. And it would be nice if we had the kind of consciousness, the kind of solidarity that would attempt to prevent it from happening in the first place, that wouldn't, would see them getting close, would see them making moves to, codify this in law, and see that what the Supreme Court is doing lately. Any draconian law made by a Republican government that doesn't necessarily pass constitutional muster is bait for a right-wing Supreme Court to change the fundamental nature of how laws are interpreted, right? It's not that like the Supreme Court is functioning as a stopgap measure anymore. If anything, those cases of right-wing state governments passing ridiculous laws are allowing the Supreme Court to change the law.
One trans person was allowed to testify, and the hearing ended 45 minutes early. But for Sunday, this story also contained evidence that the people in the hearing were acting with genocidal intent. His evidence here is a paragraph which mentions protesters chanting the words, "The blood is on your hands," to which a board member responds with, "That's okay." Is this him reading the article?
At one point, an audience member yelled that trans youths would suffer if the board voted to bar care. "The blood is on your hands," quote unquote. To which Zachariah responded, "That's okay."
And those 8 have been flown in form to other places. The trans speaker was local, if I recall correctly. That he wasn't shaken by this by Club Q is troubling. They're signaling the SC with a lot of these laughable, never gonna happen laws. Bruh.
Is this recorded? Is there a video recording of this? That's an insane statement. That's okay? Like, not even arguing the point, just saying that's okay.
Poly people, they're trying to genocide trans people. Lonerbox, calm down. They haven't succeeded yet. Yeah, exactly, Shakespeare.
Lonerbox, if you're watching this, this is a statement by a medical board. They are being told their policies will result in deaths, that the blood will be on their hands. The retort is not to say, no, the blood will not be on our hands. These are multifaceted. The causes of these deaths are multifaceted, and we can address these by other means than these surgeries, yada yada, or some other bullshit. No, he flat out just says, no, that's okay. There are ways to bullshit this easily for a disinterested audience that would fly. Zachariah doesn't do this. The board member doesn't do this. He says, after cutting the public comment period short, 45 minutes left, he only allows one more person to testify. Someone in the audience says the blood is on your hands. Trans youths would suffer, and Zachariah responds with, "That's okay." Lonerbox, that's an admittance. At one point, an audience member yelled that
I think people in chat are already starting to figure out the problem here, but he refers back to this quote several times throughout the stream, and even uses it in response to hearing me talk about being able to infer genocidal intent from Hitler. So here's just a few.
This is a matter of record now. Once again, Florida Medical Board votes to ban gender-affirming care. At one point, an audience member yells that trans youths would suffer if the board voted to bar care. Quote, "The blood is on your hands," unquote. To which Zachariah, a board member, responded, quote, "That's okay," unquote.
Okay.
Whether the propaganda statements I cite, quote, "the perpetuation of the race of Aborigines is not to be desired," unquote, should weigh as intent may be hard to judge. I give weight to the actions that were excused by the words. Some redefinitions of genocide, see Fine and Gigliotti, have made persistence in a destructive course equivalent to intent to destroy. And I agree with this. And the reason why I bring this up is because this case of the Florida Medical Board, when a medical board member is told the blood is on your hands, people will die from this, when he says that's okay, he has been made aware. He has been made absolutely aware of the consequences of the policies that these people are pursuing. And he's owning it.
So, again, like, the reason I have such an issue with people bringing up, like, trying to do the genocide is, like, they keep on trying to draw corollaries like this that just have no... When he's talking about...
Yeah, good point, Tella. Intent is hard to prove. It really doesn't matter what the people on the board or the speakers, if the people on the board or speakers weren't experts or balanced. All that matters is what the government did.
Persistence in a destructive course. He's talking about the treatment of Indigenous people in Australia, where the state was committing massacres and also dragging kids to state reserves to force them to learn a different language in order to give them to white families, often as laborers. But yeah, also, I don't know if a crowd chanting at you is you being made aware. We'll get to that. Even when I talk about impossible to do Hitler, like if someone wanted to say that Hitler sounds like a genocidal guy, you could have said that from like 1919.
Sure.
Because he was already saying Germany will be better once every Jew is removed. And
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Well, he wanted to remove all the Jews from Europe, right? I mean, he was pretty open about that.
Yeah. There's no way you're doing this without killing people in the end, right? Like you can try all your Madagascar plans or whatever the fuck they tried all the way up until 1940, but the inevitable conclusions, like we know now, like it's always the same.
Okay, you have board members in Florida, medical board members, responding to there will be blood on your hands with that's okay. They've been made it's been made abundantly clear people will die from this. We have the statistics. We know what the medication, what the treatments that are on offer right now, where they are on offer. We know what they do. We know they save lives.
Lonerbox trying to say that wasn't, that this doesn't mean this isn't being made aware of that. Like, I don't know, what do you call him saying that's okay? Like, at the very least, it's him being extremely callous and dismissive. And, you know, it sounds like he's okay with it if you take him literally.
Goes out of the equation once we already know they save lives.
Indigenous people here stand in solidarity with us. There's sister girls who perform at drag night with us. Some of them call themselves trans.
That is killing those people. They know this. They are fine with it. 41% jokes.
Is him feeling right worth casting a doubt on this?
Did he actually? Never mind. For reference, here is the clip of what apparently constitutes genocidal intent. Did he say board members, even though it was only one? Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. This is the hearing where the that's okay thing happened.
I want before you can come to the podium. You'll be the last speaker for the day, and let me finish. Don't shout. You're not going to win. Let me finish. What we're going to do, we'll give you an email for the state of Florida. You send your information. And whatever information what information you send will be a part of the record. You know what? Okay. You know what? Okay, that's fine. Okay, Miss Patty Sullivan, you may proceed. That's okay. That's okay. Let's have some decency and quorum here. Patty Sullivan, you may proceed.
So, just to be clear, this guy is an enormous piece of shit. This whole hearing is completely, like, fucked. But if you're hearing that and you think that's him saying, I have now been made aware that my policies will kill people, but actually that's cool. Like, if you think this is your genocidal intent, I mean...
He cut off before one trans speaker could speak. That was on purpose.
And I think that's the worst thing as well, is that you've got an event that is so unambiguously wrong in every single way. But because you're trying to prove that it's a genocide, you have to go that one step further and say that you've got like a bloodthirsty legislator acting with genocidal intent because he said that's okay that people are dying. First of all, it's not untoward for Republicans to be bad with science, right? Like, Republicans were made aware plenty of times about their COVID policies that got people killed. That doesn't mean Republicans got...
I mean, okay, so... Are Republicans sometimes not knowledgeable about science? Sure. Do Republicans have a unreasonable suspicion of science, even when it's like the preponderance of science, even when the conclusion of science is flies in the face of corporate profits, i.e., climate change? Sure, but that doesn't mean that they always like there's a lot of stuff that they will dispute that I don't think they really disbelieve in. I think they just know they can win. They've been doing this for a while. Look at all the Trump stuff, right? Trump does like a million grab her by the peas, right? And they just bite the bullet on every single one, or deny it ever happened. Like, right? That was a psyop. That was a deep fake. Yeah, Donald Trump didn't really say those words. It was the liberal media deep faking him. Like, they'll believe whatever they fucking have to believe or say they believe. I don't even think they believe half of that shit. I think they just know that if they say they believe it, they're more likely to win, and so they say they believe it. You never can really tell intent on Republicans, right?
Like, we're committing genocide against themselves, even though they were made aware plenty of times that their policies were killing people. But Sunday is challenged by one of his chatters on the framing of this clip, and he responds to say that not only does he not know, but that he also doesn't care.
Without any specialist training, so that the actual experts were drowned out. And then afterwards, in response to people calling out,
yeah, that's okay. Is probably just like, that's okay, move on, like, calm down. Yeah, it's just him trying to move the session on. Yeah, which again,
oh my
it's
God.
not like the guy is pretty disgusting, but
Mike Lewis, I have a VOD on that.
It's that same thing again as well. Like, if you tried to present that argument
And
to
the
someone
the short answer is it's complicated.
who isn't already on your side, you're gonna look like you're fucking insane. But yeah,
their blood is on your hands. He says that's fine.
The better question is, why does Sunday hate Irene now?
If he was saying that's fine to somebody else, by all means, I would love to see some record of somebody saying something. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care. I don't care if he didn't mean full-bloodedly, yeah, I'm fine with having that blood in our hands. I don't even care if he was responding to that person.
now you would care if you were trying to prove genocidal intent, but GigaChat.
Because the fact of the matter is, he would have their blood on his hands. The board would have their blood on their hands. So they can speak with their actions, and they can show that they're not fine with it.
I know, right? Irene did nothing wrong.
I don't really give a shit.
Listen, President Sunday, I know I'm a spicy lady, okay? But that doesn't make me ontologically bad girl status, does it?
Oh no, are we not being
What do you think? Am I a bad girl?
cosmically charitable to the in the case of Zachariah, quite probably criminal, but he wasn't caught for it. To this board stacked with liars and sociopaths, predating on the bigotry of the popular culture, lying about the state of medical research on this issue, to the end of killing a whole bunch of people for cheap political points. My heart bleeds purple porpoise pus.
Yeah. After admitting that he hasn't seen the clip and that he doesn't care whether or not it proves the thing he's saying it does, he goes on to use this point in a debate with Sonsol anyway. The way he rephrases what he read in the article is especially telling.
Sonsol, we have the Florida Medical Board saying that they are okay. It's perfectly okay that as a result of their decisions, trans youths will die. Sonsol.
Is that what they said?
Lukeski, this is the first time you've talked in chat. What's so weird? I'm curious.
You know when people accuse each other in this space of being bad faith? This is like when every fiber of your being is bad faith. But
what? Oh
This
my
bit.
God.
Properly.
Does he have the stuff written down? It does sound like it sounds pre-written. I mean, it's not that I'm saying it's impressive or anything like that. It's just kind of, oh, that guy, Lonerbox, yeah.
Fucked my head. Oh God. All right.
I suspect there's no shortage of weirdos in anyone remotely left DMs trying to make you seem dangerous at this point. What the fuck?
He also seems to be a little confused about how medical transition works. He seems to believe that the process of full medical transition is evidence of genocide because it renders the patient infertile. Now, I've put full medical transition in quotation marks here because it's not the most politically correct term. It implies like people.
My question is, why are they so scared of me?
Who only get top surgery or like incomplete or some shit. But yeah, I'll just go with what he was saying here.
D. Imposing measures to prevent births within the group. This one's a little less known. Once again, it is a condition of many transition treatments that you are sterilized in the process. E.
So when he's saying trans treatments there, it's a condition of many trans treatments that you're sterilized in the process. Like, when I first heard that, like, yeah, bottom surgery makes you infertile.
What kind of cat
I think
girl
for
is
trans
Irene?
women, HRT makes you infertile as well. Or not completely. It's got a chance of reducing fertility. I think for trans men, it's a little bit less so the case. But I think what he's referring to here is old gender recognition laws, where they say that, like in Sweden until 2012, as an example,
He's more like at 1.25 speed, but he has sped up.
or lots of parts of Europe actually, where
Yeah,
you
what kind of bottom surgery? I don't
couldn't
think
get
he
legal
specified.
gender recognition unless
He's talking like there's only one.
you got quote unquote top and bottom surgery. You had to get all the surgeries to get legal gender recognition. So I don't know if that's what he's referring to. I've tried looking at a few of the older policies as well. I think in America, it's 17 states still do that, where you need to get the top and bottom surgery to get gender recognition, which incidentally does sterilize you. I think in Sweden, it's really hard to tell because the way that a lot of the articles on it are written, some of them for Sweden from the 70s says that it was the case that you had to get sterilized before any surgery. So like you had to get sterilized just even if you want top surgery, but then other articles just said it was a gender recognition thing. Like, and I think sometimes what happens is when you get bottom surgery, they would have a box that says you have to consent to being sterilized because the procedure of bottom surgery will sterilize you. Like, so I don't know if he's confused transition with like transition treatments with gender recognition, but incidentally, it's a mistake that he makes more than once.
It is still the case in many places that a condition of even fully transitioning.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. We weren't allowed to stay fertile even if we wanted to. There's trans guys who wanted to keep their wombs, but the surgeon would not allow it.
Medically requires
Meow.
a trans person, because of holdovers from the history of eugenics, to sterilize themselves so they can't reproduce their genes into the general population.
So what did he say there?
Sarah, is that longer something that I should read on stream after this?
That a condition of even fully transitioning medically.
A condition of fully transitioning medically. How can you, is there a way you can fully transition medically, quotation mark, without being rendered infertile? Like if you're a trans woman and you get bottom surgery, they cut your balls off. Like, sorry for being blunt, but if you're a trans man, there are multiple bottom surgery processes. I don't think one of them is like hysterectomy. I don't know if that's necessary though. I don't know if phalloplasties or anything, if they render you infertile, but like this is usually like this, even in the gender recognition places, this is like informed consent. And I think what the European Union did was that they banned the gender recognition stuff in 2017 because they called it a human rights violation, which it
Bruh, indeed,
is.
yes.
Of course, you shouldn't need bottom surgery to get your
No,
recognition.
wait,
that's
that's
insane.
not
But
a
calling it
funny
like
thing. Okay.
eugenics and not letting them reproduce their genes, like what I want to know is, I couldn't find this
I
anywhere,
thought it was like a funny thing, but I didn't really read it.
is if there's any states where they don't let you freeze
Maybe
your
not.
sperm and eggs beforehand, sperm or eggs. But he's saying full medical transition. He does it more than once as well. Like,
This has been calculated. D, imposing measures to prevent births within the group. It is still policy in very many places that you must be sterilized as a part of your transition process.
and he said it previously in his research stream.
Trans medicine has evolved over the last few decades, has been unreflectively taking on elements of previous eugenic treatment of trans people. So until very recently, in most places, there was a requirement that you have your transition, transition procedures, I guess, done in a specific order that basically required you to sterilize yourself in order to fully transition, which is wrong, obviously.
Again, in order to fully medically transition, which implies bottom surgery to fully transition. How do you do that without making someone infertile? Like, I know in the past you can refer to things like, I think that Sweden law was, but he's also flipping between whether it's still happening now, especially in the United States, or if it was the case in the past, which again wouldn't be the, like, if you want to make a case for transgender in the past, it's quite easy. Like, when you were trans, like in the 30s and 40s, they just lobotomized you in a lot of parts of America. So that's pretty clear, but like, I have no fucking idea what he's talking about here. And he had 5 people doing research for him here as well. And not to take anything away from them, maybe they did good work and all that, but like, I don't know if their information seems to have gone through like the President's Sunday filter, and he's just read articles about, or read headlines about the legal gender recognition, and he's rearranged that in his head to make it into bottom surgery would be genocide or eugenics. Like, Like, I don't know, like he could have like fucking ContraPoints whispering things in his ear and it would still come out as like horseshit. I don't, it's, yeah.
He has a new vid about it? Did he just put this clip out or something?
I think the way you'd word that is that there are some states where they still very inhumanely demand
Or
you
President Sunday. Oh, I
to
see.
get bottom surgery in order to, like top and bottom surgery in order to get gender recognition. Like, and that's a big problem. But again, like, because we're on the genocide road, we have to like fucking exaggerate, we have to like change everything, you know?
Like, I think a lot of people use ContraPoints as the example of the magical, like, trans girl that can de-radicalize Nazis or something. I don't know. That's how she gets brought up a lot.
I'm gonna get a bit more water, okay? And then I'll leave it up here so I don't scroll too much. All right, guys, take another 30-second break or 1 minute, whatever.
Oh my god. This is a fucking game to him. Just like he sees the game where he's trying to win over competitors. He doesn't care about the issue at all. Yeah, discourse brain. That is discourse brain, if not content brain. They found a white trans lady to pedestal, and now she's apparently whispering in everyone's ear like some kind of mafia character. Wait, who are we talking about? Japan requires sterilization still, or did at least until recently. The trans misogynist. He just, yeah, it's not even like Hassan where he leaves the video on, or like Irene where she leaves the video on. It's like Lonerbox where you're just sitting here and like, I don't know, maybe the chat does like a group meditation together.
Okay. Hey guys.
Some visualization.
We got a couple more bits. We're almost done. Are we still enjoying ourselves so far? Are we having a good time? Oh, my water. Oh no. Hang on, I got my water.
Maybe the chat has to, oh my god. Are you enjoying yourself, chat? Yeah, that's
Okay. Doe. This is a slightly more upsetting one, just because
okay.
I quite like Doe. I used to anyway. The day after Demon Mama's review, Doe reached out to me in DMs to ask me about the debate. The conversation was a little heated at times, but I wouldn't say hostile. I offered to talk about it privately over voice chat, but it didn't seem interested. This is just a bit again with the talk. You really want? Probably not. Okay. We went back and forth a little, but it didn't feel like things were going
time.
anywhere.
I'm not either.
The reason I tend to ask people for voice calls, even if it's in private, is because text message exchanges, especially for arguments, really mess with my head, especially when they go like this. Sorry, chat, go away.
So
when you bring up the word genocide, you are intrinsically
okay.
bringing up violence, by the way. Unless you think this is the first genocide in history that we can just vote and protest away. When I bring up the word law, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. When I bring up the word vote, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. When I bring up the word president, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. When I bring up the word oppression, I'm intrinsically bringing up violence. Do you really think that's comparable to genocide? No, you don't. Stop. Stop. Nice spelling. Like, I can't engage. Like, so. I find it really strange that someone like Doe, who is kind of known to be like the big left-wing theory head, would ignore the difference between systemic violence and direct violence. Like, obviously the violence with genocide is like, that's like Jewish partisan groups destroying Nazi supply lines, killing officers, killing soldiers so they can allow people to escape. That's not really quite the same violence as like this stuff. But yeah, like I don't really have the energy to go through the back and forth with this. After a few days of exchanging messages, long and short, I sent a few paragraphs summarizing my thoughts on the whole situation. Doe did not respond.
So I decided to
So
write
this was the last message I sent before the big falling
put it
out.
in-
Looks like I was right.
I decided to put it in my manifesto.
I even said immediately after the liberal thing was more of a this is just talking about a response I made to Demon Mama on stream earlier on. Anyway, having watched everything back and some of Demon Mama's response, I have no idea how you could frame this as a scared trans person just sharing her concerns. She's a debater who has no problem going on panels with Christian fascists, and she, well done, Lonerbox, came into my chat looking to argue. The problem is that even when I agreed with her on everything regarding the policies and what to do about them, she still said I was part of the problem for not calling it a genocide. Genocide which, according to whatever homespun definition you guys are using, would apparently include every kind of systemic discrimination in human history. Strange way to use a word that was literally coined to describe the very worst of all crimes, but meh. I noticed you were doing the same thing by pulling parts out of the UN definition, which I find odd because we both know that isn't how language works.
It sounds to me like Lonerbox is implying that there's a certain level of discrimination that's expected or even permissible. And that, like, it's only when it becomes, I don't know, like...
Its meaning comes from its use and practice as well as its definition, and ignoring that second half is pretty dishonest, especially with a word that is used so sparingly, not just in law, but also in history. Polly went out of that talk laughing with her chat for over an hour about how I was doing Holocaust revisionism and genocide denial. I can find you the clip if you want, but did none of you notice that I was actually trying to back up her point by saying what I did about 1941? The idea that the Nazis' original and explicit intent was to remove Jews, ethnic cleansing would be a better term there, and the inevitable conclusion of that was mass killing, the thing 99% of people think when they hear genocide, is hardly controversial, and I can give you plenty of sources if you think there's a problem with it. I was trying to agree with her that intent can be inferred and intervention can be perfectly justified before genocide occurs, but she was so dunk-brained that she just couldn't see it. You can see at the end when I said intervention was justified as soon as Dachau opened in 33 and she refused to acknowledge it. I know I'm writing a lot here because I do see you as a generally honest person, but I have Demon Mama, agreeing with a chatter who said I was acting like a
What is going on with this?
that one is kind of funny. I don't know what to say. I just think this characterization is insanely unfair, and I feel like I've been gaslit to fuck over the last week. I have to put it to rest for a bit because of deadlines, but yeah, guess I'm just disappointed. This thing here about her chat, the banning thing. When I went into Polly's chat after the debate,
oh my god! So why is he so upset over this? Okay, so my understanding is this all started when he was watching DJ Mule and Kira Chats talk about oppression against trans people, and they used the word transgenocide, and he scoffed, and he went off on it for a good, I don't know, hour or so. You can see me reacting to that in my first video on Lonerbox. I kind of split it up. I wanted to put it all together because it's all kind of related, but at the same time, you know, these are both pretty long streams, and I didn't want to have too long of a stream altogether. So I broke it up into two parts. But yeah, it's you know, his stream that got Polly's attention, where Polly came in and said, hey, I you know, disagreed with him. That's what started the debate, and then the reaction to the debate as well.
Jokes to someone like to Polly, I'd probably say don't do that, but it's okay. I'm not really that offended. I just thought it was like a bit wild. I wouldn't hear from Doe again until after I pulled out of my talk with President Sunday. When the day had passed, it started messaging me again, and within 15 minutes of talking, I decided to block it. A week later, Doe put out a 13-tweet post about me on Twitter. This thread is probably one of the most dishonest characterizations I've ever received in my life.
Oh, I don't remember this.
So keep some of this in mind and we'll go through problems. I came to Lonerbox privately more than once, frustrated after watching him publicly try to bait a trans woman into talking about her oppression into a TOS violation, asking which Republicans you want to kill because she felt genocidal was accurate to describe Republican policy. Pay attention to the things that are put in quotation marks here. He claimed that I and others were just trying to force him to accept the word genocidal, that we were a small group of radicals who had invented a new definition, separate from the UN definition academics use, just to claim that we're experiencing the worst possible oppression. I explained that I didn't care whether or not he had a particular line for when he thought the descriptive rhetoric of genocidal should come into play, that what bothered most people was the way he treated Polly, and the way it encourages other people to treat us. So again, the way I treated Polly, that complaint never came from Polly. It was settled. I want that to stay in. Yeah. We didn't come to any sort of resolution at that time. Later, I heard from President Sunday that Lonerbox had reached out to him for a conversation about the discourse generated about the Polly people conversation. President Sunday wanted to do it right and come well researched. This had made me hopeful, and I, along with others, were happy to dedicate time to research that that was going to be used to help two political commentators I respect develop their opinions and elevate the discourse in general.
He absolutely mistreated her in that conversation. Yeah, he was trying to, use her, and he didn't care if it got her platform taken away.
I was also hopeful that President Sunday could get Lonerbox to acknowledge what had bothered people about the way he had handled things since that conversation with Polly. Again, this isn't on Sunday's list of topics. After many people had dedicated hours of research and President Sunday was about to start his final research stream before the scheduled conversation between him and Lonerbox, Lonerbox decided that the topic was, quote, again, quote, too boring, and he didn't want to have it anymore. President Sunday had his research stream anyways. We weren't done with the topic that we had dedicated hours to researching, one in which many of those involved in the research's rights and freedoms were at stake. He also left the door open for Lonerbox on their scheduled date. After hoping that Lonerbox would show up despite cancelling on President Sunday, I reached out back to him, frustrated again, watching other people mimic his behavior towards other trans people speaking about their oppression. While we're going through the rest of this, I want you guys to imagine in your head what reaching out back to me, frustrated again, would have looked like. Just guess what that would have looked like, right? His response was to block me, saying, with friends like these, after he claimed I wasn't listening. I respected Lonerbox, which is why I was appalled at his behavior and thought that coming to him privately would help him see that
The harm he cites, it's real harm. It's just, what if it's not persuasive? Okay, let them choose their language. What if if a Republican means well, what if it incites violence?
Wasn't out to harm him, that I respected him and wanted him to do better. And it's why I thought that coming with arms full of research would show that we were coming to share in learning and knowledge together. Unfortunately, that seems not to be the case, considering his behavior towards those that dedicated time to honestly exploring a topic that is very close to their lives. All we wanted was him to approach the topic honestly since he reached out for the conversation. Okay? Go through some points on that. Doe claims I publicly tried to bait a trans woman into a TOS violation, asking which Republicans you want to kill. I have no idea why this question is in quotation marks because I never asked it. If what I was doing was so clearly TOS baiting, if you were so sure of my intentions and of the fact that I would have broken my entire pattern of behavior on this platform just to get a small trans streamer banned from Twitch, why would you not at least use a direct quote? I don't know if it rejects my claim that people are trying to force the word genocide upon people, but I think at the very least it's fair to say there is some pressure. Well, you've seen the Polly conversations and Republicans have spent the last 2 days excusing and even congratulating a mass murderer because his victims were queer. If you claim to be a leftist and still think calling this a genocide is too strong a word, I have news for you. You are not a leftist, nor are you a trans ally. Yep. It's time we collectively put our foot down. The conservatives have drawn on the battle lines. You're either willing to acknowledge the truth, or you're giving space for conservatives to fuel a genocide. I find it strange that Doe claimed not to care about my opinions on the word genocide if it then agreed to do research for Sunday on that particular topic. If Doe was more bothered by the way I treated Polly and was hopeful that Sunday could get me to acknowledge what had bothered people about the way I handled things, why was this not specified on Sunday's list of topics? If we were going to talk about the debate, it surely would have made sense to tell me that I could at least watch it to grab timestamps. Watch it again, sorry. In Doe's thread, it says I cancelled the conversation with Sunday because it was too boring. Again, I don't know why boring is in quotation marks because I never said this. To be clear, no one asked me to specify why I cancelled the talk. Sunday absolutely didn't, and as we're about to find out, neither did Doe. After I decided not to show up to the debate, Doe says it reached out to me frustrated again, watching other people mimic my behavior towards other trans people speaking about their oppression. My response was to block it, saying, with friends like these, after I claimed it wasn't listening. At the very least, the words in quotation marks are correct here. However, the reason I chose to block Doe could use some clarification. So, Doe comes into my DMs about a week after this, we've already read this, doesn't engage with any of this, posts a tweet from Sonsol. If you actually think this is my position, you're fucking insane. You're listing off shit that hasn't happened yet or has been directly struck down in court as evidence of a genocide now. You're acting like your name is engraved at the Holocaust Museum already. Here is the direct consequence of your behavior. Same tweet again. If you're speedrunning using every rhetorical strategy to make people stop listening to trans individuals talk about actual harm being done to them, to call you dangerous to trans people is an understatement, and it's certainly not a lie.
You can see that Sunday's roasts are so, like, low-hanging fruit. Really, you're gonna use speedrunning. Like, this is a cliche at this point.
Good job promoting discarding and laughing at trans people who are worried about their oppression. You're an excellent advocate. You've done an incredible job of encouraging the people around you to disregard and disrespect trans people and paternalistically mock them and tell them they're bad for their own movement. Question
Wait,
mark.
that's
I had
what-
a second convo with Polly.
That's what people like you are doing,
It seemed pretty
though.
chill. I think what you did best, though, was convince people that utilizing state policies to eliminate people isn't a genocide, when
Oh my
politicians just do
God.
it because they're worried about kids. You just did an amazing job setting up the obvious dichotomy between the violent, crazy trans people who are using words like genocide to encourage their audience to commit violent actions and the good-natured, good-hearted conservatives who care about kids. The effects of your work is clear and the company you keep shines through you. The only reason I didn't continue the discussion before was because you were going to talk to President Sunday, and I thought he could do a better job of getting you to stop being a dumb fucking idiot than I could. But you pussied out of that too. Can you address the fact that I spoke to Polly for a second time and I said I didn't think this was the issue worth fighting over? Why do I need to carry on this conversation? I said I was done with it, and now you're blaming me for someone else's tweets. So, excellent job. You've encouraged more people to downplay and disregard the rhetoric of trans people, all while lying about the origins of the word genocide, lying or being just fucking wrong about the policies being advocated and passed by conservatives. Why do you think Sonsol's my company? He's fought with Polly before I even met her. This discourse has been had before I brought it up. These two were sent at the same time. That's why it looked a bit disjointed. Okay, you're not listening. Friends like these, huh? Bye. Now, if anyone, again, I'm not the most socially aware person. If anyone thinks there was a better way I could have handled this, like respond point by point, step back, acknowledge my faults, just leave the messages and let Doe fucking fire off into the void. Like, there's nothing to engage with here. Bear in mind, the trans people bit, again, this is Sonsol speaking to
Meow.
Polly, the same individual trans person that I spoke to. So. Right. There are so many points in this exchange where I felt like any hope of a good faith engagement was fraught. I won't list them all here, but here are a few as an impression. Doe immediately opened the conversation by describing my position as DGG stupidity, despite my argument being fairly common outside of our space. So, this is from the initial reaching out.
Outside of
I think
outside of our space, is that you admitting to be?
People say this, especially from this community. I think you're
From
at
this
that
community?
point, like
What?
the well is just poisoned enough to the point that there's not really much hope of going back. I
Wait,
find it really weird though
the
that
trans community? What community are we talking about?
this words like Nazi or genocide don't have meanings anymore is a DGG idea, because it's not hard to find that. Like, this is the BBC article on what is a genocide, and they even say there's like a guy, I think he's like a human rights expert. And
I agree, Zara. Who cares if it's fully or if it's cully?
SF Secretary General, voiced concern that the term genocide has fallen victim to a sort of verbal inflation, in much the same way as happened with the word fascist. DGG are confirmed. The Wikipedia article on trans genocide. Where is it? Did it move? Oh yeah. It was criticized by hate crime expert in the article here of the Canadian Jewish Congress as being insensitive to victims of recognized genocides known as the Holocaust. This article suggests that the origins of the term transgenocide, it might have been a mistranslation. It came not because of policies in the US, but because of the murder rates in Latin America. And it might have been just mistranslated, because I think there's somewhere here when they talk about, like, I think it's like transcide that they use, or like, again, democide, or the same way feminists will use femicide to talk about high murder rates of
Wait, no,
women.
democide is political.
But
in
yeah,
nature.
DGG are again, Canadian Jewish Congress. There's actually a really good radio podcast where he talks about that topic in particular.
Oh my God.
I think he actually makes the argument that if you were talking about states that are guilty of trans genocide,
It's just stolen
a
valor.
better example would be somewhere like Uganda or Middle Eastern countries where it's like a crime to be LGBTQ. And if you are caught being one of those things, they just kill you, just death penalty. And he makes the case that those should be called for genocide. It described my conflict with Polly as me promoting, discarding, and laughing at trans people who are worried about their oppression. Given that this is in reference to an engagement I had with a single trans person, incidentally, the same trans person Sonsol was arguing with, this invocation of trans people is clearly disingenuous in a way that you'd expect this corner of the internet to be very aware of. I will actually use I don't normally use this term because it's got like slightly toxic implications, but this whole thing about you're disagreeing with XYZ trans person, like, it's woke scolding. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And the reason I'm using that term now is
Woke scolding. Oh my
I'll
God, mark
reveal
it
right
off
at the
on your
end, okay?
bingo card.
I wouldn't normally use the word woke scold because it's like,
Oh, wow.
I've never described conservative legislators as good-natured or good-hearted. If you can't see any middle ground between good-natured and genocidal, that is most likely your problem, not mine. It accused me of lying about the origins of the word genocide, despite me frequently bringing up examples that imply Lemkin's definition in both debates. 5. It accused me of lying about the policies being advocated and passed by conservatives. As far as I can find, I think there's only one example of me getting something wrong as I was referring back to an article from 2021. Although I even qualified this by saying it's as far as I know, unless there's something more recent. So I'll show you the guys. I think this is the thing they've accused me of lying for. I don't know. Can't think of anything. And often I think when I have these discussions with people is I ask a few people whether or not, like, oh, how many states do you think have banned trans healthcare for kids or have tried to? And they'll say, oh, I don't know, like 30. And there's like 2, and one of them failed. And often I think when I have these discussions, so that's the first thing. The thing I'm referring to here, the 2 states banned treatment for kids, 1 failed. It was in 2021. This is the article from The Guardian about it. Again, these are all the states that failed, and these are the 2 that passed.
Yeah, they failed, so we shouldn't worry
my knowledge
about
at the
it.
time was that Tennessee passed a ban, but the ban was only on hormone treatment for prepubescent minors, which is weird because no one recommends you give hormones to people before puberty.
Yeah, not DGG brain woke scolds. Well, I mean, like he like I guess he could make an argument that like similar arguments are made in VGG as well, but that's not the problem. Whether you're DGG aligned or VGG aligned, the problem is your takes suck.
I'm pretty sure even blockers, I might be wrong, but I think even blockers, you have to start your initial stage of puberty before you go on blockers. I think that's the case, but this law currently didn't actually affect anyone's treatment. You can still criticize it because it's like basically just like a hateful statement, and it's most likely them preparing to extend the ban next year.
No shit.
Arkansas
No shit.
got through a full ban on gender affirming care for kids for under 18s, and it was blocked by a federal judge. So that's what I'm referring to at the time. Like, I think since then, Alabama got through a full ban for.
And it's not like we have a right-wing overall judicial branch that they can appeal to.
Under 18s as well, but that was
when VGG and DGG send their streamers, they are not sending their best.
So blocked by a federal judge. Arizona pushed Arizona is the only one that can actually enforce their ban. The ban that Arizona pushed was what the fuck was it? It was surgery for under 18s. That's the one that they've enforced. Again, I disagree with all of those. I think all of the treatments should be available to under 18s. So, the other ones, Florida did one as well, but their one was I don't think their one has gone into law yet. It was the one that was approved by the medical board, and that was after the debate though. That was November that happened. So, all right. I even qualified this by saying it's as far as I know, unless there's something more recent.
I mean, there's many laws that are I don't have the website up, but like there's many laws that exist right now that have been passed in many states.
Specifically about banning, about restricting healthcare for kids, right? 2 states succeeded, I think, and one of them got overturned this year. As far as I know, unless there's something more recent, yeah.
I'd have.
So if that's me lying, sorry. Contrast this with Demon Mama attempting to refute me by saying 2 states banned all gender-affirming care, not just for minors.
If you get cleared for surgery under 18, it's because your doctor doesn't think you'll live. Oh, yeah.
Specifically about banning, about restricting healthcare for kids, right? 2 states succeeded, I think, and one of them got overturned this year.
No. 2 states succeeded at passing.
Yeah, and it's not like Democrats are unified for trans rights either.
Full ban, and both of them were overturned on the federal level. Thank goodness.
Did he just contradict himself? All surgery options available. No one is saying minors should get surgery. That also obfuscates, something. Whether we're talking about like top surgery is lumped into that too.
2 states succeeded at banning all, not just for minors.
I couldn't find anywhere where this was coming from. The only thing I could find was a state that had in Missouri. There's an article that said legislators were considering changing the age from 18 to 25, the minimum age. But the heavy lifting there is coming from the word consider. Like legislators consider all kinds of shit. So I don't know of any state that's tried to ban trans healthcare for everyone, not just for minors. I have no idea what she's talking about there. Here, I mean, she elaborates on which states, because you can see as it goes on, someone in her chat asks
that has been brought
which
up.
other one was an all besides Alabama.
Because it can.
So there's a connection between organizations like Libs of TikTok, demagogues like Matt Walsh, and actually the Florida state legislature. There's a connection between the Republicans making the laws and the talking heads proposing the laws. And I know Matt Walsh has definitely proposed taking HRT away from more than just children.
Debilitating when you
Arkansas.
sort of look.
They in Florida, for instance, they banned gender affirming care on Medicaid in many states.
Yeah, Arkansas and Alabama banned for youths and got overturned. I don't know why she thought those 2 states banned all healthcare, not just for minors. Like, we'll go over it again, like she says.
Overturned on the federal level, thank goodness. 2 states succeeded at banning all, not just for minors.
So she doesn't go on to say, I'm not sure about that, I could be wrong. Just to maybe combat some of the, I guess, the disinformation then, sure. As far as the bans go, I think, yeah, the actual like legal bans have come from Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Arizona. Tennessee's one doesn't actually affect anyone's treatment yet, but they're going to try to push it further in 23. Alabama, Arkansas blocked. Arizona, they have been allowed to enforce this one, which is not very nice. There are other ones that have done
not
like
very
not
nice,
bans,
okay.
but they've tried to limit. So in Florida, they did take it away from Medicaid.
I'm glad at least you can agree that it's not very nice.
That's not a ban, but it's still shit. Texas
Oh,
directive
yeah.
did make doctors more reluctant when the before the
hydrated?
federal block came in. Oklahoma governor
Not
tried
very
it
nice.
a very like sneaky, indirect way because he withheld COVID relief funds from a state hospital system, unless it stopped providing care to minors. So again, I don't know if that's going to be. This is quite recent, so I don't know if that's going to be challenged at a federal level. But yeah, there you go. Again, just like if you want my moral take, every single one of these policies is dog shit. They're disgusting. Like they should not be passed. But okay. As far as I remember, I have never called any of the trans people I've interacted with on this issue crazy. But between Demon Mama smacking her fist, talking about how she wants more.
Oh my god. Okay, I guess we gotta do this. I wasn't gonna do this. Look, you made me quit out of Minecraft temporarily, at least. I gotta find this. Somebody sent me this clip fairly recently. Let's see what he says about nocommentchick. So we don't call trans streamers crazy, right? Let's see what we find at 1 hour into this VOD.
Okay. That's old.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh yeah, it's the fucking crazy motherfucker who has like folders on everyone.
The crazy
Fuck, I've got a folder
motherfucker
now.
who
Oh,
has
shit.
folders on
I
everyone.
don't think she knew who I was when the folder story broke.
Mr. I don't use tropes against trans women. Mr. I don't use tropes against trans women. The crazy motherfucker with folders on everyone. Caught in 4K. Damn. Damn, Lonerbox. Damn. Alright. That's enough ownage for today. Ownage? Oh my god, I can't believe I actually said ownage. That's so like... I don't even know what it is. It's
more rip and tear.
Cringe.
And Doe saying things like this, I hardly find it fair that I should be blamed when other people
cringe. I was
describe
being
them as violent.
cringe.
Doe did this tweet, which I thought
That's
was
the
a bit...
technical term for it is cringe.
Inventing a new guy. Guy who thinks that using the word genocide to describe your
Folders on everyone.
oppressors, genocidal, is a call to violence, but that using the phrase implementing policies designed to make life unlivable for a particular group in the hopes of elimination or erasure isn't one. Damn, found out this dude already
That was
exists.
leet, yeah.
Rip. Don't worry, they're only implementing policies designed to make your life unlivable.
Very leet.
If it was a genocide, I would support you murdering those people, but since they're only making your life unlivable, it's really important that you write your local congressman. Again, like, being so dismissive of people who actually take their free time and do the work and establish like connections and with these like legislators to try and stop these laws from like canvassing or testifying and just it's all shitting on all of it. So just weird. I can explain this very easily. Again, direct violence versus systemic. I can explain why violence against the genocidal actions of Germany in Eastern Europe made sense because Jewish militia groups actually did quite a good job at destroying Nazi infrastructure, disrupting supply lines, killing perpetrators, allowing people.
Also, 18 states have anti-trans in sports laws. Hey, I wonder what he'd think about that. If he would say, "Oh, geez, really? A folder Gajinka YouTuber would be pretty cool. Come to think of it, Gajinka."
To escape. I can say why that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Same with the Rohingya Muslims, the rebel groups. It's
I write to my congressperson people. It doesn't do any good.
the way they can defend their communities. As for implementing policies like systemic violence, well, I can't explain how killing the legislators will help. I can't explain how physical violence stops this problem. Okay, that's why I think they're different. If you want to challenge that, please just let me know. Okay, I'm always, you know, I'm not like against political violence, believe it or not. This was a DM. I don't actually know if I want to share this one. Fuck, I was gonna put out all the DMs from the very beginning of the conversation with Doe, but Doe has since deleted its Twitter account or privated it, so that's okay.
Missing some DMs, I guess. Wait, what? How do you have
I will
more?
say though,
How do you have more? How do you possibly have more?
Doe, if you see this, if you think I've misrepresented anything, you are more than welcome to leak everything. Go ahead. You can even leak the bit where I made fun of Destiny in like 2021 or some shit in your DMs, because I know that message was there as well. Go for it. Whew. 2 more pages, guys, or 2 more bits.
2 more fucking bits.
Honorable mention.
Honorable mention.
Gayfesh.
Oh shit, chat.
Gayfesh is perhaps one of the saddest, most radioactively online losers in the entire online left.
Look, I've had my issues with Gayfesh, but
the self-appointed ambassador of the trans community decided I was going to throw my trans viewers under the bus at the drop of a hat. Dylan Burns asked him if that might be a bit of a reach. Gayfesh decided that this was yet another instance of Dylan being a total piece of shit, not an ally, and someone who was—
Oh, that's so weird. Somebody from Demon Mama's community recognizing that Dylan Burns is a total piece of shit. Took you long enough.
not going to stand up for queer folk. This is Sunday saying I'm going to drop all my trans viewers under the bus. Dylan, don't you think this is a bit of a reach? So Dylan being a total piece of shit and not an ally is not just a several times fluke.
Wow. Now, I'm not going to say this yet. All right, I'm not going to say this for sure. But it almost sounds like Gayfesh is saying NCC was right. It almost sounds like Gayfesh is saying Demon Mama was wrong. It almost sounds like bowing down to Dylan Burns, helping Rob North spread transphobic tropes on his streams was not the right thing for Demon Mama to do. It almost seems like we could have avoided all this bullshit if she just put her money where her mouth was, instead of putting her career first and her relationship with Dylan first. I don't know. I don't know.
Go back to your war tourism if you're not going to stand up for queer folk. Gayfesh is on
Jeff, from solidarity is something that's got to start from the ground up, right?
line like all the time. All right. When your litmus test for whether or not someone is adequately supporting LGBTQ rights rests solely on how loyal they are to your specific niche online community, it might be time to reflect on what exactly it is you want to achieve from this space. This is not the behavior.
I feel like Gayfesh is not the only one to realize this either.
Of someone who wants allies.
Not a lot of people will say it.
It's the behavior of someone who wants to exist in a cult. The people on your side are not going to agree with you on everything. This doesn't mean they care less than you do, nor does it mean they are against you. We are going to disagree sometimes, but for the most part, we are still on the same side. As someone who came out of Vosh's community—
Yeah, you're right, Jules. She's unreachable.
—and still feels quite welcome there, I have been relieved to find out that this level of purity
kind of sucks, though.
Testing has been limited to a small, albeit loud minority. I'm aware a lot of Vosh viewers in my community have disagreed with me on this issue, but for whatever reason, have decided to defend me anyway. Shout out to the VGG boys and girls and NBs for supporting me. Thank you very much. This was a thread about, do you have opinions you're not comfortable with expressing in this community? And this person wrote a whole big thing about the genocide thing. I thought this was quite a good thread, but we'll just leave it.
So wait, honorable mention, we got Gayfesh. Anybody else?
Why is Gayfesh a member of this community with take? Like the take here was the tweet to Dylan, and yeah, they're not being okay. Cool. Though I'm not too worried about this particular community's ability— Though I'm not too worried about this particular community's immediate ability—
I am almost glad that I watched till the end. This is painful, but like I guess there was good stuff at the end too.
—to harm me, they don't really have the reach for that. I do think the accusations they've made against me are a bit less trivial than they seem. The accusation that I tried to TOS bait a trans woman can quickly morph into the claim that I tried to get a small trans streamer banned from Twitch. The fact that I didn't go easy on a fellow debate streamer in an argument she agreed to have has already transposed into the claim that I cruelly mocked a scared trans woman.
You didn't go easy on her? Do you think you looked good in that debate?
who just wanted to talk about her oppression. That claim has already evolved into an image of me dismissing trans people as a whole. Of course, despite the masterclass in projection, I am not the one with an extensive history of attacking people's platforms and livelihoods, nor do I have a tendency to celebrate deplatforming when it does happen. If someone like Gayfesh can convince himself that I tried to take away an innocent person's platform, wouldn't he be justified in doing exactly the same to me? After all...
So, wait, are you really putting it on Gayfesh that, like, what Gayfesh said implies that... That is the worst attempt at Darvo I think I've ever heard. This US leftists online, are they actually in a party meeting up with people in real life? That's a good question. It varies like streamer by streamer.
It's no secret that they've gone after people for less. We ready, guys? Deep breaths.
He doesn't have a clue that Polly actually handled. Yeah, Polly said so after the stream. Polly said that she was careful not to be too strident, because she knew that she was kind of encountering a new audience through debating him. And, you know, as a trans streamer, you get punished. You get punished for being confident. You get punished for winning. You get punished for embarrassing somebody. You get punished for hurting somebody's feelings, right? I know this. Demon Mama knows this. Polly knows this. Chat gave Polly shit for being so gentle. Yeah, absolutely.
Epilogue.
He is such a snake. Oh no, deplatforming.
Riley Grace Rochon. This story is...
What?
Wow.
How is Riley
Riley
involved
Grace
in this?
Rochon, otherwise known as RGR, is a former Twitch streamer and YouTuber who is known in this space partially for her very unsavory interactions with Doe and Demon Mama. Having stepped away from YouTube for almost a year now, Riley is currently in the final stages of her law degree and also working, unpaid, as a board member for Free State Justice, FSJ, a non-profit organization that provides legal services, legal advocacy, education and outreach for LGBTQ people and their families in the state of Maryland. In September this year, Doe, Demon Mama, and Gayfesh shared a statement from the former executive director of FSJ accusing the board, Riley included, of corruption and the upholding of white supremacist culture.
Okay, I remember this.
We'll go into all these tweets throughout. This is Doe who broke the story on Twitter, I think. In fairness to Doe, Doe...
RGR's legacy is trying and failing to rehabilitate Calvin.
Didn't go quite as far as Demon Mama and Gayfesh here. Doe just shared the story. Maybe that's not inherently a bad thing, but okay. Demon Mama. Both Doe and I have now been repeatedly vindicated of the obscene lies, and then this shares the post. Whoa. Let's go back, chat. Gayfesh. The director of the advocacy group RGR is in the board of just resigned and accused her of power grabbing and furthering white supremacist culture. Here's his letter. Okay. The person in question, Jeremy Lemaster, published a statement where he claimed to have called for the immediate resignations of every member of the board and accused them of failing in their fiduciary responsibilities, engaging in partisan lobbying, and trying to consolidate power. Upon reading Lemaster's statement the day after it was published, I was a little skeptical of his claims, especially in contrast to Demon Mama and Gayfesh, who seemed entirely uncritical. They neglected to say, for example, that two former board members had challenged Lemaster's claims and that his apparent resignation had come 4 days after being told he would be fired. So, this is the article.
How many trans people can you fit into one manifesto? Apparently not enough.
Where they challenge the claims. It's mostly his statement here, and then it goes into the bottom to say that the board members challenged it. So this is Charlotte, and 100% false. Yeah.
Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Arizona are the most anti-trans states. That means 18.2 million people are under the most anti-trans laws. Florida is also bad. That means 40 million people are living under... Well, yeah, Florida, Texas, God, like, it's so bad other states have created refugee laws that accept trans people escaping these states these states in particular.
I will give you that article, just in case. A quick Google search... Oh, shit. I also noticed that the evidence Lemaster gave of white supremacist culture was incredibly vague. And this is from his statement. These are the hallmarks of white supremacist culture: the concentration of power, power hoarding, defensiveness, right to comfort, fear of open conflict, hyper-individualism, and a false sense of urgency. I mean, okay.
Okay, so this was the... God, I'm trying to remember what official. FSR's, RGR's organization. I believe that Dylan might have something to do with that as well, although I'm not entirely sure about that. Somebody came forward, resigned. I think it might have been the president of the board, resigned and, said, this is going on here. This is not a very, this is a place that has, like, a problem with racism. You're about 5.5 hours late. True. But don't worry, you've got plenty of, I will leave the VOD up for people who haven't, for people who got here late. We love our VODs.
A quick Google search of the terms he invoked led me to this website where he seems to have lifted them from. And this website just has all of them listed, like right to comfort, power hoarding, fear of conflict. This website's really weird though. It's like something you'd expect from like Robin DiAngelo or something. It's just so odd. As I understand it, this dispute
was that a CRT dog whistle?
Hasn't been settled, and as an outsider, I can only be 100% confident in describing this as one story against another. That said, the events that transpired since Lemaster's initial statement have given me more than enough reason to doubt his claims. Here they are in chronological order. On September 20th, LGBTQ Nation published an article which mostly featured quotes from Lemaster's
Oh my god, it's super late for you, Spark. Meow. I'm sorry I'm keeping you up.
resignation letter.
Or I've kept you up.
This is the article I've linked in chat. However, the article also gave counterclaims from 2 former directors, one claiming that Lemaster had single-handedly destroyed the organization on their own, and the other stating that numerous employees hired over the past 2 years...
It's so weird that there's a website that proves me wrong. Isn't that bizarre? Something must be really wrong with the website, and not me.
...have expressed
Certainly.
concerns regarding his management. One of these former board members did say that there was problems with the board as well, but they also said Lemaster's claims were, like, shit. Yeah. This article came out on the same day...
the board was being criticized by Lemasters. You don't expect, people on the board to be super charitable to Lemaster.
...as Doe's initial tweet, but the dissenting opinions from former board members were not acknowledged. So again, Doe's tweet is just the resignation letter from Lemaster. Wait, where's the statement? Sorry, I forgot to read the statement. Let's just read a statement, okay. This is the one that he published and Doe shared, and Demon Mama and Gayfesh did as well.
So what is...
Whistleblowing. Public call for the resignation of the Free State Board of Directors. This morning, I requested the Free State Justice Board of Directors to submit their immediate resignations due to persistent violations of our board handbook, consistent failures in their fiduciary responsibilities, and using positions of power to engage in partisan lobbying within Free State Justice, and their repeated refusal to add new members and leadership to the board. They declined. It's with a heavy heart that I announce my resignation and make a public call for their resignation instead. He just lists all the board members here. And he puts their email. Please know that I exhausted every avenue over the last 2 years to get our board fully staffed and running, and I made good faith efforts to work with the board to ensure that our clients and low-income LGBTQ Marylanders remained at our center. Instead, the board has refused...
Yeah, exactly, Tala. How is he shoehorning this into this manifesto? It doesn't even make sense. This reminds me of my manifesto. Like, it was far-ranging, everything from the video games that I played to why I was mean to Dylan Burns to
accept any new board members since 2021 and refuse to staff and run core board activities as per our handbook. Instead, they have worked to consolidate power and amend the board handbook in secret to lower the minimum number of board members required and ensure that our policy positions prioritize relationships with legislators, not the best interests of our...
To be fair, NCC bad, yeah. And they made sure to thank all the right-wing streamers that platformed their bullshit before they caught on that there was something sus about their stories not adding up.
Client and community.
You haven't written a good manifesto in quite a while, yeah.
I've provided clear warnings and consistent concerns over these issues that were repeatedly ignored. These are the hallmarks of white supremacist culture: the concentration of power, power hoarding, defensiveness, right to comfort, fear of open conflict, hyper-individualism, false sense of urgency. I encourage our community and our supporters to meaningfully consider how racism can be incorporated into leadership, and this document provides a great template for what this looks like. So this is the statement from Lemaster, okay? This is what we went on. This is the article. Okay, we're back to where we were. This is where things get a little bit spicy. On September 21st, the board members of FSJ filed a legal complaint against Lemaster and issued a temporary restraining order against them. In the complaint,
okay, so I haven't seen this part yet.
They accused him of locking other employees out of their accounts, thereby giving himself exclusive
He'll be back with your manifesto shortly. Nice.
Access to organization's IT infrastructure, as well as employee lists, donor lists, volunteer lists, etc. Uploading a defamatory post, the one shared by Doe, Demon Mama, etc., to the FSJ website and to 43,000 recipients on the organization's mailing list. causing financial injury to the organization and impairing their ability to work for their clients. Breach of duty by breaking signed company agreements. Breaking laws
there an
around computer
NDA?
abuse and misuse of trade secrets.
Was there an NDA?
This is going to court. They are
Trade
taking him, as far as I
secrets?
know, right now,
Trade
this is still
secrets,
ongoing,
though?
and they're taking him to court over this. This is their legal complaint. It's pretty long. They accuse him of more crimes than you can count on one hand, and yeah, there's their list of exhibits here, all that. Yeah, I will share that as well. On the 21st and 22nd, I called this out in 2 Twitter threads, one which is a retweet of Gayfesh, but no one commented. This is what I said at the time as well, so I did speak about this when it happened.
Wait.
Joked about the evidence of white supremacist culture.
Are you complaining that you didn't get enough interaction on your Twitter?
You can read the whole story here.
Really?
As far as we know, this is one word against another. There's already a statement rebuking the original. I'm not saying anyone needs to like RGR, but you're not exactly hiding the fact that you really want to believe this ahead of time just because it's a quick dunk. This is Gayfesh saying, it's entirely possible he's just butt mad about his incompetence, but I've seen what a toxic board can do to an organization. Have you? And make it look like it was the director's fault before. I promise you can easily dislike someone without acting as if every fiber of their being is fundamentally rotten. People are already using this as proof against the idea that she does good IRL work. It's an accusation that's currently being challenged. Chill. Second one, after I learned about the trial, the court case. Turns out the guy who made these claims has been issued a temporary restraining order. Apparently he'd hijacked the group's accounts and changed passwords after being let go earlier this month. They've accused Lemaster of locking the staff out of their accounts and making unauthorized defamatory posts to the organization's website when no one else could access it. This will have given him access to donor information and information that was subject to client-attorney confidentiality. He's been accused of causing damages and losses to the organization in several ways. If this is true, it means quite a few people were willing to spread damaging and incredibly weak allegations against an LGBTQ advocacy group just because they wanted to get a dunk online. I should say, I don't think this means Doe or Demon Mama are bad people. I've only had good relations with both of them and don't plan on changing that. But this just really looks really reckless and irresponsible, especially now that legal action
who's this
is
coming
involved.
from?
That's what I said at the time. I don't know if they saw
that
it
was
and just didn't say
Lonerbox.
anything, but they didn't say anything. Right. Despite this information now being publicly available, Demon Mama and Gayfesh continue to accept Lemaster's side of the story at face value. 2 weeks after tweeting that this was 2 days, sorry, shit. 2 days after tweeting that this was an example of her and Doe being vindicated against Riley, Demon Mama dismissed the counterclaim from FSJ, arguing that Lemaster's statement was perfectly salient and well argued. When asked her thoughts about Lemaster trashing Free State's internal systems, she says, with no hint of irony,
The only issue I have, with Demon Mama, I think she's right about Lemasters, but I wish she'd apply this to her woke scolding discourse as well. It's weird whenever it's her, it's not woke scolding. Whenever she's being stand up about something like this, it's not considered woke scolding. It's only when somebody calls her to be accountable that that's called woke scolding.
proof, or get the fuck out. So, both Doe and I have now been repeatedly vindicated of the obscene lies Riley Grace Rochon spread about.
Yeah, Riley's lies about Doe were ridiculous and obscene.
Us. Doe even more than I. She stood by her lies, despite the severe harassment they caused, never apologized, now this. This was 2 days. I've screenshotted this just in case. Demon Mom has deleted all her tweets as well, so they're both pretty done with Twitter, it seems. Anyway. Someone replied 2 days later, vindicated, you say. This was the statement from Free State Justice. I'll just read this. On the 16th of September...
Wait, in the Arizona law, it says, furthermore, scientific studies show that individuals struggling with distress at identifying with their biological sex are often have already experienced psychopathology. Oh my god, that's transphobic trope right in the law.
Lemaster was relieved of their duties.
I'm so upset that they said I'd throw trans people under the bus, but I'm going to throw some trans people under the bus.
Lemaster's pronouns are he, they, as far as I know. That's what it says in the court document, anyway. Yeah, September 16th, so this is 4 days after Lemaster published...
That crowd that believes in woke scolding because they can't admit it's wrong. Right, and I think, as far as I know, it's a term that was coined by Ben Shapiro.
...his statement.
You're literally using a Ben Shapiro meme.
...that they relieved him of his duties. We attempted to work with Lemaster directly. Instead, he opted to compromise our systems and operations. The management team and board have been focused on restoring full functionality, but we'll need a little bit more time to complete these efforts. Yeah, just all this. Thank you for your patience. Demon Mama. This is a pretty typical statement you would expect from a board of directors which has been consolidating power and wants to make any dissenters look bad. Lemaster's statement was perfectly salient and well argued. So, yes, vindicated. You have nothing to say about Lemaster trashing their internal systems, which allows them to do their work. Post proof or get the fuck out. What's your proof of anything Lemaster said? At this time, the only correct opinion for someone like us to have about this is that there are two opposing claims and it's going to court. That's it. Like, now I personally, having learned from January 6th, tend to favor people who are willing to take their claims to court, but you never know. Maybe this Lemaster guy will convince a jury of his peers or prove to a judge or prove in a court of law that Riley Grace is actually a white supremacist, but
that's not what was being claimed. That's not like, yeah, no, that's not what was, like, he's playing around with the definition, right? So to some people, white supremacy means KKK, means skinhead, right? And what that was clearly indicating was not that, was being part of a society that reinforces systemic racism. And their organization, you know, like it's if you're in an organization that does that and it goes against, you know, their mission statement, it goes against what they're supposed to stand for, it's on you to blow the whistle. You know, you can, oh my God, like, I don't even know how this can be taken to court under, like, like, I mean, the only thing I can think of is, like, NDAs might have been violated.
I don't know.
But that doesn't mean that Lemaster is wrong.
Gayfesh wrote an unfathomably deranged thread arguing that Riley was actually the primary target for much of Lemaster's criticism, citing her association with Destiny as one example. After reading the resignation statement from the Free State Justice Director and becoming increasingly convinced, even though he names the entire board, it is very likely that RGR was the primary target of much of his criticism. Thread. Ignoring the actual people they're supposed to be protecting in order to cozy up to legislators is exactly the sort of thing Riley has done in the past. She burned her community to the ground in 2021 for a crumb of Destiny clout and hurt the people she was claiming to defend. How many times has Destiny appeared in this story? The only connection Destiny has to this entire story, as far as I know, is that some people think my question to Rose Wrist actually came from him, and that he disagrees that there's a trans genocide in the US right now.
I mean, no, it's like there's a connection between Destiny and RGR, or there at least was. I think like, yeah, RGR went too far for Destiny, actually.
I think that's it. I think that's his only connection to this, and he just keeps coming up. It's so funny. All right. This definitely sounds something like something out of her playbook. Refuse to ever...
I mean, this is definitely in the territory of speculation, but it's stated as such, right?
Acknowledge guilt and claim that you are doing things for the good of the community to use as a bludgeon for your abusive tendencies. Riley actually fell out with me over a year ago and did actually make up with me for that, so, you know. Okay. A year ago, I got pulled into the drama in a big way when a now former member of the board of FSJ went on a full-throated defense of Riley because of this tweet. Note the highlighted section, RGR is literally our enemy. I don't want her doing any advocacy, online or in real life. If she gains political relevance, she will literally throw us all under the bus to win normie points with the cisheads. If you were my lawyer by the end of the trial, you'd be found guilty. Whoa.
She embarrassed him, but DGG still yeah, she's definitely, like, tangential, if not aligned.
Looks like I was right.
Or adjacent, sorry.
Why do you think you were... Geez, it's... Okay. I wish I could have this level of confidence. It's so enviable. All right. I've seen what happens to organizations like this when the board works to consolidate their power and burns through directors. FSJ is very likely not long for this world. Like, May, how much experience do Gayfesh and Demon Mama have with boards of directors of nonprofits? Why this? I've seen this song and dance unfold in many a non-profit organization for LGBTQ people.
What is
like,
your
what
point? And why is this? How is this even relevant?
They both said this. Like you. This guy hasn't left his house since like 2008. I don't know why he's pretending to know what is typical of a non-profit organization for LGBTQ people.
Oh my god!
It's a non-profit. They're not like millionaire board directors and shit. Yeah. Who knows how many people could have been helped if Riley hadn't been there? All right. On September 24th, this time with access to FSJ's legal complaint, the same writer from the LGBTQ Nation published a second article on the story. This one was far less kind towards Lemaster than the first one. This is second article.
Wait,
same author as the first one.
Who was Lonerbox saying this guy about?
Coming down a lot harder on Lemaster after they've had the legal document. This month, I was able to get a statement from an anonymous FSJ board member who described Lemaster's actions as a scorched earth campaign. We did it, actually, yeah. I got a statement from a board member, anonymous. Let's hear it.
The idea that Free State has a white supremacist culture is nothing more than a flat-out lie and slander. It feels like something that was it feels like a statement that was specifically designed to act as a scorched earth campaign as Jeremy left the organization. Maybe he was bitter. Maybe it was any number of reasons. Either way, it's a flat-out lie. I feel like the same people who jumped on this immediately once it hit the public, once it became public and he made a statement, have a similar feeling of bitterness about themselves. This time just directed at Riley. You can be critical of Riley. That's fine. People deserve to be criticized if you think they've done something wrong. But there's zero reason for you to try to drag down an LGBTQ plus organization that's helped thousands.
People deserve to be criticized if they've done something wrong, Dylan Burns.
Of trans, gay, bisexual, and other queer people in the state of Maryland.
He doesn't believe that.
The idea that Free State has a
Yeah, Dylan, I believe so. I believe you're right, Sarah. Before Ukraine, yeah.
White supremacist culture is nothing more than a flat-out lie and slander.
Oh, sorry, looped. Sorry. Chat, please do not speculate on the identity of my anonymous source. Why are you laughing? I was laughing because he stumbled over his words the first time he tried to say that. My anonymous source, by the way, please don't speculate. All right. What Demon Mama, Doe, and Gayfesh did here was spread completely unverified and possibly defamatory claims against the largest LGBTQ organization in Maryland, just because they saw an opportunity to dunk on someone they had a spat with online. I don't doubt this level of recklessness is justified in their minds because of some social crime Riley committed, which would make her fair game for attack. In Riley's case, it was most likely the pedo jacketing incident. Whether this stands higher or lower than Fed posting on the hierarchy of internet crimes, I can't say, with Doe. Having looked around for the origins of this charge, the only evidence I was able to find of Riley calling Doe a pedophile was this. Sorry for the leftist audio, by the way.
Okay. All right, 3, 2,
really
1.
weird. A lot of people.
Really weird.
A lot of parts of the internet are coming out with really weird takes. Apparently kink is fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify doing in front of children. We should be able to justify doing it in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god, they're either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. I have no idea what the fuck it is.
Now, I didn't side with Riley during that. I don't think anyone did. DGG, incidentally, didn't. I don't know if saying someone is negligently
Lonerbox is outright malicious here. He needs to stop now.
or intentionally justifying pedophilia means the same as calling them a pedophile. Personally, when I say
Hey, John.
someone's making conservative arguments, I don't think that's me calling them a conservative. Apparently there are tweets. I just can't okay, well. But I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
She also retweeted her GF literally calling Doe, yeah.
In any case, I watched the debate though. Doe was happy to say that this quote was Riley calling Doe a pedophile. So
wait, let me just take note because I feel like I've been at this forever. I think we're almost done. I wanted to go away from it earlier, but it's getting more and more interesting as he's throwing random people. Chat, he's throwing random people into the mix. I want to see who else he throws. I'm curious. But yeah, we've watched 4 hours of this thing. This is
I suppose
terrible.
if this is your threshold for deciding it's okay to attack someone's real life work and advocacy, I do hope this is a standard that can at least be applied consistently.
Yeah, there was a stream where she tried to desperately to paint it as This was the debate between Riley and Doe, where Riley absolutely tried to jacket Doe with that.
After all, if one pedo jacketer is fair game, surely all of them are.
Lithium mines. You are literally advocating right now for child raping. Guys,
it's like his headcanon Twitch transpiracy.
Vegan Gains just came on my show to advocate about child rapists. in favor of child rape.
That's a cool story. So you believe that it's morally acceptable to
Why are we on the vegan gains debate? What the fuck is this?
pay for humans to be murdered?
You think you believe it's morally acceptable to pay for
How
child
did we get here?
rape? Yeah, you're a freak.
So
you come
you
on here
think I'm
advocating
a
for
freak?
child rape by your own worldview.
Oh, I think I get it. He's gonna say that Demon Mama did the same thing to vegan gains.
Dude, you're a child rapist. You like
no,
what do you got?
so-
What else are you paying for it? How many subscriptions to child porn sites do you have?
No, that's maybe a bit more of a Peter Jacket than Riley's quote or any quote from Riley that I've seen.
Yeah, I hadn't actually heard that before.
I personally don't think invoking pedophilia and people at all is really a good idea. So that's my position. That's not the question though, right? The question is whether or not it justifies you going after their life's advocacy and their life's work, like a year later? Maybe not. By the way, with that clip, Demon Mama will
I'm not vegan gains is pretty toxic. Demon Mama's not like my favorite streamer to watch, sorry. And so I just never watched that debate.
say that it's actually okay for her to say it to vegan gains because he accused her of being okay with eating human meat if it was stocked on the shelves. There's like a back and forth. But the reason he said she was okay with eating human meat if it was on the shelves was actually because of this.
But I mean,
so if you learned, right, so if you learned all the meat you were eating right now, it wasn't chicken, it wasn't beef, wasn't whatever, it was actually human beings, and you're being lied to.
Sure.
And the only meat in existence is human beings. Would you go vegan tomorrow?
No, probably not.
Hey, Operation Ivy.
I think the correct answer to that question, if you don't want to be accused of being okay with eating human meat, I think you're supposed to say yes to that question. That you would go vegan if all the meat in the shops was actually humans who had been murdered for their meat. But it's a 50-50 chance, really.
So wait, so Demon Mama is a hypocrite about the dough thing and wants to eat human meat. Is that what we're going with?
Could have happened to anyone. To restate what I said at the beginning, I don't expect this to change the minds of anyone involved. This is not for them. This is for myself, my audience, who will now have something to refer to in the future, and for any neutral observers who may not have had the full story of what was going on. Going forward, I expect the people involved and their communities will have no problem rolling around in the mud without me.
I mean, I've been eating humans for more than 30 years now. Why stop? Also, he used this manifesto to make trans women look like they're unreliable, untrustworthy, screeching Harbies. He's presenting poly, etc., like they are insane trans women, and not to be trusted or considered. Yeah, this is the thing. This is your criticism for every trans woman, Lonerbox.
President Sunday and poly people have already fallen out, and it doesn't look like the toxicity of poly and her community was lost on him or his audience. Yeah, President Sunday and poly had I don't know what over. I haven't figured that out yet, but they had a bit of a scrap.
Would you let me finish talking?
You're talking every time I talk to you.
Are you gonna let me talk? You're gonna talk over me.
We're both talking over each other. This is not.
Are you gonna let me talk? Can I talk?
Of course. But we don't have a moderator. Like we don't have assigned blocks. We don't
Can
just
I
say
talk?
it is my time.
Can I
That's how
talk?
it really works.
Or are you gonna be fucking hardcore misogyny on me?
What?
Are you gonna keep doing your misogyny shit on me? Are you gonna let me fucking
What am I
talk?
doing that's misogynistic?
You won't let me talk. You're bullying me, but
Of course they use the Lonerbox uses the view from Sunday's side, right? You can't actually hear all of what Polly's saying on this version.
This is an unmoderated conversation. We can both speak at the same time. This happens everywhere.
all right, so you can just talk however you want then. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
fine.
so can you.
All right, okay. Well then, I don't know why we're talking because you can't control yourself. You can't let me finish talking, and now you just gave yourself permission to talk over me. You're a literal piece of shit, dude.
It's all subjective, you guys. All I see here is a scared, vulnerable trans woman being bullied by a bad ally. Okay? It's this.
Get in that robot, everybody. We're gonna raid into Willow.
Platforms. I will not be engaging with her any further. Her mod team is
Thank you,
toxic.
everybody,
She
for
does not
being
take
here
responsibility
today.
for it. And she's now spent about 15 hours of stream time doing.
I feel like we've been over the Polly Sunday stuff enough, and especially if Polly's trying to move on from it, I wanna respect that. This is I mean, Sunday's apparently still talking about me, but what's new? Anyway, Sunday, if you want to talk to me instead of about me, my door is open. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Just slide right in under the door, and we'll have that discussion either privately or not so privately. Either way, Sunday, I'm not afraid. Are you? Yeah, we're gonna rate it into Willow's. I'm sorry, chat. Some of you might have noticed. I don't know if I'm getting sick or if this, some of this stuff just affected me on like an emotional level or something like that. I feel like I'm not doing so great. So I would like to, I would normally play some video games with you. I wanted to do something fun to like kind of relax. Instead, you're gonna have to get video games played with you by Willow. And Willow is actually better than me at video games. Willow, teach me to get good. Teach me to get good. I need help. Okay, you need to at least. I need an instructor on at least FPSs because I suck at Overwatch more than and Apex more than I suck at anything else. Anyway, you are gonna rate out in about 3 seconds. Fly my pretties, Moe Kyun. Oh my god, bodies. Yeah. I was a little late on that Moe Kyun. Anyway, rating in with some. Gonna say hi to Willow real quick. Meow. Do I have like some emotes? Anyway, I think I'm gonna leave this VOD public. It seems like this is something people maybe want to see. We've got a thumbnail for it. Let's see if it does some numbers. I'll try to put some SEO on it. Why am I telling you this, bodies? You don't care about this. All you want me to do is give you hearts. Meow. And some of you want me to say like compromising stuff, but we're not going to do that today, okay? Because we got the the hate bodies and the love bodies. It's like 2 equal parts. Probably they're not equal. Probably there's more love bodies. Hopefully there's more love bodies, and there's some bodies on YouTube too. So yeah, I'm just saying goodbye to you after I've rated everybody out into Twitch, into Willow's stream. So anyway, I will see you later. Meow. Hopefully I'm not sick.